Was an amazing play. That dude caught a home run barehanded.
Good morning, Chatty House.
Hi, everyone. Warren gets the bell today. Congratulations, Warren. Oh, I never moved my camera.
Was it Little League?
No, it was a guy at the Mets game.
Oh, nice catch, the outfield.
Good morning, Chatty House.
Joe is back. Hey, what's up, Russ Dog? Wheezy, hello. Hi, Tyler. Hi, Brian. Hi, Westek. Hi, Michael. Hey, Will Z's here. Hi, Will Z. Hi, John. Kenneth, hi. Chris.
Hello. Kenneth.
Hello, Kenneth. Hi, David. What's up, Gwitty? Gwitty. It's a weird thing to say. That's my voice has a hard time saying that.
Gwitty Q.
Gwitty. It's like
All right.
I feel like I have to say it very aggressively. Gwitty. What up, Adam? Oh, there's wrestling stuff.
Hey, look, it's us.
Hey, soon. We're close enough to Candlestick Chronicles merch that we announced it on the pod.
Oh.
We did a light order. We're doing a first batch to see kind of how it does.
With Jim?
No, with the company that sponsors our pod.
Oh, got it.
Shout out to Lamb Chops. Oh, local guys here.
What's up, Drew? Brian Cavett, how are you? David?
Local guy gonna go to the club and show Girls Insiders highlights.
Oh. Regular David? David Jackson?
Good morning, everybody. Hello. Hi, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil on the ones and twos.
I'm so happy to be back, guys. As always.
Man, shout out to you.
It's the same. I say the same thing every time, and I mean it. I'm happy to be back.
We appreciate you immensely.
Thank you,
I never want to put, just because of behind the scenes things that I'm not going to pull back the curtain on. I never want to put pressure on you to be here, because I know that if it was up to you, you would be on this program every day doing stuff for us.
Absolutely.
And I know that James knows that. Everybody here at the station.
I want to put pressure on you and say I want you here every day.
James was cursing you out last week. Just could not.
I kicked Kenny's mic. That's why it doesn't work.
Oh no. Mm-hmm. Hey, you know what? I perform good under pressure. That's fine. It's okay.
So no, I never want to put that pressure on you, but also when you're out, it sucks.
Yeah,
I like this job way less when you're not here.
Yeah, I find myself definitely missing the show, missing you guys, and I love coming and doing this. Like, there's no two ways about that.
How's the promotions closet look though? Looking
good?
Oh,
dude. Okay, yeah.
Spick and span?
Yes.
Nice.
Yes, I spent 8 hours on Friday. 8 hours, and it looks really good.
The promotions closet did look like a disaster.
For reasons, but yes, I am back in charge of the closet.
Nobody puts Joe in the closet.
No,
but I do clean it. So there you go.
Nice job. We're the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and this is ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. We are on the radio. That's 1320 AM, 98.5 FM HD2. We are also on YouTube and Twitch, youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn app. That's the last. That's going to get annoying if I do it again. We're streaming on Twitter/X. And there's the podcast, which is the James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show, available wherever you get your podcasts. Hell yeah. I found something out recently. We have more Jonathan Kuminga stuff to get to, if you can believe it. I found something out recently that rocked my world.
Oh.
Do you know the song? And maybe this is me being way behind and everybody knows this, and this is just one of those things that fell through the cracks for me that everybody knows and I just don't, which is a lot of things. You know that song Cotton Eye Joe? Yeah, been for Cotton Eye Joe. I've been married a long time ago. Where did you come from? Where did you go?
Okay.
Where did you come
Yes.
from?
I didn't know that was the name of the song.
Yeah,
It's not my style of music. But go ahead.
Well, I don't know if it's anyone's style of music because that is a group called Rednecks. Rednex.
Yeah.
That is a Swedish musical group ostensibly cosplaying as what they believe are stereotypical hillbilly redneck
Oh, really?
tropes. Yes. The band originally consisted of the lead singer Mary Jo, whose actual name was Annika Ljungberg, alongside Bobby Sue, Ken Tacky, Billy Ray, and Mupp.
Oh, they are just fully cloning the
Big
entire
time. Big time.
entire United States.
Big time. Just frying us. And then I found out I was can I share? Oh no, I can't here. I need to share this because there is a grid on their Wikipedia page dedicated to it. This is not just one group. It's not like if you saw Rednecks perform in 2001 and then you saw them again today, like the Toad the Wet Sprocket.
Yeah.
If you saw them in 1994,
they had to replace a drummer. He had to retire, but that's outside of that.
Largely the same group.
Yeah.
It turns out if you had seen this group in 2000 and then you went and saw them today, you would get an entirely different group of people because apparently this group Rednecks, which is a Swedish house/American bluegrass band, has to continue. They said, hey, we're going to break up the band. And somebody said, no, it needs to go on. I was shook when I heard this. I always thought, look at this. This is the years that these are all the members. This is the 17 or 18 people, however many people this is, 20 people who have ever been in Rednecks. And then these red bars correspond with how long they were in the group. Is that not the most ridiculous thing you've ever seen?
That's absolutely wild.
I thought they do a great job because I always thought this is like, oh, it's a one-hit wonder band from some bluegrass band and they made a house song or a house remix one time as a joke and it took off. No, this is what they do. This is what Rednecks does.
That is crazy.
I was shook when I read this.
I mean, it's kind of like Leonard Skinner. It's kind of the same, but it's because most of the band died in a helicopter accident in the 70s.
Oh, that's not the same at all.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's not like there might be one person from the original band and then they switch out everybody else all the time.
So if I went to go see Leonard Skinner, which I don't think I would.
I don't think I would either at this point, but
in like two different, just like this year and next year, I might get totally different versions.
Maybe
they're just cycling through bands.
They might have like some standard people, but
sure.
I mean, like literally most of the band died. Yeah.
Dang, I had no idea. That's
R.I.P. Freebird.
Freebird for sure. All right. It is day 30 of Kuminga Watch. No applause for Kuminga Watch. Stop it.
I am a winner.
Yeah, you know what?
I'm a winner.
Yeah, we are. Kuminga Watch day 30. I just started Kuminga Watch on the day free agency opened. That was when Kuminga Watch officially began.
Yeah.
Okay. Sam Amick said yesterday that pick protections aren't the only holdup for Golden State in the Malik Monk for a protected first-round pick deal. They also, as we speculated, don't want to get rid of Buddy Hield or Moses Moody to facilitate that trade. Because now it's not just giving up Jonathan Kuminga, it's giving up Jonathan Kuminga, and you're probably having to attach stuff to Buddy Hield or Moses Moody if you want to trade him at this point.
Yep.
So, Sam Amick confirmed that with his reporting yesterday. This is just funny to me now. I'm actually laughing. Because what we have is a situation where nobody really wants any outcome. The Kings want Jonathan Kuminga, but
sort of.
But at the discounted rate that they believe they can get him at, which is fair.
Well, and it's not just a discounted rate with the Warriors.
Mm-hmm.
It's also with the contract.
Right.
they also think that it's a discounted rate. Like they're only going to pay what they're going to pay.
Right.
Right. And that's because there's no one that has any money. So they're
Right.
trying to take advantage of a soft market.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, they see an opportunity to land a potential like strong young piece in Kuminga, a player that could develop into something, much better than he is today, but with a affordable contract and very little going out the door to get him.
Right. So it's the risk reward assessment for the Kings at this point. And for Sacramento, it's really clear that an unprotected first is like, you know what? That's too pricey. I think we're going to be out. Then you go to Golden State. And again, there's nothing wrong with that. I think the Kings are doing the right thing here. Then you've got Golden State who doesn't want to keep him.
Nope.
They've made that very clear.
Don't let anyone fool you. They do not want to keep him at all. Even the contract offers that they've given him, a 2-year deal with a second-year team option,
where he's waiving his no trade clause,
and they're demanding that he waives a no trade clause.
They're like, hey, can you voluntarily help us kick this can down the road to see if we can get more for you?
And we know that the can is literally a picture of you.
And also, you're not probably going to play the role that you want to play. You're going to come off the bench. You're going to lead the bench unit, but you're going to come off the bench and you're going to play like 20 minutes a night. And also, if you mess up, you're not going to play anymore.
Yeah.
It's just going to be the same situation. Hey, this situation that you've hated for 4 years, you want to do it again? For our benefit? Like, no. So Golden State doesn't want him on their roster, but also they don't want, they're not like, they're looking to trade him, but they don't, it's not, hey, this is we need to get rid of this guy. Just we'll take whatever for him and move on. Like the Suns would have taken whatever for Bradley Beal.
Yeah.
They would have just been like, cool, you want to, we'll take that bad contract instead. Cool. Here, you take him. He's off our hands now. But they couldn't. This isn't that, clearly, or else Golden State would have done the Devin Carter and Dario Saric in a couple of seconds and washed their hands of this. But they didn't, because it's like, okay, well, we don't want to just give him away. We want to get something. We don't want him, but we want to really get something for him. And the team that they're negotiating with is like, yeah, we want him, but we don't really want to give up a lot for him. And then there's the Kuminga side who's like, I want to go to Sacramento. I don't want to be in Golden State, but I'll stay in Golden State if I have to, and I'll play on the $7.9 million qualifying offer. I'll do it. It's like, nobody wants anything here.
Yeah. It really feels like the standoff in The Office.
Yes.
Where they're finger pointing.
Yes.
Because this isn't like, no one is actually drawn a real gun.
Yeah.
This is not a John Morant situation. This is just straight up finger pointing.
Yes.
At each other.
Yes.
That's what this feels like.
Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah, none of you realize that you just have your hand out. There's not actually a gun in your hand, right?
Yes.
Like, because no one has any true like leverage in this situation. And for those out there that say, oh, the Warriors have so much leverage. They do not have any leverage.
They don't.
Yeah.
They have it from the standpoint of Jonathan Kuminga. If nothing happens, he either doesn't play basketball this year or he plays for Golden State on the $7.9 million qualifying offer. The problem is, let's go to this Office meme that we're doing. And if you're unfamiliar with this, The Office, it's 3 characters and they're all standing around in a triangle, all pointing finger guns at one another.
Yes.
In a standoff.
Yes.
Right. The problem with that is the $7.9 million qualifying offer is a live grenade that blows up the Warriors and Kuminga. And then the Kings are just over here. It doesn't affect them at all.
No, totally.
Which is part of the reason that I don't think there's any angst here for the Kings. Like, they've made their 2 offers. Here's this. This is as much as we'll do. We might be willing to talk protections if you're down to move Buddy Hield or Moses Moody to fit the salary. We're down to talk protections, but until then, so the Kings have put their finger guns away and they're just going to go stand outside and watch.
Yep.
Like, all right, cool. Like, we're chilling. And that's where we're going to keep talking about this because there continues to be reporting around it. But I don't know what else there is for the Kings to do.
There's really not.
outside of overpay, which I think if the Kings wanted Kuminga to the point of that's it. That's the piece.
Mm-hmm.
That's our future 1A perennial All NBA guy. We would have seen them attack this much more aggressively. But they don't have to because you'd like to wind up with them, but it's not a necessity. This isn't part of Scott Perry's plan. It's not like Scott Perry went, "Yep, we're going to get Dennis Schroeder, and then we're going to swing a trade for Jonathan Kuminga, and that's going to really just set us on this trajectory." Nah. The Kings get to just hang out here.
Well, that and like the Kings are very much looking at the summer of 2027 that we talk about this.
Mm-hmm.
That's a real thing.
Yeah.
And they also look at the potential of Kuminga and say, okay, in the summer of 2027, he's going to be, 25.
Mm-hmm.
We'll have a better idea of who he is. But at the same time, like if he's not working out, you don't want to have a longer term deal. You don't want to have a bunch of money tied up
Mm-hmm.
in that specific player.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one of the issues that they have. They don't want to tie up a bunch of money in 2027 for a player that they're not even like, nobody knows exactly what Kuminga is going to look like if you give him a starting job and 32 minutes a night.
Yeah.
Because the results could be that he averages, 22 a game and gets you 5 rebounds and like 3 assists, right?
Mm-hmm.
It could also be that you lose all the time because it's just not effective basketball.
Right.
And it doesn't matter how many points he scores, like your guy Cam Thomas. It doesn't matter how many points he scores. The Nets are still bad.
I love Cam Thomas.
They're not bad because of Cam Thomas.
Right.
But Cam Thomas's numbers look the way they do because everyone else on that team is not very good.
He's not a rising tide that raises all boats.
No, and even like the Cam Johnson, like just to tie Cam Johnson into that same discussion, like Cam Johnson was just an everyday average, like 15, 16 point per game guy, sometimes not even that. And then he gets traded to the Nets where everybody is bad and he puts up a career high 19.5 points per game. Mikal Bridges did it like 2 years earlier where all of a sudden he's averaging 25 points per game when he's really like a 16 to 17 point per game guy.
Right.
So like bad teams like have that way of helping a player out. But I just don't know how, like Kuminga in Sacramento, I don't know how that works. And that's why we're just projecting everything if we're trying to figure out how this will actually function.
Yeah.
And like it's worth a risk.
Right.
But the risk has to be minimal.
And the Kings are approaching it. And again, neither the Kings nor Warriors are in the wrong here, in my opinion, because the Kings are going, hey, that ceiling, he might not reach it. And we don't want to be stuck with no assets and this guy who just is 22 points a night and we're 31 and 51. But meanwhile, Golden State is going, yeah, but if he hits that ceiling, there's a chance he does. And we don't want to be giving him away for just nothing. So I don't think I think we've reached the end of actual movement until a deal happens. And we're going to continue getting, well, there was this offer.
I'm here for it, Kyle.
Turns out, yeah, we'll keep talking about it. Kuminga Watch Day 30 continues. One of the reasons the Kings are in this spot, though, was because of the De'Aaron Fox trade. And De'Aaron Fox signed his 4-year, $229 million extension with the Spurs yesterday. We'll talk about what that means for him, what that would look like for the Sacramento Kings had he stayed. We'll dive into all of that. The 49ers also declared their kicking the 49ers cut a kicker yesterday. And I don't think the competition's over. We'll talk about the most compelling 49ers training camp battle coming up in a little bit. And then the NBA offseason, we'll take a look around the league. Which teams got better? Which teams got worse? Tons of other stuff to sprinkle in along the way over the next 2 hours. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil on the ones and twos. We're the Insiders. Sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Leader.
The Portland Trailblazers are expected to bring
they're right now
Grant
second in the league, but they're only percentage, but they're a half game ahead of.
You good? Okay. Are you sure? Because I clicked it manually. Did you take the studio? There you go. And we're off access 1, right? Or program 1, sorry. Not access 1. Just give me access.
Somebody put out a video yesterday of Devin Carter shooting threes. I don't know if anyone saw that. That's a problem. I don't know if anybody watched it. It was like somebody shooting slow motion 3-pointers. And I don't understand. Like, if anything, speed up the guy's release. Like, what is happening? Good morning, Scooter. Good morning, Jim.
Jim! Hey, Charlie.
Let me just confirm that no living original member of Leonard Skinner is still with us on planet Earth.
None of them now?
None of them.
Okay. Because one survived, right?
No, more than one survived.
Okay.
But the ones that weren't taken in the airplane crash have been taken by the hard life of rock and roll.
Yeah. Who among us?
So,
all right.
There you go. And by the way, I'm the new kicker for the 40th anniversary.
Congratulations. You did it. Your lifelong dream.
That's right.
They got me cheap.
Michael, I don't know if we can do a statistical comparison between Kuminga and Kyle Kuzma on the air, but I do think that they're reasonable comp. The difference is you don't know what motivates a player. And so like they can have the same height, the same, basic profile, but like one of those players might be more motivated than the other. But statistically speaking, I think Kyle Kuzma is a pretty decent comp. I do think that Kuminga has, like, for what he does, he has an extremely high usage rate, which separates him from Kuzma.
All right. Kuminga, choose seasons for each choice. We're going to do all of his seasons. And Kuzma. James Ham's over there. I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil behind the glass. Hanging out with you until noon. So De'Aaron Fox signed a max deal with the Spurs yesterday, 4 years, $229 million. We talked about this a little bit on the handoff with D'Lo and KC, which is coming up at 11:45. I feel like this is a no-brainer for the Spurs.
I think signing De'Aaron Fox to an extension is a no-brainer. I think giving De'Aaron Fox max money is going to be something that, I don't know, it won't age well.
How come?
I'll say this, like, De'Aaron Fox, when the Kings were in negotiations to acquire Domantas Sabonis, like, they had two young point guards in Halliburton and Fox. They couldn't get the value out of Fox because his contract was roughly $30 million. But he was in, like, the second year of a rookie scale extension, and anyone should have been like, oh, yeah, we'll take that. And that's not what the Kings found on the market. Like, I think De'Aaron Fox at $40 million is one thing. De'Aaron Fox at 50 to 60. I mean, that's a average annual salary of $57 million. I don't think that De'Aaron Fox is that guy. And that would be my problem. In the same way that, like, I don't think that Zach LaVine was that guy. It's one of those things where you have to pay, but, like, I don't know that it's a great deal for the Spurs. It's good. They've got him locked up for 5 years. But in year 4, are they going to be able to trade him if they need to? I don't think in year 3 they can trade him.
I don't know that they viewed De'Aaron Fox as a player that they're just going to be looking to trade, though. Is my thing here.
No, I get that, but you also have 2 young point guards that you've drafted in the last 2 years. One who won Rookie of the Year, and one who was the second pick in the draft.
You are out on Stephon Castle, though. How can you say that?
Okay,
you think he's not good.
I agree. I don't think like he is spectacular. But you still have 2 other players at that position that fit the player arc of your team better than Fox does. So I'm just playing devil's advocate more than anything else.
I think Castle can play the wing, though. I don't think he has to play point guard.
He can probably play the 2, maybe a little bit of the 3, but yeah. But that's still, you still have a top tier guy, and you still have Devin Vassell, who's younger than Fox. So I don't hate the deal. I just think that the $57 million a year seems like a lot for a player of where he's at.
I'm really interested to see what De'Aaron Fox looks like in the context of playing next to Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah.
And playing next to Stephon Castle if he continues to grow into this player that the Spurs clearly think he's going to be. That's going to be the difference for me in the thing I'm watching, because at his peak with the Kings, De'Aaron Fox was 25.8 points, 6 assists, 1.6 steals. Now that was also in a stretch where he shot 35.2% from 3, which I don't think he's that guy from beyond the arc, but I think there's a legitimate chance that his play style where he is, because we talked about it when he wanted out. He's not that guy anyway. He's not a 1A anyway. He's clearly shown that he's disengaged and he doesn't want this and that. I am of the belief that that was related to how things kind of were trending in Sacramento, where you got that disengagement a little bit from him. And I think for me, I don't believe this contract will be prohibitive at any point.
Okay. No, I get that. And I'll say this, like, look, if he signed that same extension here in Sacramento, number one, like we talked about this a little bit, Sacramento probably would get roasted for it, but it is what it is. Sure. They were going to sign that extension if it came to the summer, and he was like, if things didn't spin out like they did, this is exactly what he would have got in Sacramento. He actually would have got 1 more year, and so it would have been even higher.
Wow.
Right. So that's just the way it is. But that doesn't change. And so I guess it's not fair for me to say, hey, like the Kings would have signed him to an extension just like that. But at the same time, if you're looking at value and you're looking at, what he's going to look like, De'Aaron will be 28 in December. So we're talking about his extension kicking in going into the season where he turns 29 in December. So 29, 30, 31, 32, like, will that age well? I don't know.
Yeah,
but
we'll see.
I do know that at 32, it is very difficult for me to see De'Aaron Fox, like, them going out on the open market and being able to get value for him at $63 million.
Yeah.
Or even trade him at $63 million.
Sure.
Just like there's enough injury history. There's enough, like, we don't know who he is with the Spurs.
Yeah.
And, he made it to the playoffs 1 time in Sacramento. So.
Yeah, that's the counter argument against signing him is, like, okay, you haven't seen what he looks like next to Wemby, but that shouldn't matter. And I think this is a little bit what Kenny was saying yesterday. If you're signing a guy to a 4-year, $229 million contract, that's supposed to be your guy. That he's supposed to be that dude for you. And if the justification for the signing is, well, he doesn't have to be the 1A, then why did you sign him to $60 million a year or 57 or whatever it comes out to?
I mean, it's a lot of money. That's my only complaint.
Sure.
Like, it would be like, okay. And De'Aaron's always been like, hey, look, I get what I deserve. And that's fine. He's not a player. Like, I think Jalen Brunson, rare breed, who said, okay, look, I will take less than the max, but you guys have got to do the deals. And what did they do? They went out and got Mikal Bridges. They went out and got Cat. Okay. They just showed you that they're willing to do. And then they paid OG Anunoby, and then they paid Mikal Bridges, and like, hey, let's keep this thing together. So Yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting. I want to see how it plays out, and I'm hoping for good things for De'Aaron Fox, and I
Sure.
think that really could be a really strong pairing.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel his numbers in San Antonio last year were not good once he got traded, but man, his finger was so messed up, and he should not have been playing for much of the season.
Yeah. So that'll be a little different next year. just the health, at least you would assume so. But I think if you're the Spurs, you acquired this person with this in mind. I think is where I stand if I'm San Antonio. I didn't pick up De'Aaron Fox to cheap out when it came to contract time next summer.
Yeah,
like you acquired him knowing full well, okay, we're probably going to be in the range of a max extension. I'm sure in negotiations they tried to go, hey, can you do 4 and 210?
Yeah.
Can we come down a little bit and said no.
Yeah.
You let him walk? All of a sudden you traded him for half a season for nothing? Or no, season and a half, I guess.
Yeah.
But, and maybe you're right. Maybe this is the thing that backfires for the first time on the Spurs. But I think for me, I lean toward the Spurs organizational consistency and their history here, where I think, all right, I think this is going to work for them, and maybe it doesn't.
Yeah, I hope it does. I think it's a good pairing.
Mm-hmm.
I look at the money and I'm like, man, that's a lot of money.
It is a lot.
It's a lot of money, and
good
it's
for De'Aaron and his family. Man.
Yeah, I agree. It's a lot of money, especially in a state without state tax.
Yeah.
Yeah, that just made him an extra, I don't know, $5 million a year, something like that.
Not bad.
Yeah, not bad at all. So it's just tough. Go ahead.
That's James. I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil's over there. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Speaking of, well, not speaking of, the sports leader, ESPN, the worldwide sports leader, did a tier ranking of all the NBA teams. They've clearly been listening to our program and stole the tiers bit, which is fine. It's free for everybody to use. I'd just like a little bit of credit for coming up with it. They have the Kings in a tier with the Raptors, Bulls, and Pelicans in the all-in nothing category. They're all in for nada.
Yeah, the only one that was below this tier is the Phoenix Suns.
Oh.
They have their own tier. It's all in. Like it's bad. Like the Suns are like all in. They're all in for 2024, and that's what they put it in. And this is what happens when you flop. When you go all in and it doesn't work. So I actually like looking at this. I think it's pretty fair. Like, if anything, if I'm the Raptors, I'm like, hey man, why are we stuck on this list? Because I kind of look at the Raptors as a team that at least has young players, and they didn't really get to try the Brandon Ingram thing last year, but you've got Scotty Barnes, you've got Quickly, you've got RJ Barrett, you've got Ingram, you've got young players, and I think that they can be better than this tier. But the other teams, I do look at, the Kings and Pelicans, it's very similar, like lot in life.
Mm-hmm.
You've got one really, really like good player, like all NBA level player.
Mm-hmm.
But outside of that, it's a bunch of like big contracts and things that haven't worked. And I think if anything, even look at their two young guys. They've got Trey Murphy, and the Kings have, Keegan Murray. Like, those are your two guys that you kind of compare and go, all right, yeah, they're kind of on the same path. You look at Keon Ellis, you look at Herb Jones.
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay, they've got sort of on the same path. Everybody else on those rosters, you're like, oh boy, like maybe.
Well, that was the Raptors and Kings feel very similar to me.
Yeah.
Oh, Scotty Barnes is the face of the NBA.
Well, he is.
And everybody knows it. But it's like Brandon Ingram and Emmanuel Quickly and RJ Barrett. You start to look at it. I look at that very similarly to the way I look at the Kings.
Yeah, but just younger and cheaper.
I guess.
Well,
but for what?
Yeah.
That's it. Is I look at that roster not in the exact same way, but in that vein of, hey, I don't know how any of these pieces fit together.
Yeah.
Is Brandon Ingram gonna make R.J. Barrett and Scotty Barnes demonstrably better? I don't think so.
Yeah.
They paid Jakob Poeltl. All right, I guess.
Yeah.
Like, it's just, that's it. I think the Raptors are gonna be better this year, to be sure. I don't think they're gonna be some pushover bad team. But I don't think the Kings are necessarily gonna be terrible. And when I say terrible, I don't think they're gonna be a 45-win team necessarily, but I also don't think they're gonna be in the 20s, So I don't think they're gonna be that bad, but it's to what end? What are you building here? How does all of this work together?
Yeah.
I have the same questions about the Raptors.
Okay. I mean, I get it. I just think that the Raptors are like on average, 4 years younger. So
Sure.
that's where I'm willing to give the Raptors a little bit of a longer leash and say, okay, I mean, again, quickly 26 going on 27, whatever it is. He's making 30 plus million. You've got Barrett who's making 25 million. Like they do have a lot of high dollar contracts.
Yeah.
For a team that isn't over the top good, but they also have the outline of something that if you do come up with the one big player, which is how they kind of built their team last time, you waited, and then Kawhi Leonard became available. You gave up what you got to get, to grab him, and then next thing you know, you're playing for a title.
Yeah.
So I could see them kind of doing that, but I also I would prefer a 24 to 25-year-old roster than where the Kings are at.
I think that's part of the reason, just to circle back to Kuminga watch a day 30. I think that's part of the reason that I think there's some level, whatever, and I think it varies from person to person depending on how you feel about Jonathan Kuminga, but among the fan base and among the Kings commentariat, why there's some urgency with Kuminga. Because it is about what you're discussing right now. Here's a young piece that at least is, if you're placing things in the future, if we're going to 2027, we're looking at the roster and going, okay, Keon Ellis there, we'll put Keegan Murray there. It's
Neek
Clifford. Okay, Neek Clifford and Maxime Reynaud, they can go there. Devin Carter, I don't know. Okay, no, we'll
Isaac
hang
Jones.
on to that. Yeah. But Kuminga would be a bona fide.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. He goes to the 2027 group. And I think that's part of the reason that there's any kind of urgency with this, because if the Kings were on the, let's go back to 22-23, Beam Team 1, and let's pretend they stayed on the trajectory they were on, and maybe they're not title contenders, but they're firmly going into this season as they're right there it's the Thunder, then that next tier is Rockets and Nuggets, and then the Kings are in that next tier. I think that's kind of where they'd be. We're not talking about Jonathan Kuminga right now.
No.
And that's I think kind of the reality of it. And I think you make a good point, is at least the Raptors and their fans can go, all right, Brandon Ingram's in his mid-20s. Scotty Barnes is still young. Emmanuel Quickly's still young. Okay, there's a foundation here. You can talk yourself into the foundation. I don't think you can do that with Sacramento. No. And I also don't think you can do that with the Bulls or Pelicans.
No. Bulls and Pelicans are both a mess.
At least as long as Zion is a walking injury question mark.
Well, he's the biggest unknown in the game. Right? And I'm not going to put money on a team that has their best player who plays between, 35 and 60 games a year. That's not a good way to build a team. So look, I have been not a huge fan of Jonathan Kuminga since, for the last 4 years. I watching him play. I'm like, okay, I get it, but I don't really. And it's because he's with the Warriors, and their style of play. He just stands out as hey, man, you probably should figure out how to fit in. And you've had 4 years to do it, and you're still not doing it.
Yeah.
But as an option for the Kings, there's a reason why I'm high on him. And it's because number one, he's 22. And number two, the circumstance is different here. The style of play is different. Everything is different. And maybe he can be that player. And if he does develop into the player he thinks he can be, then you struck gold.
Right.
And you got him on a reasonable contract, and it didn't cost you that much to get him. But there is still that possibility that he's just not very good. That you put him on the court, and it doesn't matter how many points he scored in a playoff game or anything else. If he can't help you win games, then what's it for? And he has to learn how to be that guy, how to be the guy that can walk in and impact winning. Because it can't just be year one, he's super excited to get here so he can average 24 points a game and show everybody that the Warriors were idiots and he was right. That doesn't matter if you win 33 games.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Because that's proven Golden State right.
Yeah.
Speaking of it and ESPN headlines, we had a doozy yesterday.
Oh.
And I got a question about what the hell we're doing over at ESPN with their basketball coverage right now. We'll talk about that and why I'm not buying for 1 second that the Kings kicking, or that not the Kings, that the 49ers kicking competition is over. We'll talk about that in a minute. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil's over there. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe?
We'll say this: when we were young, our first trip to Europe, we went to Belgium, and it's a thing in Belgium and a couple other countries there where, like, kids get together and do like air guitar to hits. Like they'll set up like a coin collect like a asking for money. But they like will put on like a complete show of doing like mimicking bands, like playing music and then sitting there and playing the guitar and fake singing into mics and everything else. Like Monk is a guy who kind of has a chip on his shoulder anyways. Street performer. There we go. Thank you. Yeah. I think he'll be fine. He does know that this is a business. I'm sure his feelings are hurt a little bit right now, but we'll see what happens in the end. Belgium is pretty cool. Actually, there was a lot going on too. It was during a Euro Cup, and the English, the hooligans, like had come into Belgium and were like causing problems, and they had called in the National Guard, and there are dudes with machine guns everywhere trying to stop soccer hooligans from destroying the city. They love their football. Huh. That's a good question for you, Kyle.
What's that?
How do you personally feel about the JK thing?
I don't. But in what way? I think the Warriors should have traded him like 2 years ago.
Yeah,
they've backed themselves into a corner where they're super screwed.
Yeah, and if we're saying like bad faith, the Warriors, like, just to be honest with you, they're operating like a business. They've got themselves into a situation where they don't really want the player. Player doesn't want to be there, but that doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things in the NBA. He's still a $22-year-old with value, and you have to try to get as much value as possible. This isn't like, be nice to a kid and trade him somewhere where he wants to go just because he wants to go there. There are
Mhm.
ramifications for that, and you need to get assets for that.
Yeah, I don't think bad faith is the right thing, but I think that Joe Lacob has his hands all over basketball ops and has for 4 years now.
Well, yeah, I mean, so does Vivek.
Mhm.
I mean, Vivek has it's all over basketball ops.
Yep.
I don't go to Auburn Ale House that often. It's too noisy for me.
That's a big thumbs down for me. And that's not even a I'm getting older thing. I've never liked a loud bar.
Yeah, like it's a very, very like the ceilings are too high, and it's just like the sound is like pounding your ears the whole time. I can't deal with it. Although the beer's good, the food's good.
Maybe I just don't know what bad faith means.
No, I mean, I don't think
to me that means if I'm making an argument, I'm arguing this thing, but I know I'm lying. Like I say I want to call something out. You know what? Every year that there's been to me, a bad faith argument would be, I think that the production of these yellow hankies are attributed directly to the spread of COVID, because if you look, the year they produced the most hankies, that was the year COVID started. So it's like that to me is a bad faith argument.
I think the question that was asked.
I know that's not true, but I just want to blame this yellow hanky for a global pandemic.
Yeah, I get. I mean, the question that was asked during the break was whether
I guess we should fill people in on that.
The Warriors are acting in bad faith, right?
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, I don't think they're acting in bad faith. I think that, like, again, we know enough. If Kuminga wanted to be part of the Warriors squad, then he would have done what they asked him to do. Like, he would have started checking boxes at some point.
Yeah.
And the fact that he hasn't 4 years in is very concerning, because every team is going to have boxes that he needs to check. He doesn't just get to walk out there and take the ball and dribble, have a 35 usage percentage and take 27 shots a game. So are the Warriors acting in good? I don't know that the Warriors are acting in fully good faith here, but it sure does seem like they're being very transparent.
That's it. They're not operating in bad faith by saying, bad faith by the Warriors would be saying, hey, we've offered him a 2-year, $45 million deal. Don't know why he won't take it. It's like, well, because you're asking to waive the no trade clause in the second year as a team option. That's just all very public.
Yeah.
Bad faith definition, according to Google AI, which is always correct, generally refers to dishonesty, deception, or a lack of sincerity in one's actions or intentions, particularly in the context of legal or contractual obligations.
Yeah, they're not. They're, like I said during the break, they're acting as a business. This is a business transaction.
Yeah.
And it doesn't feel good. And, are they, someone else brought up, like, the Kings, like, they went out and they traded De'Aaron Fox. Chris Juvenile said, the Kings were nice to De'Aaron Fox and sent him where he wanted to go for peanuts. That's not going to help. What the Kings did to themselves with the De'Aaron Fox trade was absolutely crushing. And it's what the Warriors are trying not to do. And it's at a much lower, scale. Like, basically half scale is what the Warriors are trying to not do. They're trying not to get stuck in a bad situation, but at 20 million, not 47 and 49 million. Right. And so, you should not, under any circumstance in the NBA, acquiesce to a player's ask to go to a specific team when they have a year and a half left on their contract.
Right.
That's not good business.
We have literally discussed why the Kings shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, 26-year-olds should not dictate where they go to a franchise. Like, you're a huge asset. That the Kings were paying De'Aaron Fox what, $37 million. Like, you're an employee. Like, you shouldn't be able to like completely dictate where you go. Now, Fox did dictate as much as he could, but the Kings didn't have to do that deal. Number one, they could have waited. That's option number one. They could have waited until the summer. And then during the summer, there would have been multiple options. You could have potentially traded him to San Antonio, but San Antonio probably wouldn't have made that deal. But you could have also, during that summer, when you're looking at things, you could have found a better deal somewhere else. You could have somehow patched things up with him and shown him that there's a path forward. But what you did, like, that to me was just bad business. And they, again, that's why you're paying for it now. And it's tough, but I see where the Warriors are with Kuminga, and they're trying to, squeeze as much as they can out of this situation.
Yeah.
But they understand that, they're dealing with a toothpaste tube that's empty, and they're like trying to roll it up and get the last little tiny bit out of what they can get out of him. And someone else brought up, hey, like, Kuminga isn't clean in this. And you're right. He's not.
No, he's definitely not.
No, I mean, that's my concern with Kuminga. Like,
I don't understand why and this is all sides of this.
Yeah.
There's the Kuminga stands, there's the Warrior fans, and then there's the Kings fans that are all trying to place blame on, like, well, the Kings are at fault because they didn't make a better offer. Well, the Warriors are at fault because they just won't accept the offer. Well, Kuminga's at fault because he didn't work on the right things. Like, man, no. We just talked. Let's take the teams out of it. Team A is trying to get player A for cheap.
Yep.
And Team B, which has player A, is trying to get the most for player A.
Yep.
Like,
and player A is trying to
happens.
get the most money for himself and security and
Control of his career.
Better control of his career, a better situation.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just that all these things are at odds with one another. The Warriors' mistake, and I will say this until I'm blue in the face. The Warriors' mistake was not anything that they've done this offseason. The Warriors' mistake was what they've done with Kuminga the previous 2 years. It was really, really clear. So there was the title run in Kuminga's first season.
Yep.
Excuse me. Yeah, that was his first season. 21-22.
Yep. Yeah.
That's correct. Yeah, because the Wiseman was the 20 draft. That's right. Okay. So this is his first year. During his second year, when he was not able to crack the rotation, it was just really clear that he was not going to become that guy. At that point, you need to start looking into, okay, what can we get for this guy? And they just never did that. They kept waiting and went, okay, this is going to be the year that he figures out. Oh, no, wait, this is going to be the year he figures it out. And now they're sitting here in restricted free agency. They didn't have the foresight to look ahead and realize there's not going to be any money out there for him. They didn't have the foresight to realize, hey, you know what? Hey, this isn't really going to work out for us. They kicked the can down the road and kept crossing their fingers. They're like, oh, hey, okay, maybe he's going to turn into something. And now they've run into this corner and they're at a dead end and they have nowhere to go.
Yeah. And a player that in their system has realistically gotten worse every year. Like the last, so his second season, just look at the 9.9 points per game is one thing, but the shooting percentages, 37% from three, that's their system. You've got it. If he could have shot 37% from three, he probably would be starting for them. But then he drops to 32.1 and then he drops to 30.5. Like, it's just really difficult to see where he will find success. And like, look, we've talked about this so many times about different players in the King system. I said it so many times. I mean, Davion Mitchell got so angry with Sacramento media, he unfollowed all of us,
blocked everybody.
Basically blocked all of us. And I don't think we ever said anything. Well, I know I don't think I ever said anything negative about Davion. He works hard. He's a good kid. He's not a problem at all in the locker room or anywhere else. He's always been respectful, but he just doesn't fit. He doesn't fit the system.
Right.
He goes to Miami, boom, he fits the system.
Yeah.
That's what we were talking about. Yeah, we talked about Toronto when he went to Toronto. Toronto is a much better situation for him.
Mm-hmm.
The style of play, Miami, better situation, style of play is fit for him. That's what we're talking about. And there's a possibility that that's the same thing with Kuminga. He walks in the door and it's like, hey, look, he fits. That's what you're looking for. And he'll thrive. Or there's also the possibility that you run into the same exact thing. And you're like, look, man, you've got to get better on your defensive rotations. Look, you can't just, dribble the air out of the ball every time you touch it. Like if he has the same problems here and his career kind of sputters, then that's on him.
Yep.
Yeah.
Anyways, I saw this ESPN headline last night. I texted you about it.
Oh, yeah.
I couldn't believe this. I even read the story because I am like everybody else. I see a headline, I immediately have a reaction. Even though it annoys me when people do that to me because I'm like, that's not what read the story. Stop reacting to the headline, right? The headline's made to click, not react to. So I even clicked the story. The headline is Sources. Sorry, Dave McMenamin got multiple people on the horn about this to confirm. LeBron James congratulated Luka Doncic on new deal. That's it. That's the headline.
He FaceTimed him, right?
I went to read, and I said, okay, that sounds ridiculous, but maybe there's more to this. Maybe behind the scenes, there had been friction with LeBron and Luka, and now this is some sign that, everything's been patched up. No. Just going to read you the lead of this article, which is the first paragraph. As the ink was still drying on the 3-year, $165 million contract extension Luka Doncic signed with the Los Angeles Lakers on Saturday, Doncic's phone started buzzing with the player who has been the face of the franchise for the past 7 seasons, LeBron James. James congratulated Doncic on the deal with a video call. Sources familiar with the exchange confirmed to ESPN after the contract was signed and before Doncic participated in a news conference at the Lakers practice facility Saturday. Cool. What am I supposed to glean from this? Am I supposed to now be like, oh, maybe LeBron doesn't want to? Because guess what? LeBron's not getting traded.
No, that's an SEO move, man.
Doesn't see big time.
It's just like searching for clicks. I mean, anytime you put LeBron James, Los Angeles Lakers, Luka Doncic in the headline, you're going to get hits.
James was not among the half dozen teammates to attend the news conference or the group trip from LA to Vegas on Saturday night to attend the Backstreet Boys concert at Sphere. But the call continued the support James has shown for Doncic since the Lakers shocked the basketball world by trading for the 26-year-old superstar in February.
Is it a surprise to you that LeBron James didn't go to a Backstreet Boys concert?
1,000%. That seems like the kind of thing LeBron would be on stage at.
I can see him
mouthing the words wrong.
No, I can't do that. It's a Backstreet Boys. I don't know.
LeBron is definitely a Backstreet Boys guy at some point in his life. Or even if he wasn't, he understands the appeal.
Yeah.
If LeBron was on stage at a Backstreet Boys concert, there's a gang of people there who don't give a rip about basketball. Would be like, hell yeah, I love LeBron. He's a Backstreet Boys fan. Me and
we would have had to read about it on the mothership where LeBron James dances on stage with Backstreet Boys.
Sources. LeBron James and Nick Carter are tight. No, man, I read that last night and went, okay, nope, there's nothing more to it. That is a straight up puff piece about how LeBron James and Luka Doncic are getting along. Nothing to see here, everybody. LeBron actually didn't. That statement, that very well-crafted statement by Rich Paul after LeBron signed his opted in, no. Just forget about it. LeBron and Luka are cool. He FaceTimed him. And I love that we're doing the journalistic integrity thing of attributing this to sources and then just saying as the ink was still drying. Like, no, it wasn't. You don't know that. The ink dried super fast on that contract. That's incorrect. The ink was definitely dry by the time he got a call.
Yeah.
Anyways. Shout out to Dave McMenamin. Got lots of clicks, I'm sure.
I like Dave.
Dave's great.
Good dude.
That feels like one of those things that he was chilling and somebody went, hey, we need you to write a story about this. Yeah. Oh, God. All right. Fine, news desk. Here you go.
Oh, the 49ers have signed Equinemius St. Brown to
a
one-year deal.
They re-signed Equinemius St. Brown and released Andy Isabella because Andy Isabella got hurt yesterday.
Ugh.
Cool, man. Great. The 49ers made a bunch of roster moves yesterday. One of them led to a bunch of declarations by people smarter than me that the 49ers kicking competition is over. And I'm not buying it for 1 second.
You're here for the kicking controversy.
I'm not buying. No, it's ridiculous. I'm mad. I'm actually mad. Don't put it in the newspaper that I'm mad, but I'm actually mad. We'll talk about it next. That's James. I'm Kyle. He's Joe. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center.
I'm going to go fill up my coffee.
Okay. In Backstreet, Justin Bieber, one show, Backstreet. Yeah, concert looks super fun. Yeah, this is facts. I think the lack of consistent minutes for Kuminga had to do, like the scoring numbers, the shooting numbers. I think that is all so secondary to what the issues the Warriors had with Kuminga were. It was the possessions off defensively, or the lack of attention to detail defensively off the ball. It was the lack of improvement and consistency from beyond the arc, which is a really significant thing for Golden State because they've needed wings who could shoot it. And when you're trying to play him with Draymond Green, it gets really tough if teams aren't guarding him out beyond the 3-point line. And then there's just I always go back to this play because I think it's really telling. It's the one where it's gone viral a bunch of times where Kuminga gets the ball at the top of the key and Steph's on the wing wide open and he just slumps his shoulders as soon as Kuminga gets the ball because he knows he's not going to pass it. I think those are bigger issues than shooting percentages. Like everybody knows Kuminga can put the ball in the hoop. It's the other things that impact winning. Consistency as a rebounder, making the right pass at the right time, not falling asleep defensively, particularly off the ball. And that's what you'd see. He'd come in and have like a 3 or 4 minute stint and lose 2 guys on back cuts and then be out for the rest of the game. Ooh, I think he would. Yeah, because Suga is the reason that...
I think so. Same vein you were saying as before, kind of.
Yeah, Suga is the reason that Andrew Wiggins is an NBA All-Star. So I think LeBron would 100% go to a K-pop show. Like when BTS tours again next spring, when they go to LA, it wouldn't shock me one bit if they went to a Laker game and then LeBron went to a BTS show. Yeah, this is big time. Oh, hell yeah. Let's get into it, Anthony. Why do you think Steve Kerr's a bad coach? A lot of bad coaches win 4 titles, so I need to know.
I, for one, think that Steve Kerr is a phenomenal coach.
A pretty damn good coach.
But developing young talent.
Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil's over there. We are the Insiders. Sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and we're hanging out with you until noon. And then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC. I've decided that Anthony's argument that Steve Kerr is a bad coach is not a thing worth talking about. I think that's stupid, just to be totally honest.
Yeah.
Because Luke Walton went 24-0 or whatever it was.
Steve Kerr's a phenomenal coach.
Yeah. We're going to take that 24 games. We're not going to give Steve Kerr credit for the 2015 title, I guess, and the fact that he had the pieces and rotations in place to let a guy like Luke Walton take over and win 24 consecutive games as head coach, and then to come back and win 73 games that year, and then to win a title the next year, and then to win a title the year after that, and then to lose in the finals, and then 3 years later come back and win another title. Apparently bad coaches just do that all the time.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
I don't know why it would be an accident.
So
Steve Kerr, between being a player and being a coach, has at least 9 championships.
It's a lot.
I know he's got 5 as a player and 4 as a coach,
Yeah.
but he might have one as an assistant as well somewhere.
I don't think he's perfect. Don't get it twisted. He's not a perfect coach, and I think Jonathan Kuminga is a good example of that, because he has a way to do things that works very effectively. But that inability, or that unwillingness, I should say, to color outside the lines, when you go, man, this Jonathan Kuminga kid's really talented. Let's tweak the way we do X, Y, and Z to make sure that we're putting him in position to succeed. No, instead, he's going to say, no, those minutes are going to go to Anthony Lamb.
Yeah.
Because he's going to be in the right place. He's going to make the right pass, and that's all we care about. And I think sometimes I think that's a good thing. I think sometimes that's a bad thing.
Yeah, I think
I'm not calling him a bad coach because of that.
Yeah, I think there are players, there are coaches that are really good at developing young players.
Mm-hmm.
There are also coaches that are not very good at developing young players.
Mm-hmm.
And like when you have a system in place, you can't just be so top heavy, and you have to have coaches that are specifically there to bring along these young players and to help them develop and figure out what their roles are in the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
So I do think that there's a flaw in his ability to either surround himself with the people that can help him develop players, or to help develop the players themselves.
Sure.
What's Brown?
Mike Brown.
No.
QB Brown. Sorry.
I think it's Brett Brown was a Philadelphia Sixers head coach.
Mm-hmm.
I watched Brett Brown as the head coach of the Sixers go out while Nerlens Noel was a rookie, but he had blown out his knee.
Mm-hmm.
And I watched Brett Brown go out on the court and was basically stripping Nerlens Noel's entire jump shot down to nothing.
That's stressful.
And was just having Noel sit there and learn how to use his legs,
mm-hmm.
and then bringing the elbow up. And
mm-hmm.
he sat there and was working with a player as a head coach one-on-one.
Mm-hmm.
That is not something that you see all the time.
Well, go ahead. Sorry.
So my point is there are coaches that are there for that are all about the development of young players.
Mm-hmm.
But then there are other coaches man, you have a ready-made championship contending team. The goal is to win championships. It's not to bring along young players. I think Steve Kerr's made a ton of mistakes, not with Kuminga, with Moody. That's the one where I point to and say, look, what are you doing here? Every time Moody steps on the court against the Sacramento Kings, he averages 60 points per 60 minutes. You're he averages a point per minute. You're why is he playing 14 minutes and he's got 14 points and he's back to the bench?
Yeah.
And so I totally agree. But Moody is always he's trying to fill the role that you're asking him to. Kaminga's not.
Correct.
And Wiseman was a bust.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
So you have these different levels of, the biggest mistake they made is they had the second pick in that draft and they really loved Tyrese Halliburton, and then they couldn't pull the trigger because they thought people would roast him.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't a reach.
Nope. Good player.
We know that now.
Boy, they could use him.
Yep.
Yeah. So he has his flaws for sure, but I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, he's a bad coach. And I think with Brett Brown specifically, I think that goes back to, and my suspicions were confirmed, he was with the Spurs for a decade as an assistant.
Of course.
That's kind of what he did. Steve Kerr was not an assistant. He was a GM with the Suns, or he's in the Suns front office, and he was in the broadcast booth, and then he became a head coach.
I think he was an assistant before he went into the Suns front office. Maybe I'm wrong. But either way, you're right. He stepped into a situation where, he had a team that was ready to win a ring, and he successfully led that team to rings. No?
Steve Kerr as a coach, Warriors 2014 to present. That's it.
Okay. Interesting.
He was with the Spurs for those 2 years. At the end of his career, he's like maybe like a player coach.
Yeah, I could have sworn he worked on Pop's bench or something after that.
Oh, anyways, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil is over yonder talking about the Jonathan Kuminga situation and the Sacramento Kings. My guess is we're not going to get any real movement anytime soon. The more I read and hear from people and talk to people, I think this is just going to kind of go on forever. It's day 30.
I think it could happen at any time. Sure. I also think that this thing could get pushed out. Like the the need to get it done seems to be waning. And everyone's kind of like, okay, well, we're going to hold out until
whether
it becomes go time.
It reached, maybe it was like, I'm just going to say August 1st.
Yeah.
It got to August 1st, and that was the point of, okay, we either need to get this done before this point, or we've reached a point where there's no difference between getting it done August 1st or September 30th.
Yeah.
Just all.
Yeah. It's
so the urgency in the situation is decreasing. Great.
It is, but if you're a team like the Kings, who had aspirations of signing a guy like Russell Westbrook, you are asking a player to just hang out. And the same with the Golden State Warriors. They've got a group of players that they would like to sign on veteran minimum deals, but they need to get to the point where they're at the cap so then they can sign these veteran minimum deals. And like, they're just in a holding pattern.
Yeah.
And that's tough.
This guy's still going. Do I think Steve Kerr could win a title once Steph Curry leaves? No. That's not. Eric Spoelstra is the best coach in the league, in my opinion. Eric Spoelstra is the best coach in the league. The Heat don't win the championship every year.
No.
I think Steve Kerr would have a really competitive team, assuming that Steph Curry leaves and they make the right moves to not tank. I think they would be competitive, but I don't think a bad coach is going to take good players and make them worse, or take a good team and fall short of expectations. I don't believe Steve Kerr's ever done that.
Well, not only that, but
I'm sorry, I'm giving this airtime when I didn't want to.
Yeah, I mean, Phil Jackson won rings with Michael Jordan and with Kobe Bryant, and part of the time with Shaq. And his 6 titles with the Bulls also had a guy named Scottie Pippen.
Good player.
And a guy named Dennis Rodman, who made the Hall of Fame.
Good player.
Yeah. So, I mean,
and
like,
Steve
look,
Kerr.
And Steve Kerr. Yeah. And Robert Horry. Greg Popovich, has he won a title without Tim Duncan? Because I don't think he has.
No.
Yeah. Like, that's like, great players. They do help you win. I mean, but there's also a bunch of great players who never won championships, you know, and I'm not going to take away like their coachy. Like, I'm not going to say Jerry Sloan's not a great coach because Karl Malone and John Stockton, Jeff Hornacek didn't win a title. Like that, I'm not going to take it away from Jerry. Jerry Sloan was an outstanding coach.
Yeah.
R.I.P.
R.I.P. All right. Let's take a look around the NBA this offseason. And I just want to go through, and as we reach this lull where the only major domino left to fall is apparently Jonathan Kuminga. I wonder what they're doing in Chicago talking about Josh Giddey, or in New York or Philly talking about Cam Thomas or Quentin Grimes on the radio. Do you think in Philly they have Quentin Grimes watch? Are they on day 30 of Quentin Grimes watch?
Here's the tough thing, man. Has anyone else tried to make a move for those players?
That not publicly.
No. Oh God. I feel for Cam Thomas because like the offer they gave him was so bad.
Yeah.
I don't like the offer that's being reported. Brooklyn offered him like $14.1 million, which is a mid-level exception, and like the second year is a team option. Like, oh no. That's just not nice.
That's tough.
And then that quote we had, Quentin Grimes. Why pay Quentin Grimes $20 million a year when you can get when you could have had Gary Trent Jr. for the league minimum? It was like, oh
man,
that's tough.
That's brutal, man.
Yeah.
We're going to take a look around the NBA offseason, figure out which teams got better, which ones got worse, and which ones are not sure. There's a lot of teams I'm not sure if they got better or worse. So here are the teams I think got better. You can tell me if you agree or disagree. we'll start with the Atlanta Hawks. I think the Atlanta Hawks got better. They added Nickeil Alexander-Walker. They added Luke Kennard. They added Kristaps Porzingis. They did lose Terrence Mann. They did lose Karis LeVert. They did lose Clint Capella.
Yep.
But overall, I think the Hawks are going to be better this year.
I'm intrigued to see how
Jalen Johnson comes back.
Yeah, how Trae Young and Kristaps Porzingis work together. Because look, Capella isn't some like unstoppable force at center.
Sure.
But man, he really does play the role really, really well. And so I'm intrigued to see how that works. But man, they have a lot of young talent because they have Reece Shea. Again, you get Jalen Johnson back. You got Dyson Daniels, who all of a sudden became like a defensive stopper.
Yep. Onyeka Okongwu.
Yeah, Okongwu is a nice player. Yeah. That team did take some nice steps. And it's not just like they didn't just do one thing. I think they really filled out like the depth of the roster with some of those moves.
Yep.
And I like what they did.
Watching the Hawks last year, and I feel this way about a lot of teams in the NBA, where you'll be watching and you'll see their starting lineup and you're like, man, how is this team 15 games under?
Yeah.
And then their bench unit starts to check in and you're going, wow, that guy's in the NBA. All right. And I think the Hawks have insulated themselves from that a little bit. The next team I think got better this year, Dallas.
Yeah, they did.
Dallas got better. They added Cooper Flag. They added D'Angelo Russell and if you're looking for just a point guard to fill in while Kyrie Irving is out, I think you can do worse than D'Angelo Russell. Their big losses were Spencer Dinwiddie, Dante Exum, Kessler Edwards. I don't think the Mavericks lost anything major, and then they added Cooper Flag. That's a win.
Yeah, I think it's a win. But again, we're starting from let's say your team was like an 85 rated team. You traded Luka and dropped to like a 62 rated team. Now you're back up to like a 75 rated team.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, they did a lot of good work, but they also had like they needed a really big shovel to do work with.
I'm so interested in how the Cooper Flag thing goes, because everything you're hearing out of Dallas right now is, he's going to handle the ball a lot. He's going to play a lot of point guard. And that is a testament to his skill set and just how remarkable he is as a player. But B, I think that's going to set the floor or ceiling for the Mavs this year.
Yeah.
Because I think asking a player to just step in and be like, hey, we think we're going to be a playoff team. We're going to contend for the playoffs. You're a rookie. You're going to play point guard for us. Not necessarily your natural position.
Yeah.
Going to go play this really... That's tough.
I want to see, I can't wait to see Cooper Flag in the pros.
Yeah. That's going to be a lot of fun.
Yep.
Nuggets got better. Rockets got better. Clippers got better. Any argument there?
No.
Feel good about that?
No, I think the Nuggets, Cam Johnson, Bruce Brown, Jonas Valanciunas.
Yep.
Depth.
Yep. You'll notice a pattern here because the Rockets, same thing. Kevin Durant, Dorian Finney-Smith, Clint Capella, Josh Okogie.
Yeah.
That's the kind of offseason haul where even if it's just Finney-Smith, Capella, and Okogie, you can see very easily how those players fit with the Rockets, with their play style, in their rotation, and then you just add in Kevin Durant. Team went to 7 games in the first round this year.
You realize their 3 centers are Alperen Şengün, Clint Capella, and Steven Adams.
Goodness me.
Here, I need to give you a different look. Let me throw out a 270-pound behemoth that will throw you to the ground. Oh, look, I need a shot blocker. Look what I got. Yeah, crazy.
Yeah, man. We got to step aside for a second. We'll get to the teams that we think got better. We'll get to the teams that we think got worse. And then we might have to leave the teams that we're not sure about. Might have to dive into those tomorrow. But nevertheless, we've got more coming up next. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. He's Joe Brazil. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
It's crazy. Spotrac put out the offseason running back extensions. So Saquon got a 2-year, 41.2. Kyron Williams just got a 3-year, $33 million extension. Derrick Henry got a 2-year, 30. Aaron Jones got a 2-year, 20. Jordan Mason got a 2-year, 10.5. You compare that to the wide receiver list and what the especially last offseason, where every top tier wide receiver got 25 to 30 million a year. Just crazy how the running back position has been so devalued compared to the wide receiver position. Again, Saquon put up one of the greatest seasons in the history of the game last year. And here he is getting a 2-year, $41.2 million extension.
He's the highest paid running back in the league.
Well, yeah, but Justin Jefferson got like a 5-year, $180 million extension.
But the history on running backs that get the amount of touches, the recent history on running backs to get the amount of touches that Saquon Barkley had last year is just so bad. It's just impossible to justify. And we're going to give this guy $30 million a year. Like, no, you make him the highest paid running back on the market and call it good. Oh my goodness gracious.
Do we still not have did Shanahan address the Juwan Jennings injury / contract situation?
He said that Juwan says it's a calf, so they're treating it like a calf. But I'm not getting the idea that it's contract related.
Yeah, because that would be a real bummer too if you actually did have a serious calf injury as a player trying to get an extension.
What in the world is happening here?
I don't even know what she's talking about.
My goodness gracious.
It was 25 years ago that Alex Guinness died? I would have thought it was longer, Bryce. Considering that, the first Star Wars was, 47 years ago. That's crazy. Oh, Marv Levy? I think crested 100 years old.
Marv Levy is still with us?
We had this conversation ago. Yes,
Marv Levy outlived the entire band Lynyrd Skynyrd?
That's right. August 3rd, he turned 100 years old, Marv Levy. Wow. That's crazy. Wow.
I've been talking about the Niners kicker thing all day. We're going to have to put a pin in our NBA offseason discussion. We'll get back to that in a second to get to two things. One, I want to talk about the 49ers kicker situation.
Yep.
Two, I cannot believe that Marv Levy is still with us.
It's amazing.
I have known about Marv Levy's existence for, 20 years, let's call it.
Okay.
14? Yeah, we'll say 20 years just for the sake of round numbers. I thought that Marv Levy was no longer with us when I first learned about Marv Levy. That dude's been old since 1991.
It's crazy too, because if you look at when he was in the league and he did not look young.
Right. That's what I'm saying. When you go look at him on the sidelines, it's like, oh my God.
Well, yeah, but I mean, Pete Carroll is older than Marv Levy was when he was still coaching by a long shot.
This is my favorite stat about Pete Carroll's age. Pete Carroll is older than Mike Shanahan.
Oh, that's crazy.
Isn't that nuts? Yeah, dude, Marv Levy's been looking old. Oh my God. Let's get This is not what I want. Okay, this is fine. I thought I had a good picture of Marv Levy on the sideline. But yeah, Marv Levy's been looking old his entire life. He's like Sparky Anderson.
Yes.
He's looked old forever. And to find out that he's 100 is a stunner. Shout out to Marv Levy, still kicking.
Absolutely amazing. He hasn't coached in the league since 1997.
Come on.
That is crazy. And even then he was 72.
He was
97. Holy cow. That's absolutely wild.
Marv Levy's on Cameo?
What?
Oh, never mind. No, never mind. I would pay $500 for a cameo from Marv Levy.
That's amazing.
Incredible.
100 years old. That's absolutely stunning.
Shout out to him, man, and shout out to his family as well. All right. That's James. I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil's with us. We're the Insiders hanging out with you soon. And the handoff with D'Lo and KC coming up in about 20 minutes. So yesterday, the 49ers made a roster move that included the release of kicker Greg Joseph. And this was part of it was like 10 moves that they made at once. And we talked about it on air right away that Greg Joseph was released, but man, they have injuries on the defensive line. They got injuries on the offensive line. They got injuries at receiver, at corner. They have this joint practice coming up at the Broncos on Thursday. They're just getting bodies in. So they know they can release Greg Joseph. He's not subject to waivers, so he's just a free agent, and they can have a little handshake deal with him that, hey, thank you. If we get a roster spot that we can open back up, we'll give you a call. You're first on the list for us.
Yeah.
But I saw from beat writers yesterday, people who are around the facility every day, after this happened, saying kicker competition over. Jake Moody prevails in kicker competition. So much for the kicker competition. Jake Moody went blow, like all this stuff about how the kicker competition is over. And while they won't be directly competing mano a mano like we've seen, where they each take 4 kicks from the same hash mark from the same distance every practice, and they alternate those kicks, and we're keeping count. Okay, let's see. Jake Moody went 3 for 4. He's 21 of 24. Greg Joseph went 4 for 4. He's now 22 of 24. Okay, all right, we got these numbers. And Kyle Shanahan confirmed it after practice, and yet people are still talking like the competition's over. Here's what Kyle Shanahan said about Greg Joseph, quote, on why they released him, quote, more just the roster numbers. I would have loved to keep him longer, allowed them to play that out longer, but we had 13 guys out at practice today. We got 5 guys on PUP. That's a physically unable to perform list. It's just too many people to have that luxury. It's awesome to have 2 kickers to allow them to battle, but they're not guys who really take reps. We need more people to take reps for us. Follow-up question, is the competition final? Quote, he's not here, but whether you have 1 kicker in the building or 2, which you rarely have 2, kickers always know they're competing with whoever's out there, so I don't see much difference. To me, when you say the kicker competition is over, that means that Jake Moody, you are ready to say on your life that if healthy, Jake Moody is the kicker week 1. That is not the case whatsoever because, brother, if Jake Moody goes out against Denver on Saturday in the 49ers preseason opener and misses 2 field goals, guess who's going to be back in practice on Monday?
Probably Greg Joseph and someone else.
Yes, because Jake Moody is going to be gone.
Yep.
The head-to-head every other kick thing is over, to be sure. But Jake Moody's job is very, very far from secure. Very far from it.
Yeah.
It took 13 players getting hurt at other positions for the Niners to finally go, God, fine, okay, we'll release the second kicker. And they, like I said, they primarily did that because Moody would have been subject to waivers where they don't have control over the situation and he might have been picked up by another team. So I don't believe what you read. Don't believe what the media is saying to you about this.
Question everything.
My favorite thing is the people in the media who are like, what's the media saying? Like, you are. That's you. Yes. Don't believe the beat writers on this.
The jump to conclusion on this one. Yeah. I mean, hey, like, look.
And I love all those guys. I did not read what Kyle Shanahan said and went, oh yeah, Moody's the guy. Sorry.
I guess the question is Greg Joseph any good? I mean, is
He's fine.
Yeah. I mean, I can't think of going into another season with Moody.
If he's nails in the preseason, then sure.
Yeah, but he's proven that he can.
He's changed his approach. It's now a 2-step approach instead of 3. It gives him more control. Okay, cool. That's great. Love to hear it. Let's see it in games. Like, if he's nails in the preseason, then fine. You go into it because there's never dude, Jake Moody's issue is that he missed his first, I think, 2 kicks as a pro in the preseason, and then missed his first game-winning attempt, and then the next week missed again early in a loss to the Vikings. It was just this snowball effect from year 1, but after that, he was really good in his first year, except for getting an extra point blocked in a Super Bowl that went to overtime. But that's a different thing. But then last year, he was abominable. He was terrible, which confirmed all the priors from the early part of his rookie year. Even though he's really good for most of his rookie year, the early part of it, he was not. And then he's bad in year 2. So it's like, okay, the anomaly was that stretch where he was good. But I don't think that he is bad in some like catastrophic way. I just think he's all right. He's just like you said, Greg Joseph. It could be Zane Gonzalez or pick a kicker that's available.
Yeah.
You're probably gonna get right about the same results. It's just, do you want to go in, and this is what you're talking about. Do you want to go in to a season where everybody on the sideline is holding their breath? Everybody in the stadium at Levi Stadium is holding their breath when this guy goes out to kick a field goal.
Mm-hmm.
It's just uncomfortable because you've seen him miss, but he's not demonstrably worse than Greg Joseph.
Well, and I think every time he misses now, it's just like, oh, come on, man.
I said 2 kicks against Denver. I think if he misses 1 against Denver, it might be a wrap. Yeah. I think the leash is extremely short.
Man, he was 24 of 34 last year.
And if the worst among kickers with at least 34 attempts, that is the worst field goal percentage since 2012.
Oof. And what's worse, like
David Akers of the 49ers.
He's 9 of 9 from 20 to 29. He's 5 of 5 from 30 to 39. Yep. And then 6 of 11 from 40 to 49.
Disaster.
4 of 9 plus 50.
Disaster.
Yeah, that's not good at all.
You cannot be that bad.
Here's another thing that's absolutely wild to look at.
Mm-hmm.
He's 32 of 33 on extra points, right?
Yep.
You missed 1.
Mm-hmm.
But the difference between the 2023 49ers and 2024, in 2023, he was 60 of 61.
And I think his miss was in the last game of the season.
Okay, but that means that they scored 27 more touchdowns. 28 more touchdowns. That is wild.
That's not true.
Okay.
Jake Moody didn't play 17 games last year.
Okay. He played 14 games last year.
The 49ers scored. I can get you the exact number. Give me a moment.
It's going to be a reduction though.
It's going to be a reduction, to be sure. They scored 42 touchdowns last year.
Okay. Oh man.
Even still 19
less few.
Yikes.
Huh. I wonder if that Christian McCaffrey guy is any good.
Good player. Decent player. Did the 49ers get better this year? We'll find out. We're going to talk about now which NBA teams got better. We've been going through this. We left off we went through the Rockets and the Clippers. The Miami Heat. Miami Heat get better? I think they did. But it's really not by leaps and bounds. No.
It's just they got a little bit better.
They added Norman Powell. And Norman Powell is a legitimately effective scorer. It takes some of the workload off of Tyler Hero to be the perimeter scorer on that team.
Yeah.
Like, all right. I like it. And Simone Fontecchio, which the basketball geeks love him.
Yeah, I like him too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See?
I think they did okay there. Yeah.
The Knicks got better?
Yeah. Jordan Clarkson, Ubaselli.
They have an actual bench.
I still think that they're one player away. That's why, like, again, if I'm them, I am like, man, could you get Ben Simmons in there? And, maybe that's not the type of guy. Maybe there's someone else, but just one more of those guys, because that team is ready to win. They're ready to, compete for a championship. And you want to make sure that you have enough depth on the front line.
Yeah.
But they didn't lose anyone this offseason, and they made some quality additions, which is Like I went on Knicks Fan TV the other day to talk about Mike Brown. And I actually made the point, like, I think that they did Tibbs like a disservice by letting him go. Like, I think he deserved one more season, but the season that you actually, so last offseason they went out, they got Mikal Bridges, they got Cat. It cost them their entire bench to do that.
Yep.
Like, give him a bench, let him see what he looks like. And if he still plays everybody 44 minutes a game in game 50 of the season, and you're just like, man, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Then make a decision. But like, I would have liked to have seen that team with more depth than, again, Landry Shamet and Cameron Payne running sideways, and like the group that they had, even like Mitchell Robinson, I think he played 13 regular season games. Like, let's see what that team looks like with some depth, because Mitchell can provide that depth too.
Yeah, for sure. Orlando got better by adding Desmond Bane and Tyus Jones. I think Orlando is going to be really good in the East.
Yeah.
We might get the initial Paolo MVP talks this year.
No, it's very possible. I also think that like it did not cost you a lot to get Desmond Bane. It cost you like future draft picks. But moving on from Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, who was like a complete disaster for them. Like, I don't know what happened in Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. He was just not great last season.
That was weird.
And they paid him a bunch of money. But again, that opened up that salary space. It's kind of like what the Kuminga deal might look like for the Warriors, where you're bringing in a player that you're going to trade, and you're going to go get the player you really want down the road.
Yeah.
Something like that.
And then the Spurs got better too.
Yeah, I think
Dylan Harper in the draft. They signed Luke Cornett, bringing Kelly Olynyk. Well, Lindy Waters action.
Yeah.
Nice, dude.
I think they did get better.
Yeah. They couldn't, yeah.
Well, they also, you got to remember that what De'Aaron Fox played like 25, maybe not even that, 19 games. 19 games? Yeah.
Something like that. It wasn't a lot.
Yeah, and most of those were without Wemby, because Wemby got the blood clot. So, yeah.
So those are the teams that got better. Hawks, Mavs, Nuggets, Rockets, Clippers, Heat, Knicks, Magic, and Spurs. Here are the teams I think got worse. Or we think got worse, I should say. Celtics got worse. No argument.
Yeah, I don't think it's Heat.
And that's with the Tatum injury factored into. The Celtics are going to be worse.
Yeah, they lost Drew. They lost Porzingis. They lost, it looks like they're losing Horford. Cornette. And on top of that, Tatum won't play probably the entire season. Yeah, that's gonna be
Pacers.
tough.
Pacers, same deal. They lose Miles Turner to the Bucks, and Tyrese Halliburton's out for the year.
Yeah, and they weren't able to go out and replace those guys with reasonable replacements. That's gonna be tough. Yep.
The Bucks probably got worse.
I mean, it's tough. I think they got worse, but I don't know by how much. I don't know.
I just don't. Is Kevin Porter Jr. still running the point for them?
He's still there.
Is that their point guard option?
Man, that's tough.
Right?
I think they made some minor adjustments, but when you waived Dame, who was going to miss probably the whole season anyways, but you brought in Miles. I like the Miles Turner adjustment, but you lost Brook Lopez.
I forgot. They did sign Cole Anthony.
Okay, Cole Anthony.
So he'll probably run the point for them.
And Kuzma with a training camp and everything else, maybe he can figure out his way there. They got Bobby Portis back on a longer term deal.
I know Dame isn't who he used to be, but I just have a hard time believing that a team that's had Damian Lillard and then doesn't have Damian Lillard is going to be better.
Yeah, well, either way, they weren't going to have him because he was going to miss.
Sure. Yeah.
So, yeah, I think it's interesting. Like, that team is kind of like they had to be aggressive, and there was no way to be aggressive, and that's really tough to watch. A team that they're clinging to any hope that they can keep. They can keep Giannis Antetokounmpo around, but I don't know if Miles Turner is enough to kind of sway things, especially when Brook Lopez, like, and we put him on the Clippers. Like, the Clippers, like, summer is crazy.
Yeah, the Clippers had a great summer.
Yeah, they did.
We didn't really dig into their additions.
Yeah, they added Chris Paul, Bradley Beal, John Collins, and Brook Lopez.
And again, we're just talking depth. This isn't a team that added those guys and went, this is going to be part of our starting five.
No, one of those guys might start. Well, Collins probably starting at the 4.
Yeah.
But I don't think Brad Beal's starting. Maybe. Because they traded Norman Powell.
Yeah, but on a much more reasonable contract. Like Brad Beal's still an effective player.
Yeah.
So
especially at like $10 million.
Much better. I'm not calling them title contenders. Do not ask me to do that. But
that's right.
I'm gonna say, well, let's get through. The Pelicans got worse.
Oh yeah,
like on purpose. The Grizzlies got worse.
Yeah, so Pelicans, they lost CJ, Bruce Brown, Olenek. They also gave up the unprotected pick next year to add for Derek Queen.
Mm-hmm.
They added Fears, they added Looney, they added Sadiq Bey. The Grizzlies clearly got worse.
Yes.
Desmond Bain out. Jay
Huff. Unbelievable.
Amish Jay. Yeah, that's crazy. Timberwolves.
Yeah, lost Nickeil Alexander-Walker.
I don't think they got like markedly worse, but they did get worse. And they have Rob Dillingham, who hopefully will be able to ascend and take up some of that.
But we literally just talked about how Rob Dillingham, we talked about this with D'Lo and KC on Friday, and the value for Malik Monk and how it's not really there in the league.
Mm-hmm.
Like undersized scoring guards. I don't know. I don't know exactly where he's going to fit, but the Suns are a disaster. The 76ers lost Yabusele. I don't think they've gotten.
Paul George is hurt again. And
major question mark.
Yeah, and then of course the Quentin Grimes situation. They just didn't get better at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, very, very difficult.
The Jazz got worse on purpose. Yep. And the Warriors have literally done nothing. They lost Kevon Looney.
Yeah.
If you're not getting better, you're getting worse.
Well, especially
is my theory for saying they got worse.
And your team is predicated on like two guys who are over 36.
Yeah. They're getting older derogatory.
Yeah.
They're getting older like the Rockets are getting older. Hey, they're more experienced. Now they're getting older like, ooh.
Yeah, like Steph is 37?
Yes. Turning 37? Is 37? No, I think he is 37, turning 38.
Oh,
man.
Yeah, and Jimmy Butler's up there too. Yeah, Steph is 37. He'll turn 38 in March.
March 14th, Pi Day.
Yep. Oh, look, yeah, 3.14.
I can remember no birthdays, but I remember Steph's. I have my immediate family, my wife, and Steph Curry. Those are the birthdays I remember.
That's why you have to marry someone with the same birthday as you.
No, I got I got my wife's birthday down. I got it.
Yep.
But those are the birthdays I know. What? What, Joe?
Do we have to go?
Yeah, no, we gotta go.
I got nothing to say.
No, okay. I thought you were. I
was giving you a little bit of a look.
Yeah, no,
I don't want to put you on.
Giving me a lot of bit of.
I don't want to put you on the spot. It had nothing to do at the time.
What do you want to say?
Well, what's her birthday then?
My wife's birthday?
Yeah,
September 7th.
Okay, cool.
Come on.
All right.
You think I wouldn't bring it up if I didn't know?
I do that all the time, and then I just hope no one calls my bluff.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I got my immediate family: my mom, dad, brother, wife, Steph Curry.
You can throw mine in there. I was born on Christmas. It's super easy.
Oh, nice. Christmas.
Yeah. Oh, you're a Christmas baby?
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh,
yeah.
We should talk about that instead of going to break. Just mess with you.
All right. I'm Kyle Madsen. That's James Ham. That's Jesus. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center.
Jeez. Jesus Joe.
Joseph?
Christmas is a horrible birthday.
Dang.
No, that's a little rude. And I'm
your thoughts.
No, I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna become offended by that, even though I know what he meant. It's not. It makes me special, and I love it. Everyone always goes. They say, "Well, what's it like having your birthday on Christmas?" I don't know anything else. It's not like I have anything to compare it to.
Sure.
Do you get more gifts than everyone else on Christmas Day?
I get separate gifts.
All right.
I used to. Now that we're getting older, they're kind of they're starting to merge together a little bit. But like I noticed, like the aunts and uncles now, it is one card now. I'm like, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah. I don't expect anything at this point.
I don't expect anything at all, truthfully. Yeah. So it's kind of fun that I know no matter what, people are going to be getting together on my birthday and whatnot.
I'm going to get you 2 presents.
Please. That's awesome.
Or we could split it. You get him a Christmas gift. I'll get him a birthday.
That's a perfect idea.
The best part about having the same birthday as your wife is that people can't not buy you a gift.
Oh, nice.
They can't like show up like, oh,
one
we got
not the other.
We got you a gift.
Yeah.
Like for the wife, it's like, oh, where's my gift?
I also know Damien's birthday, sort of. You're August 16, 14, 13.
2 days before yours. Yeah.
13.
Yep.
And then my buddy Nate, his wife is the 14th.
Okay, very
All right,
nice.
so I got those. Oh, my buddy Nate is September 2nd. I know a lot of birthdays. Come on.
Yeah. I think J. Ross has this birthday the day after mine.
Oh, hell yeah.
May 16th.
I think Dave's is the 11th.
I don't know. That sounds right.
Doug is, I think, the 9th.
A lot of August birthdays.
Not of August. Doug's not in August.
May.
Doug's in May. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I was thinking of my birthday month. Yeah, May 9th. My oldest is May
8th. Intern D-Lo today.
No, that's true. It's true. Kevin's represented by Mitch Paul, and I'm represented by Aaron Turner. Tough game.
I'll do you one better. I was born in 2000 as well. So 2000 days, 2000 years, Christmas.
All right.
J2K. That's what my buddies call me every once in a while. That'd be my wrestling
That
name
won't
for
be.
sure.
Yeah, I was gonna say we're never gonna call you that.
No,
I
please don't.
Probably
Please don't.
won't call you that.
But wrestling, I think that's a great wrestling name.
J2K. Yeah, it works. Yep.
That's funny. What's going on, Dave?
Not much, man. Just grinding through another day, man. All good.
All right, babe. Oh. If Warriors sign Kuminga to a 245, can Kings trade for him with Monk midseason? Is that the most realistic chance? Maybe.
I mean,
if he signs that and waives his no trade clause,
yeah, he would have to waive a no trade clause.
or yeah,
And the reason why he waives, I think it's about bird rights. So I don't think you would want to do that if you're the Kings, because then you're getting a player who would be an unrestricted free agent after the next year.
Right.
And I don't know. I think you can still extend him. It would be on a similar money deal, though. But if all of a sudden he was really good, yeah, then you could lose him and not be able to, you'd be capped. There'd be a certain amount of money that you're capped at. Luka Doncic is expected to play this Friday in an exhibition game versus Germany for Slovenian national team.
he's super fired up because LeBron FaceTimed him.
That's right.
According to sources.
Gave him the motivation.
According to Dave McMenamin's sources.
He's fired up because Bronny wasn't at his press conference.
Mm.
That was a Dan Patrick take.
Oh. And time for the handoff. I'm Kyle.
Bitch, don't kill my vibe. Bitch, don't kill my vibe. James knows that song.
No,
Oh, definitely.
It's gonna play in his car when he gets home.
For sure. He's been spinning Good Kid, Mad City
For sure.
all month.
For sure. Mandatory.
That's James. I'm Kyle. Damian Barling here for the handoff. Joe Brazil also with us. Kenny Caraway being here in a second. Just saw him walk in.
I wish I had the mindset of my man.
Same.
Just
vibes.
different.
Just all
just
vibes.
different. Just different.
We've been talking about which NBA teams got better this offseason, which teams got worse.
Mm-hmm.
Here are the teams. We're on to the teams that we're not sure about, and we would like you guys to participate.
Okay.
I'm not totally sure whether the Cleveland Cavaliers got better this offseason.
Okay.
So they added Lonzo Ball.
Yeah.
They signed Larry Nance Jr. And they drafted Tyrese Proctor, who had a nice summer league. But they did lose Ty Jerome, who's big for them last year. And they traded Isaac Okoro. And they don't have Tristan Thompson anymore. Stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know if the Cavs got better. And I certainly don't think they're going to win 78 games again.
Yeah.
Or whatever it was.
Almost. 64, 63.
Yeah, like, I mean, it's a wash, I guess. Like, I don't think they got better, but I don't really think they got worse. I think the question is, are they a 64-win team again?
Sure.
And can that 64 wins translate to playoff victories?
Mm-hmm.
No one suspected that it would last year, and unfortunately, they were all right. So the question is, can they win playoff games now?
Yeah, that's gonna be a big one. The Lakers. I am not sure whether the Lakers are a better team now than they were last year.
I think they are.
How come?
Because I think anytime you make an acquisition like Luka Doncic in the middle of the season, I think an acquisition like that, you're going to be better the next year than you were in that 3 months. I think the market. I'm a huge Marcus Smart fan, so I think there's value in that pickup as well. But I think there's enough with 50 wins last year. How much better? I'm not sure. Western Conference Finals better? I don't know, but I could see them being a 52, 3, 4, 5 win team next year.
Yeah, they got better. They got better. I mean, and I wasn't even thinking about it for all the reasons that Damien just talked about it. DeAndre Ayton, that was their real one of the real holes on their roster was that big man. And I mean, DeAndre Ayton is who he is.
Sure.
Like I said, it's not going to elevate you too much, I don't think. But they got him for nothing, basically.
Right.
He was bought out. So they got better.
I like
technical sense.
The Jake LaRavia addition too. I mean, because it's a team filled with like high-end talent. So you need guys who are willing to go out there and do dirty work. And so I don't love the Ayton addition, but I don't think it's going to make them worse.
I think they got demonstrably better at center with DeAndre Ayton over
Jackson Hayes.
Yeah. But I also think they got way worse adding Jake LaRavia and losing Dorian Finney-Smith.
No, that's true.
Significantly worse.
That's true.
I think I shouldn't say that. Me personally, I think Kyle might fall the same way, into the same category. We always like the idea of DeAndre Ayton. Like he should be a bit more of a game changer. And then you see him after a while in Phoenix, and then after a while in Portland, and he's never really somebody that's changing the course of a game or a season.
Yeah.
So,
but if you look at him as a center and not the former number 1 overall draft pick, you might feel different. Like he's a guy who can play that position.
I agree.
He can.
Like is he a number 1 draft pick, game changing center? No, but he could play the position.
Yeah.
Especially coming from where they came last year. Like they didn't have anything last year.
Alex Lynn.
He can, but
they got mad at Alex quick.
Oh yeah.
Dude,
oh
it
my
was
God,
so
they
funny.
got so mad at Alex quick.
It went from hey, former top 10 pick.
Yeah.
Hey, maybe he can still play. I'm like, I assure you.
This guy sucks.
It's like he did one game. Why is he on the floor?
The thing with Ayton that okay, if you're not a number 1, that means you're not scoring on a high level, right? So to be effective, you need to rebound and defend the rim. And as a big man, that seems to be 2 of his weaker spots.
Sure. Yeah.
So that's where I always like the idea of Ayton, and then it just never really materializes. Maybe it's different with Luka and LeBron though.
I know this is such bad analysis.
I mean,
but
he's
just
a double-digit rebounder, though. It's not like he's.
Oh, he can put up 20 and 10, like in the right situation.
No,
a lot of WCS vibes there.
He's averaged more than 10 boards every year he's been.
I think that's a Willie Cauley-Stein reference for those who may have missed that.
WCS vibes. What do you average, like 8 or 9 rebounds a night?
Never. With the Kings?
Yeah.
7.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
That's tough.
I don't think he ever. I mean, 16.4 and 10.5 for his career for Ayton. I just don't think
bad numbers at all.
He just doesn't move any needle. Maybe Willie averaged 8 1 year with the Kings. 8.4. My bad.
Speaking of the Kings, better or worse right now?
Better.
Yeah, they're better.
Just because of Dennis Schroeder?
I think they're better because of Dennis Schroeder. I think they're better because they're not going to go through the Mike Brown, De'Aaron Fox thing again. I think they're better for similar reasons that I just said the Lakers with Luka Doncic. You acquired Zach LaVine in the middle of the season. That's a tough acquisition. The loss of De'Aaron Fox is tough, just like the loss of Anthony Davis was tough. There's some, acclamation that has to happen when you lose players like that on your roster.
Mm-hmm.
So I think they're better. Again, how much better are they? I think also depends on what were they last year. I don't feel like that was a 40-win basketball team last year. Now, maybe it wasn't the 50-win basketball team that we thought it was at the 4th of July, but I think they could be somewhere in the middle of that.
Okay, are they better than the team that finished the year? I think they're better than the team that finished the year. Are they better than the team that started the year? I don't think so.
So
I disagree. I think the team that started the year wasn't very good.
They weren't.
They were falling all over themselves at the beginning of the year.
Then are we taking a group trip down to Vegas and putting our life savings on the Kings over 35.5 wins?
I'll put Kenny's life savings on it. I don't put mine.
Yeah, I don't know about the life savings, but I put money on the over on 35.
35, I think is crazy.
That's a little too low.
35. What would you say? 35 and a half.
35 and a half.
That's crazy. That's crazy to me.
So what do you think
this is
the
a 35?
is?
You think this is a 35.5 win basketball
I
team?
don't, but I don't have any money at stake. Vegas sure does.
I think there's like 38 to 40 is where I would kind of put them. But if 38 to 40 is where you would kind of put them, I'm not betting the over on 35 and a half.
I feel like I could put them at 42 to 45.
I said 5 last week.
I feel like 42 to 45
I feel like
is
that's
not.
the ceiling.
Wow. Why is that? So are you wowing at the 42 to 45, or are you wowing at the 10-game difference between what Vegas says and what we think?
I'm wowing at the 45.
Really?
That's a lot.
So one of the things that we talk about often is they won 40 games last year. They have talent on the team.
Mm-hmm.
And they have a guy, and I don't mean to make light of this. I'm just saying what happened.
Mm-hmm.
A guy in DeMar DeRozan has wrote a book about depression, about his trials and tribulations, who said this was the craziest year I've ever been a part of in 16 years in the NBA. They had coaches quit in the middle of the season, either literally quit or emotionally, mentally check out.
Sure.
They had front office guys quit, both literally and emotionally and mentally check out. And they were still able to get 40 with that. Now, obviously, it wasn't the same team all year long that got 40, but they were able to get 40 with that. They didn't play with a point guard for the last 25 games of the season. You take a situation where, at the very least, Doug Christie doesn't have to do a Jerry Reynolds impersonation and do everything on the coaching side and damn near on the training side. You get a point guard in there. You get more time with these guys. You get just a front office that hasn't quit on you, that hasn't damn near self-sabotaged the situation. I'm not predicting 42 to 45 wins, but I can see 45 wins being the ceiling, and I would take the over on that 35 and a half.
How are they 4.5 games worse than last year?
Well, I think it's going to be based off of their final 20. They were 8-22. 8-14 in their final 22. And they were a team that was fighting for playoff position, where a bunch of other teams were not fighting at all for playoff position. They're like, yeah, we're good. We'd much rather be in the Cooper Flag sweepstakes. So the fact that they finished the season like that, that's not good.
But a lot of that stuff that I just talked about happened during that time. Coaches literally left the team. And if they left the team, they probably had stopped emotionally tapping into this team weeks before that. Same with your front office guy in Wes Wilcox. Same with your general manager, who damn near quit at the trade deadline. He damn near quit once he had to fire Mike Brown.
Yeah.
Mentally it checked out. So I'm not saying
I'm calling cap too, Hammer. They lost to Milwaukee, Boston, Oklahoma City, Orlando, Indiana. Now Washington
that was tough.
You can't excuse losing to Washington. They lost to Denver and the Clippers in the last month of the season.
Mm.
Those aren't tanking teams.
Well, no, but I'm not saying that.
I mean, they lost to Golden State, the Knicks, the Clippers, Phoenix.
Yeah, but at the same time, like we're looking at the end of the season where they went 8 and I mean,
that's what I'm looking at.
That's why Vegas is putting them at that number because they finished the final 25% of the season with a
32 win pace.
Yeah, 32, 33. Well, I don't know what's the win percentage.
Well, hell, I can isolate games too. Let's go to the handful before that where they were 7-2.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, if we're gonna,
had some
I mean, I don't know how Vegas works, so
sure,
it's why I don't gamble.
I think just if we're talking setting the over under, I think there is a what's like the opposite of a tax for being the Kings, because they're trying to set a number that's going to get equal action on both sides.
Yeah,
right? Like that's the goal here.
I think it'll probably be 37.5 by the time the season starts.
And that's a I know it's just 2 games, but that's a lot more like I don't know what I want to do with that.
Yeah.
35.5, like, I'm gonna hop on the over because I think they'll win 38, 39 games at least. But now you're talking about 37. I don't know.
I wonder if at some point, if Vegas is looking at the top of the West and going, okay, well, they're not going to be competitive there. And at the trade deadline, we might see DeMar DeRozan out the door. We might see Domantas Sabonis or Zach LaVine out the door. Where we see this just for the final 2 or 3 months of the year, it's just a full-blown youth movement in Sacramento, and wins matter less now.
That wouldn't surprise you, would it?
Shock me at all. No, not even a little bit.
And I kind of wonder if they're hell out of me.
Really?
It would absolutely. The idea that you could move Domas, Zach LaVine, you could probably move DeMar, but moving Domas to Zach LaVine, that doesn't even sound possible to me.
Okay, that's fine. But you're right. That's fine.
But if we go back, like look, Paul Charles, D'Lo and Casey, we're Kings apologists. That's perfectly fine. Let's go to these people because I feel like Paul's one of those guys who hate watches the Sacramento Kings. So let's talk to Paul and Secure and Bagley and the crew that hate watches this basketball team. Y'all said this is Chicago West. Okay. So that Chicago team that everyone clowns on won 46 games. And you said, well, they won 46 games because they have a real point guard. Okay. I like Lonzo Ball a lot. When I saw Lonzo Ball and what he was traded for, I was dejected that it wasn't to Sacramento. They went and got Dennis Schroeder. Whether y'all like him or not, Dennis Schroeder is a more than quality point guard.
Agreed.
He is the starting point guard in this league. So if this is the Chicago West, and they were a 46-win basketball team with Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan, the other alternative is for you to come back and acknowledge Domantas Sabonis sucks. Because there was no Domantas Sabonis on Chicago. So if you're, begging and pleading for Domas to be this all-NBA, all-star, watch starting 5, he was done so wrong, that's perfectly fine. But you're going to have to come back here in a couple of months and acknowledge that he sucks. If this team can't be better than that 46-win or around that 46-win basketball team. You take a couple of wins off for years, I'll go for that, which is why I'm living at 42-44. I can't get how this team is 4.5 games worse than last year with the Mike Brown stuff behind you, the De'Aaron Fox stuff behind you. De'Aaron, as much as I respect this game, was not worth 5 wins to this basketball team last year. Let's not rewrite the book on De'Aaron Fox.
Sure.
Oh, but I would say the chaos of the Fox situation probably cost you 4 or 5 wins.
Absolutely.
Which is not there.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Which
and
is
it's
not
gone.
There. The
And
chaos
it's not
of Mike
here.
Brown, the chaos of Monty McNair, the chaos of Luke Louts, Wes Wilcox.
All of that.
The
Not
chaos,
knowing who was running this basketball team from the De'Aaron Fox trade on.
Yeah.
the chaos of listening to KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader, always free on the Odyssey app. No, I think there's something to say for that, but
Cute that the kid got one right there. That's good stuff.
I was right there
Hey,
waiting.
we
If
need
you
to-
didn't have it, I was there for
We
you.
need to make some standings. We need to make some
I'm so
standings on that
confused.
whiteboard over there. Well,
No,
that-
no,
Yeah,
you
Tom,
could
hey,
wait.
yeah, we have to
You
do it.
can
Yeah,
wait.
Tom,
You were-
punch yourself.
You were getting ready to
Hey,
have
I'm
to do it.
putting
Wait
my
a
dub on the
second.
board.
You're-
I'm putting my dub on the board.
You're getting ready to lead us
You
to
guys-
something. Just let us sit here.
No, you guys go argue about 45 wins and stuff.
you brought up a good point though, Dame, and I agree with it. I agree with it. If Domantas Sabonis is everything everybody says he is,
and I believe that he is, by the way,
I think that he can be. I'm not as sold as I was. If he's everything everybody says he is, they shouldn't have no business losing less than 40 or winning less than 40 games.
Much less, 4 less.
If he's what everybody says he is, like, yo, this is a pillar and all this other stuff, you have no business losing less than 40 games.
Is someone here taking the under, by the way?
No.
Is Hammer? Oh man,
I'm not. Probably not.
I wouldn't take the under, but when I hear 45 wins and then I see Vegas, who does this professionally, at 35.5, it's like, oh man, 45 feels really high.
That's fine.
The thing is, the thing I come back to is, you guys talk about all this chaos. I don't blame anybody that looks at the Kings and goes, well, you have to factor in some semblance of chaos, whether that's with the head coach, whether that's with the front office, whether that's with a player asking out. I think at some point that's just baked in, like, all right, well, it's Sacramento. There's something's going to go sideways here.
So Phoenix won 36 games last year. Portland won 36 games last year, and San Antonio won 34.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
I thought that was a point, but I guess it wasn't.
Well, Phoenix is going to be worse. Portland is going to be better, and San Antonio is going to be better.
So, but let me ask you that. Now I want to stay right here, because to be honest with you, I'm not like really this like media person that like, oh, I'm gonna lay into these players and let them know that, you know, we mean business. That's not really my thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I think Domas get a pass, bro. He get too much of a pass out here. If he's supposed to be an all NBA player, what are we doing talking about 35 wins? Less than 35 wins. We're making 40, 47, $49 million. What are we doing talking less than 30 something wins?
What is he supposed to be, though? Because we're past him being a top 2 guy. We're so past that conversation, I feel.
Well, yeah, and also Luka Doncic didn't make the playoffs like 2 years ago.
That was unacceptable.
Well, I get that it's unacceptable, but there's like Luka Doncic
also made the finals.
Is a top 5 player in the league, and he still had a team that didn't make the playoffs. Last year, Devin Booker, Kevin Durant,
he's also made the finals,
and Bradley Beal last year won 36 games.
He's also made the final. Like, but we're not.
And like Devin Booker had Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal on his team and still won 36 games.
And we said it was unacceptable.
No, I get
we
that.
said it was that is. We're not like, oh well, it's cool. Not saying that's what anybody's saying here, but it's cool because you know that it's just the way the NBA goes sometimes. No, we was laughing at them. We was laughing at them all year and talking about how pathetic it was.
Mm-hmm.
That's how they were. But we're not going to get here if and Domas is the all NBA player that we've said a number of different times, and they win 34 games, and we're like, it's okay. No, that's an indictment on him. He's not who we think he is.
It's an indictment on everybody on the team.
Yeah, it's a pass, bro.
So what does he need to be this season? What does Domas need to be?
It depends on what you think he is. To be honest, to answer that question, I think he's a good number 2, potentially a number 3 on a team.
Sure.
And I think that's who he is. I don't think the Kings have a number 1. And I think that would be the reason why they struggle. If you look at Domas as a pillar, as somebody that you can build around and all this other stuff, he needs to be. We don't even need to be talking about 35 wins.
Can you be a number 2 if you're passive though?
That's kind of what I wonder. If he's going to get to that level,
yeah.
We're 9 years into this. This is his 10th year. We're not getting a version of Domantas Sabonis that's going to shoot it 17 times a game. Right. And average 25 a night. Like we're not going to get there.
And that's what you need from your top 2 guys. Like that's what the league is. Like that's not what he is. He's clearly number 3 to me.
Well, I mean, 100%. Even if he's in number 2, like his number 1 is going to be like the 28th worst number 1 in the league.
Who's the number 1?
I mean, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but
they don't have a true number 1 guy. Like they don't have a franchise guy.
No.
Yeah, but in the like, is it DeMar or Zach LaVine?
I'd say DeMar.
I see.
Yeah, I just think it's really difficult. Like, I get your point, I do, but like, let's look at a guy like Pau Gasol, right? Like, when he was running his own team, everyone thought he was a number one, but they really didn't win a bunch of games. I mean, they won some games. Yeah. He plays with Kobe, and all of a sudden it's like, okay, they're championship contenders. Mm-hmm. They win championships. Like, it's really tough to say, hey, Domas is not this, this, and this when he doesn't have a number one going into the season at all. And I can't have expectations for him to backpack a franchise and become something that he's not, just because the people around him failed to bring in the talent level that he needed to get there.
But what about
go ahead, Justin.
Real quick, what about like his playoff, like the first round against the Warriors and the play-in and stuff like that? Like where you need your guys to step up. Like he was pretty clearly shut down.
So I think
not every game.
I think the argument is less like how good is Domas and more we always say like, oh, he's an all NBA guy. And I think Kenny's argument is that he's not. That he's not a bad player. Not saying he stinks.
This is why people. My argument is, I understand why people look at that crazy.
Sure. Yeah.
I understand it. Like when people like look at that, like, nah, he ain't one of those guys. Mm-hmm. And we look at his numbers, we look at his regular season production, and say it warrants being an all NBA guy. Mm-hmm. But the metrics that you can't measure in numbers, where he lacks, that's where people are like, oh, no, he's not that.
It's the exact same thing people think about Zach LaVine, who makes the same amount of money, and he's been to the playoffs once, and his team was out in 4 games. Mm-hmm. And he averaged 19, 5, and 6. They just...
I think they won. Just a guy. I think they lost to 5.
Yeah.
DeMar DeRozan
did he miss a game?
Maybe, but DeMar DeRozan got a win in Milwaukee. He went crazy. Went like 43.
Oh, you're right. Zach LaVine did miss a game. Hey, if he missed the game that they won, I'm going to lose my mind right now. I don't know, where is it? Oh, they won game 2 even.
I understand that Vegas is the be-all, end-all, but the Beam team year was 34.5 wins.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. So
you're saying we've got 48 wins coming?
No, I'm just saying, like, this is how you make money in Las Vegas.
Sure. Well, what was last year?
This is how. The year after was 44.5. They hit the over on that. Last year was Sacramento 46.5. They obviously were under. Mm-hmm. Let's also take a quick peek. Detroit was 25.5 last year.
Yeah, we had the over if you listen to this program.
Well, that and I mean, Cleveland crushed.
Well, no, you want to have more fun? Utah was 28.5.
Yeah,
they won 17.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
Brooklyn was 19.5. They won 26. I mean, there are some that you shake your head at, like Toronto, who was 29.5, and they won 30.
Yep.
But there's
they hustled.
Yeah, there's they had the Warriors at 43.5. The Warriors won 48.
I looked at, they were tracking right for that number until they picked out Jimmy Butler.
Right, but that's not how Vegas works. It's not like Vegas goes, whoa, wait.
It's less about like, hey, Vegas is always spot on. Like they're because they're not doing projections. Like I said, they're trying to get equal action on both sides.
Right.
Like that's their goal. But the fact that they're going, 35.5 for that team, which if you had just said, hey, Kyle, off the rip, pick an over under for the Kings, I'd be like, 40.5. Mm-hmm. I just feel because they're right, they're probably right about the same. Mm-hmm. I wonder, I would like to know, man, 35.5. What are they seeing that I'm not?
Or are they
what are
just
people who are super down on the Kings seeing that I'm not? Because like I said, I don't think they're going to be great. But
we'll get the bettors who think Sacramento's a joke, and then we'll get the people who maybe know the game a little better and realize they'll hit the over. Mm. And that's probably an equal number of people. Thus, Vegas has accomplished their mission.
Right. Sure. I mean, look at this discussion. Look at the chat.
Hell, even 36 does it.
There are people who, on that number, are like, hell no, I'm taking over. And then other people are like, oh, man, under this thing going to be terrible. Whereas when you said, what if it was 38.5? Now you got pause for me. Right. I was like, I don't know. You're not going to get equal play on that. You know what I'm saying? That's going to be stay away. But 35, to Damien's point, Vegas, like, this is the number that's going to get people to play. Nobody's staying away from 35. You're either going under or you're going 37.5. I'm like,
that's a good point.
I don't know.
I think there's also like a very, very distinct possibility this season you get to January and things have not gone all that well. And you do at least trade off a couple of guys. And you focus the last half of the season on Nate Clifford playing a ton of minutes, on, Renault playing minutes, Isaac Jones playing minutes, trying to get Keegan up to the player that you hope that he can be. Like the Keon Ellis saying, like, I think there's a very good possibility that if this thing goes badly, if it's not like something that looks like it's a playoff contender, that midway through the year, again, they sell off a couple of guys, but then like, we've got to play these young guys and at least see what we got so we can play for a draft pick.
But my question is how? It's not like they haven't tried to trade guys for the last couple of months.
Mm-hmm.
They have. What they've tried to trade DeMar, Zach, whoever for, I don't know, but it's not like Scott Perry's going, no, this roster is locked.
Sure.
Like, what's going to change between now and February?
Don't know.
The only thing that I think could possibly change is the return price, and that wouldn't be good for Sacramento. And I don't see salary caps changing between now and February.
Mm-hmm.
So what changes? The Kings might not have a choice, and that's James, I think you were the first person to say it from Cabo. They might just be waiting for 2027.
Yeah.
I think they've got one real tradable. I mean, I guess two if you include Keegan, but I wouldn't trade him.
Mm-hmm.
But the one real tradable piece is DeMar. Everybody else, like I've said it for a while. I know people disagree. I think Sabonis is in the Zach LaVine category.
No one is taking that Domantas Sabonis contract.
I think he's in the Zach LaVine contract. I don't know who's.
I think that there would be Zach is in a different bubble by himself.
I think Sabonis is right.
Yeah,
there
but
in that
Domas
bubble.
is in a bubble too.
Yeah,
Domas
he's in a bubble, but a bubble below that.
Kyle was right though. You have a 10-year player. He is who he is. Like, we have looked at the numbers so many goddamn times over the last year. He's not changing.
Nope.
That field goal attempt per game is going to be the same. He's just going to do it at a 60% clip. I begged the man to shoot 2 more times a game, and that was it.
Mm-hmm.
2 more times a game. I couldn't. He can't. He absolutely can't.
At that price, it's not about necessarily the player, because I think the player is extremely helpful.
Sure.
But at that price, how many teams are saying we're a Domantas Sabonis away from winning a championship?
Well, and we talked about this. It's a different, obviously, conversation for a very obvious reason. But we talked about this with Giannis yesterday. It's about, okay, you're acquiring that player, but then typically the money that's going out in that deal, it's
going
to come out in the wash. Like, okay, are you getting over the hump by adding this player and sending out what you would need to do to match that salary?
Once again,
you know who could? The Lakers.
Yeah.
Domantas
That's the
Sabonis on the Lakers.
question.
But Domantas Sabonis on the Lakers at $40-something million isn't going to work.
That's the
There's a way to get there,
That's
in order to get him there.
That's the price issue. Yeah, at that price. So you're asking a team at that price to either say we're a Domantas Sabonis away from a championship, or we want to build around this guy at $47 million a year.
42, 45, and 48. Those are the numbers.
And they could trade Hachimura, what's his name?
Jared Vanderbilt gets you to 29. Gabe Vincent gets you to 40.
Yep. And you're telling me that team doesn't become a full-blown contender?
No, they're not beating Houston. No,
Lakers. No, I disagree. The Lakers absolutely become a contender.
They're not beating.
If you're one of the top, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And you don't have to give up Austin Reeves in that? Yeah, absolutely.
Defense.
That team is contending immediately.
Defense is horrendous.
Yeah, they might not win.
Defense,
but they're one of the last 2 or 3 teams.
They got nobody that can defend at that point.
I'm just like, you're telling me that
in the 13 to 11 million range.
If LeBron leaves next summer, is a tandem of Luka and Domantas Sabonis just like out? There's no way they're going to win championship.
No.
Oh, I like that. I like this a lot more if LeBron is on the team.
Yeah,
You build a team around those two,
boy. But the marketing possibilities with a trio of Luka, Austin Reeves, and Domantas Sabonis, woo, man. I ain't seen nothing like that since Bird, McHale, and Ainge.
It is definitely the opposite of Wesley Snipes and Passenger 57.
Well, good point. It's a good line right there.
Snowtime Lakers.
Come on.
What?
Oh, that's good.
That was a
No,
good
that's
one.
good. That's good.
Come on.
Okay, Lake Show.
Thank
Whoa,
you.
whoa,
That was
whoa,
I was trying to hit the show intro.
whoa.
My
Snow
bad.
time Lakers.
Someone
is
told me over the
phenomenal.
weekend, and I disagree. They said that's the number one drop on the station.
Yeah, it is.
And I said, no, first of all, it can't be. We're in Sacramento. It needs to be off the board. And I think there's something more. Even the acknowledge me's
No, it isn't. No, it's not.
Not even gonna let you.
It
Have this
was
argument.
literally
Yeah.
voted
That
as
says
the
losing
top
battle, man.
moment in the first 1,000 shows.
That was a bad vote.
We
that
had
was not the
Ricky
top
Starks
moment.
on the show,
We're-
and
that
they
was
said
a bad
You're
vote.
saying it's rigged?
No, I don't. I don't know who did it, but that was bad. Whoever
Casey,
voted was
someone
wrong.
told me over the weekend, yeah, Casey, you just wanted to bring it to us so we could try to take it off the board. Like, no.
Yes, get it off the board.
It's never leaving the board. You had an opportunity to remove that drop
That's
from
true.
the board. We gave you an opportunity to remove that drop forever, and you didn't take it.
What was the thing?
If you
to say I was
admitted you were
I'm not
a
a
Knicks
Knicks fan. I'm not.
Are
a
you
Knicks
in a
fan.
Knicks group chat?
Oh, not yet.
Oh no!
You're not in a Knicks group chat?
Not yet. They haven't put me in. They said they were going to. They hadn't put me in. And even if I was, I let them know I'm a Knicks supporter. I'm not a fan like you guys.
He's also.
I won't mention this guy's name.
No, that's
It's Kyle's drop.
OJS.
That's number one. That is number.
No, it isn't.
Hey, if you think I can just remove that from the board right now.
Like,
JS
the
is number
amount of
one.
people that have said "Okay, Lake Show," from children to guests to
I've done it.
I heard the Pope said it.
Yeah.
The
I heard
Pope
that.
said it.
Yeah.
I heard that.
I vote for Mitch.
I think sweaters were bought for OK Lake Show.
Facts.
Yeah.
That's facts.
I
There
vote
was
for Mitch.
merchandise.
OJS.
Yeah. That's
Of
tough.
course.
But what are you doing with him?
No.
No, don't.
Whose side is he on?
Man.
No.
All right.
This is sad.
Yeah, Kyle, hit the music.
This
dude.
is
Whose
tough,
side
man.
is he on?
Let's
Drink
hit
water,
the
be nice to
music.
people.
Jesus Christ.
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Absolutely pathetic performance from Kenny Caraway there to close out the handoff.
Bro, that clip overrated, bro.
Stop it.
Some people just have no shame.
Let me say that right now.
How come
That
I
clip
can't-
overrated.
Is something wrong?
No.
I can't hear anything.
You didn't hear Jesse just now?
Yeah, your headphones just turned up.
Yeah.
You can hear me, right, Kenny?
Yeah, I hear
I
you.
can
Yeah, this
hear
is a
you
D-Lo
off in the
thing.
distance.
Well, they
Hey,
changed
so much
the key
for that
card.
contract. Yeah.
They changed the key card and the headphone card.
Yeah, I think something off with my headphones.
Oh man. Well, hopefully his earphones won't blow up like they did last night.
Well, that's happened before.
We don't want that to happen.
Well, I don't know. Maybe there's something wrong with that.
So
It's
I'll
fine.
relay everything Jesse says.
No, we
Okay.
good. We're good. I got it now.
All right. Well,
It's fine. Welcome.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
That's a goddamn
that's top
lie.
five. That's top five.
No, it's yeah.
That's
It might
top
be
five.
top five.
It's top five.
Dude, go take a lap. Go
Bro,
take a lap.
this is
right now.
Bro,
yeah,
you need to
God.
get rid of that drop,
Take a
bro.
lap.
You sound
I don't
ridiculous.
need to be synonymous with the Lakers.
You sound ridiculous right now. You love the Lakers. Everybody knows you love the Lakers.
That's
It's all right.
cap.
Wait till Jason Jones gets here
That's
in a little bit.
cap.
All right, you know what? You know what? We're being unfair to Kenny. Who among us has ever owned a Nick Van Exel jersey in their life?
Well, Nick
Raise your
Van
hand.
Exel, that was my boy.
Raise your hand.
Nick Van Exel. I have. That was my boy. And that was in the jersey buying phase.
Mhm.
I think at that time, how old was I? I might not have been a Kings fan yet.
Wow.
I might have still been-
Wow, that's
I
tough.
might have still
That's a
been
tough
with
phrase. That's
I might have still-
right there.
Wow.
I'm just saying.
Put
Joe,
that
keep
on
it
the
real.
board. Can
Yeah,
we
I'm
put
gonna
that on
cut
the
that
Keep
one,
board?
it
too.
real.
So
I was
when
with the
did you
Bulls
be?
when Jordan left the first time. Come on, man. When Jordan left the first time, you know that. You was the same way.
Said I wasn't even a Kings fan.
I was
yet.
still a Kings fan.
Yeah, I wanted them to win.
I had my Lionel Simmons trading card.
Dwayne Coswell and
Dwayne Coswell,
I was there
Walt Williams.
when Antoine Walker did a windmill. I remember that. I was like, hey, let's go. I was at the game when the roof was leaking. I was there,
allegedly.
Bro. I was there.
Allegedly.
I was in the building. I was always supporting the Kings, man. But I like the Bulls. I was tapped in WGN.
This is despicable.
I was tapped in WGN. I was the spot. You know what I'm saying? Get to see the Bulls. Then Pete Myers got there when Jordan left, and I was like, I don't know if I want to stay here. They lost to the Knicks finally. I was like, yeah.
Were you happy or sad when the Bulls lost to the Knicks?
At that time, I was sad. I didn't like the Knicks back then.
Bro, you got your nerve. You guys beat up Leezy for his fair weather fandom. And we all know you're a Knicks fan, but you wasn't a Knicks fan.
I'm not a Knicks
back
fan.
then. You wasn't happy when they beat the Bulls because you was a Bulls fan.
Yeah.
And just acknowledged on our radio show that literally our ability to put a roof over our head depends on our relationship with Kings fans.
Right.
And you just said, I didn't even love y'all, really.
I mean, first of all, it's not that I didn't love them. Second of all, I'm just keeping it real. Do you want somebody that's going to lie to you or keep it a stack? At that time, I was about Jordan and the Bulls.
You've done nothing but lie to us.
I'm not going to lie.
You said you weren't a Lakers fan.
I'm not a Lakers
or a Knicks fan.
I was never a Lakers fan. And I'm not a Knicks fan. We've gone through this. It's just support. It's just support. So.
Stick with what Kyle and James were talking about a minute ago. Did the Knicks get better?
I would say no.
I don't think they did either, but I don't think they had to.
No, they just no, I take that back.
Careful.
I would say yes.
Okay.
They got Jordan Clarkson.
Okay.
They got Jordan Clarkson,
Yeah.
and they got what's the power forward's name again? From France.
Oh, Yabu Sele.
Yeah, Yabu.
The dancing bear, I think.
To bolster the bench.
Not where I thought you were gonna go.
Well, yeah, I don't know why you think I go. I don't know why you think I'd go there.
I thought you was gonna say maybe they got worse.
No,
that's what I thought you were gonna say.
No, what's
not
this
me.
all about?
That's what I thought you were gonna say. I mean, keep it real, G. Where was Kenny after the Lakers won the chip? By the way, that's a good question. We all know where you were.
Has any of us ever been caught in a Lakers parade before?
Not me.
Yeah, I got
not me.
Stuck,
I've never
bro.
been in the Los Angeles Lakers parade.
I got stuck.
Did
That's
you honk
all
the
it
horn
was.
and give them the let's go?
No.
Lake show.
No.
You didn't?
No, I didn't say
You
Lake
didn't?
show. I
Wait,
didn't
did
say
you
Lake
honk the
show. I didn't
horn
say
though?
that.
Did you honk the horn?
I didn't. I was trying to get through, bro.
Did you or did you not honk
Yeah,
your
I was trying to
horn?
get through.
This man
I was trying to get through. It wasn't in celebration.
Has been pandering to Lakers fans
Yes.
long before we knew
Yeah.
him.
This is, oh my gosh, this is cap. You know, people listen to you. You know,
As
people
they should.
believe.
Thank
they
God they
believe.
do.
That's
They
facts.
believe the things
Thank
that you
God
guys
they
say.
do.
There's a lot of people who thought yesterday was our last show, even going into today.
No, there was somebody on Twitter who was like, "Wait a minute, what I miss? What?"
It was more than Mitch. I didn't realize. I need to. That's why I don't tweet. Like I just tweet and leave and come back. Like whoa. I thought the Lex Luger meme made it clear we were just kidding, but
I think that's inside.
I guess.
Yeah.
Well, I guess obviously it is. But
I got it.
We ain't
I
going
understand.
nowhere. We here. We actually had a quick conversation yesterday at 6:15. As I was going to leave, it was like, "Hey, talk to you real quick." All right, this is it.
Okay.
I really thought this was the last show. We worked ourselves into a shoot. we worked ourselves into a shoot. So,
Now-
hey, you want me here? He was like, "Oh yeah. No, we're gonna get this. We're gonna get this taken care of."
Yeah.
Like, okay. This isn't. I looked right. I was like, "This is gonna be fun."
Uh-huh.
He goes, "No, I know. We got it."
Now,
All right.
now we got to be clear here. We have to be clear. Does the person you talk to think that a deal is done and you have to go check with your lawyer and stuff?
No,
Because you know how that goes.
The person I talked to was smarter than Jerry Jones.
You know how that goes.
Hold on, I got another question when you're done, Kenny.
No, I'm done.
Did the person you're negotiating with, have they gone and already told people the deal has been done?
No, I can confirm because the next line was, okay, we've got to get this done. Let's grab Complex. Let's sit down. And he does this all the time, which is why I love my guy. Let's start here. We'll sit down and then we'll go to lunch.
There we go. Oh, get the camera ready.
Aaron, we can't go to lunch, man. Like we can't go to lunch.
Get the camera ready.
I know you guys missed this part, but we've got business to attend to from 12 to 7 every day.
Bring them in here right now. We're going to negotiate this thing right now.
Oh,
get
man.
the camera ready.
Yeah, live on air.
Get the camera ready so I can take that picture. Yes, sir.
No, he's not getting dinner yet. No, that's literally a one-time thing.
That's very literally a one-time thing. Yeah. Well, I'm sure Kevin will get a dinner. Kevin will probably he'll get a full-on parade at Sky River.
They'll have champagne in the kitchen area.
Yeah,
yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Oh yeah, right. For Kevin, absolutely. Absolutely. Katie was like, "Hey, she texted me the other day, like, hey, I'm on my way home." I was like, "Oh, I thought you guys were going to lunch or something." She was like, "Well, Kevin has to do something at Sky River," and I'm like, "Wait a second." The hell does Kevin have to do at Sky River that we don't?
Hey, this is like when Randy Orton left Evolution.
I'm gonna have Kevin up on my shoulder.
Yeah,
and he's gonna give him the boom, thumbs down.
This is exactly what this is.
Oh, this is tough. This is tough.
Oh man, good times though. Good times.
All right, we'll come back, man. We'll get this show started. We've been talking about who got better, who got worse. There have been a lot of grades given out as it pertains to this NBA offseason. We'll touch on that, what it might be. And I have a question that I have asked repeatedly about the Golden State Warriors that I want to ask about the Sacramento Kings as well. We're just getting started. We're thrilled that you're here with us. It is the Tuesday, August 5th edition of D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Why am I getting emails from Jason Lee? I'm not mad at it, but what are you sending me emails for? Did you get that one?
Yep.
Yeah, Jason Lee, big fan of the show. Or somehow we're just on some media mailing list.
Yeah, it's like when Michelle Obama emails you.
but how does Michelle? Well, I guess if you've ever emailed Michelle or signed up,
you bought tickets, if you bought registered for a book alert, like whatever.
Shout out Jason Lee, though. That's pretty dope. Once I heard that's what he was doing, that was cool. Hopefully everything goes smooth and stays on the up and up. Last night, first of all, shout out to you guys because I felt like shit all morning. Very, very bad all morning. And the second I had come through here and get to talking, feel better, man. So appreciate the homies. Last night I spent a lot of the time while I was shaving listening to both Jacob Fatu interviews on 520 and on the Breakfast Club. Man, that guy's really cool.
Mm-hmm.
He is really cool.
Yeah.
Special cat.
Yeah, I'm a fan.
Do you really think, just thinking, do you think he'll get a world championship push at some point?
Yes. Yeah.
Within 12 months? Or is that a little soon?
12 months. I don't know if it'll be 12 months. I feel like Cody still has the main title. Like, as much as they try to pretend like it's not, I feel like Cody has the main title and the other title is the other title. I think you could get him in the mix for the other title immediately. I think there's a way you can get him in the main world title picture.
Who are we talking about?
Fatu, Jacob Fatu.
Yeah.
He's got it all, man. He's a good. I don't know about the technical wrestling aspect of it, but a performer,
They've had him.
He's really good, and on the mic, he's electrifying.
They've had him lose a couple times lately. No.
Yeah, he lost. I think he lost to Solo.
Yeah, he lost to Solo. That was an awful finish to that.
Yeah, that was trash.
Horrible.
They got to be better than that. That was trash.
And he lost the belt. He had the belt for like 2 weeks. It felt like.
Yeah, I feel like they've kind of brought him down a notch from his little monster vibe, whatever that was.
He's I think the reason why is because he got over, like he mistakenly turned to a baby face.
I do love one thing, as we were talking during the commercial break about some of the recent media appearances Jacob Fatu has done. When Jacob Fatu gets announced from Sacramento, California, I love that.
And somebody brought it to my attention, and they're right. That was an all Sacramento match.
Yeah.
Shout out Solo.
Yeah.
Shout out Solo.
Would they call him from Las Vegas?
I didn't even.
I think they said he's from Las Vegas, Nevada.
Yeah.
I think. Because and maybe it was just because they didn't want to announce two guys from Sacramento, California. Maybe they've never announced Solo from Sacramento, California.
It'd be kind of tough. Yeah, these guys are actually like really close family members who live really close to each other.
Yeah.
If they're both from Sac.
Yeah.
Got to keep some type of kayfabe.
Shout out to Sam and that whole family, man. They've always been supportive of 102.5 and you know, the different things we've done. I had Sam on stage with me at a Cinco de Mayo one time, and as much as I love my brother, I'm convinced they thought he was Rikishi because he had the blonde, he is he's a dead ringer.
Yeah.
And they popped. They popped when Sam walked out. I was like, hey. I was like, oh, I wonder. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. My man out here.
Yeah,
we had a good time.
Shout out to those guys. We say it, but we got to do everything we can to get Jacob on here.
I think Jacob follows us on Twitter. So
He does, yeah.
We got to
DM him then.
Yeah.
Hey, well, I don't think it works like that.
Yeah, well, WWE, please email me back then.
Yeah, well, they found out about the Ricky Starks interview from when he was with AEW, and we're like, sorry, guys.
That's another guy we need to see in 2026. They just kind of got him.
I wouldn't even, yeah.
Got him just.
I had told myself when I sat down to relax, like, I'm going to turn on Raw. I didn't.
I thought about watching it last. I didn't, but I saw clips. It looked pretty good. The Becky joint was pretty dope. Did you see?
I saw the Becky and Bella, right?
Yeah.
I thought she
did
yeah.
that. And I'm not even a big fan of Becky, but she killed that.
When she hit the you can't see him line, that was funny.
She killed that. You see Joe Budden and them were there?
I saw. I almost sent that to the group chat. The WWE put the picture out of Joe Budden, and I'm like, well, I mean, I guess he's hot. They dropped the hip hop media list, and they did the. I can't remember if it was Forbes. I don't remember who did the article after
Complex, I think. Oh no, New York Times.
It was the New York Times that did the article after he put the salary out there,
yeah.
or after he put the income out there. So
it was a little hip hop crew there. It was Method Man was with him. They were all together, like Budden
with
Method
Joe.
Man. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Budden Method Man, Kaz. He's like a writer, podcaster or a host on 7 p.m. to Brooklyn.
Okay.
He's a big wrestling fan, like a true wrestling fan. He was there, and then I think it was B-Dot was there too.
Okay.
But did you see the video when like Sheamus and somebody they were ringside, Joe and them were ringside, and Joe started recording like they had a brawl on the ring, and the officials had to come out. And Joe was like, "Oh, what's going on? Oh, this is crazy!" And Sheamus is being held back by like 4 people, like as close as I am to you right now. He's like, "Yo, this is wild. What's going on?"
All right, Joe.
It looked like they had a real good time out there.
I don't listen because I just don't have the time to invest into that show anymore. But I saw a clip where they did I guess this was on social media somewhere, that if you slowed down Michael McDonald he sounds exactly like Anita Baker.
I didn't heard that one.
Oh no, okay, we've got can you see if you can find that? I think it's Michael McDonald slowed down to sound like Anita Baker. When he played it, he put on I keep forgetting not in love, and he slowed it down
now.
And it was like, oh my God.
I can hear it in my head now that you say that.
It's crazy. You've got to it was wild. I was floored when he did that.
Oh, that also my did you see the video of Cardi after Jade lost?
No.
So Cardi was there like next to Michael Cole or whatever, and Jade just lost, and she's sitting there in front of her like distraught, and Cardi is like, get up, up, don't let this white girl beat you.
Oh,
get
man.
up.
Oh man. Damn.
Match is already over too. Tiffany's already celebrating. Cardi, get up.
I'm excited for Nicki Minaj versus Des Bryant whenever that ends up happening.
Well, the Nicki said, yeah, my husband will fight you.
She said, I'll give you $10 million. I'll give you $10 million to fight my husband. It's like, all right, Nick, and now Nikki's doing this thing where her posts are like 5 paragraphs long, and she's going at Dez because Dez is with Rock Nation. Nikki hates Jay-Z, hates Rock Nation, hates all of them. Jesse found the clip though. You have to hear this. We're right. I don't 100% know that this is clean, but I think so. But go ahead.
We'll try it.
Yo, this is pitch Anita Baker down. She sounds like Michael McDonald.
I saw that one
hasn't left my head.
Other way around. You pitch it up, and Michael McDonald sounds like Anita Baker.
So I don't think that was true. This is crazy.
I keep forgetting.
You bring me joy when I'm down. So much joy.
All right, so follow Michael McDonald's song.
I don't think the second one does. That's crazy. I found that clip.
Like
I watched that clip 50 times. I was like, yo. Now I don't even know what to believe anymore. Anita Baker might not even be a real person.
Have we seen them in the same place?
Michael McDonald masquerading as a black woman all these years.
Where Anita's singing for Michael McDonald.
Well, she said if you pitch Anita up and he does it, and it's like, that doesn't sound like Michael McDonald at all. pitching up changes like everything.
That is hilarious.
But yeah, that clip was fire. That's so funny. That's so funny. I'll give Joe Budden an A for that if we're giving out grades. Because everybody has been giving out off-season grades in the NBA. We went over except for the Warriors. The Warriors, despite the fact they've done absolutely nothing,
that's a true story.
They get the incomplete. Good for them. They get the incomplete. But the Kings have gotten everything from D plus, D minus to an F to a whatever. And that's fine. Like whatever. That's fine. How much does that change if you land Jonathan Kuminga? And let's work with the idea, because I don't know how else you do it. Let's work with the idea. It's Jonathan Kuminga. It's Malik Monk. It's some version of the trade that we have heard so far. How much does the perception here locally, how much does the perception nationally change on the Sacramento Kings offseason if they're able to get Malik Monk? If they're able to trade Malik Monk and get Jonathan Kuminga.
Just a little bit.
That's kind of what I thought too.
I think in this situation,
Warriors will get an A.
Warriors,
they'll give the Warriors an A+ for pulling this off.
Yeah, you get Malik Monk in the trade.
Monk,
that's a win.
There's going to be nothing but Malik Monk 6th Man of the Year reference.
Oh man, he's going to be the favorite. And even in that situation, like I like Malik. I don't know. Well, I don't see the Warriors having much of a shot anyway at their ultimate goal. So that's kind of where I come from with not really tripping that much off them getting Malik Monk, even though he is a hell of a player. With the Kings getting Kuminga, I don't think nationally it would make that much of a difference with their with what the grade is that they get. I think it would maybe go up, not a letter grade, but like what would that be? One tier, right? So if they got a C minus, they'd go to a C. If they got a C, they'd go to a C plus. I think that's the kind of effect it would have on a lot of people. And that's fair. I mean, a lot of that stuff we talk about it. It's content. We talk about it, but we also acknowledge and understand like King organization they haven't earned the benefit of the doubt with anything they do,
and the Warriors have.
Mm-hmm.
Malik is 6'4",
6'2", 6'3". He might be listed at something, but he's about 6'2", 6'3".
Okay,
he's not that.
It's
tall.
gonna blow this up a little bit. Yeah. What's J.R. Smith? 6'6", right?
Yeah, 6'5". Yeah, 6'5".
Okay,
6'5".
So okay, I feel better if it's 6'5". Is Malik J.R. Smith?
Yeah, version of him.
Okay,
for sure.
Okay,
yeah.
All right.
I think when you do talk about that difference in height a little bit,
because J.R. was the sixth man of the year,
Mhm.
or if he didn't win the award, he was in the Malik Monk spot for the award.
Mhm. Yeah, he
but he's also a guy that one who bounced around. Two, teams weren't clamoring to have him on his team. When the Cavs acquired him, they went to LeBron, and this I think was LeBron's first year back. I'm coming home.
Yeah,
and they went to him and they were like, "Hey, I think it was all to land Shump, if I remember correctly." And they were like, "Hey, they want us to take JR. How do you feel about this?" He was like, "No, I love JR. I love his game, blah, blah, blah." And then they, I think it was David Griffin at the time, he was laying out J.R. Smith could be a bit problematic. And LeBron said, "It's okay. I'll take care of it. Like he's my personal responsibility." So they had to go to LeBron to sign off on the J.R. Smith trade.
Right.
And I think it was Kyle asked the question, who knows how long ago here at this point, given it feels like the story has gone on forever, but how many championship teams clamor for a Malik Monk type on their team? And that was, if J.R. Smith is a Malik Monk type, it was on the Cleveland Cavaliers and went to 4 straight championships. Mm-hmm. He was there, I think, for all 4. Well, he was there for all 4 of them, because if the trade was done the first year, we all know what happened the last one. So, like, he was there for him, including the win.
Yeah. No, I think those guys are extremely important to a roster, to a team. Having those guys off the bench that can create, can score, can get hot, and carry a team offensively for a while. I think and we've talked about this, this, the price tag is the thing that worries people with Malik Monk. At $18 million, I think it jumps up to $20 million too. Next year, I remember seeing that. That's a pretty penny, for a 6 man.
Mm-hmm.
Not that it can't be.
It's not outrageous though.
I don't think it is.
18, 20, and 21 with a player option in that 21.
Yeah, I don't think it is, but it's got to be a specific situation. I feel for
I hear you.
For somebody to say, yeah. We're going to do that. We're going to make that.
The Lakers and LeBron James. Like, LeBron, we got you a J.R. Smith type.
During that time with Cleveland, JR was making $14 million a year.
I mean, that's 10 years ago.
Now,
that's a hell of a number, no?
Well, it is, but I wish you tell the whole story.
Okay.
So it looks like, because we haven't paid for the premium, we can't really break this down.
Oh, no. Well, we were promised, like, literally live on the air, we were promised $10.
It looks like when he got to Cleveland, he was making $5 million a year. They won a championship, and he was able to get 4 years, $57 million. So
well, that's not that different than Malik. Kings just didn't win a championship.
That's the thing. Like they win that championship, and it's like, yo, JR was a vital part of that. Like, let's pay this guy,
and he was
right. And that's what we got to put. But originally, he was with New York. He was $5 million a year. Denver, $5 million.
That had to. Was that rookie scale? Denver and New York. How many years?
Maybe so. By the time he got to Denver, that was his fourth. It was his second contract.
Oh, okay.
So maybe fourth, fifth year in the league, and he made 3 years, $16 million total.
Wait, who was he drafted by?
The Hornets.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, that's crazy. Drafted by the Hornets. I can't remember where he was drafted, but 4 years, $6 million was the contract. Total, $6 million. Made $1.5 million a year on his rookie deal.
Was he drafted Mr. Irrelevant? Damn.
Right. He didn't even get above $5 million a year until he got that $14 million a year contract. That was, when was he drafted? 04? That was 12 years into his career. 12 seasons into his career.
JR was the 18th overall pick.
Man.
But that was in 2004.
Mm-hmm.
Money was different back then.
Money was definitely different.
Money was different back then. It seems like J.R. Smith has played for a billion teams. He hasn't.
Just 3 teams?
He played for the Hornets, the Nuggets. He played for the Golden Bulls in China. Then he played for the Knicks, the Cavs, and the Lakers.
Yeah.
Man's won 2 championships.
Yeah. 2-time champion, J.R. Smith.
And he did win the 6th Man of the Year in 2013 with the New York Knicks.
They loved him in New York.
They did. Well, the fans did.
The fans did. Yeah.
The fans did. Again, he was a throw-in on the Amon Shumpert deal.
So to your original point, I mean, yeah, Malik Monk definitely reminds me of a J.R. Smith type guy. And I think if you're going to be a winning team, potentially a championship team, I think you absolutely need a guy like that. Like I said,
but is JR a better defender than Malik?
They're about the same.
I'm not saying really.
Yeah, they're about the same.
Okay.
And when I say that, I think Malik he's an all right defender. Like he's not an embarrassment, but he's also not locked down. I wouldn't classify him as that.
One thing that bothers me a little bit about JR is sometimes he's talked about like a bumbling idiot. Like J.R. Smith is not an idiot. Like that's an intelligent man who has one really infamous moment, and then he occasionally looks high. Like not that big of a deal. Matt Barnes was talking about smoking weed watching Kobe Bryant film today.
Yeah, but it's tough to have like one of the biggest moments in NBA history after all that. Like,
no, I know.
Not saying you're wrong either. I agree.
It's
tough.
tough.
It's tough. Like it's bad look and all that stuff. The way people talk about it, but
it's tough. Like he has to wear that. You know, that LeBron clip lives forever.
And JR,
but like JR is a smart dude.
I 100% agree with you.
I think bro retired and went back to college and
played
played
on the
golf.
team. Yeah, like
it was an HBCU.
A&T,
there it is. Okay.
And I think he was like on the honor roll at the school.
Yeah, like that's what I mean. Like
he's not.
The perception of him is probably a little off and unfair.
100%. I'm not gonna say he earned that reputation. That's not the argument I'm making. But he was a guy that was outside.
Yeah, right. Well, yeah,
so you know what I'm saying? Like he was outside in New York.
And I was gonna say, when you're outside in New York,
yeah,
it's different than being outside in Sacramento.
Right.
Not the different outsides.
Right. So you know that went towards that reputation. But I agree with you. J.R. Smith had a heck of an NBA career, especially coming in as a high school guy. Like he made it. He was successful as a basketball player and found a way to affect winning in a positive way on a number of different teams.
Polo L reminds it. J.R. Smith had the funnest time at the Cavs parade. Was he shirtless the whole time?
Yeah, he was shirtless for like a week.
That's right. That's what it was.
In
Like
his
I
game
think he was shirtless getting off the plane.
Yeah,
because if memory serves, they went to Vegas.
Yeah,
that's right.
And he didn't change. He
Nope,
was in his
he
game
didn't.
shorts.
Yeah.
No shirt.
Yeah.
And was just wild. And then
got off the plane. And Bron had that classic Ultimate Warrior shirt on, and here comes JR with his
JR had a time. Boy.
Oh yes, hey, salute. salute. So we've asked this question. I also think the idea, no matter how stacked the position group is, like stacked in terms of maybe quantity over quality, the backcourt is, I do think we have too casually talked about what losing Malik Monk would mean for this team. Like, we can't act like Malik didn't have moments where he helped win basketball games 100%. Here.
I think we've brushed over that though, because it just seems like
100%.
Teams are ready to move on.
Yeah, and that was the number one thing. Like, when we started kind of putting pieces of a puzzle together, like what are we so hell bent on getting Malik Monk out of here for?
To me, it doesn't really make sense. It seems like, for me, it's like he's been the heart and soul of the team the last few seasons. He's been I'm playing for Sacramento and this team rather than myself type of guy. You can tell that. He's always had fire. It doesn't make, like, he's a 6th man of the year perennial candidate and stuff. It doesn't make sense to me why you'd move on from him.
So could it be the 18, 19, and 21 that we were just talking about?
I've heard that's exactly what it is.
So let's take that, the 18 mil, 19 mil, 21 mil player option in the final year, and use that it's a unique opportunity to land, because I think we are all in agreement. I literally think everybody is in agreement. Love Malik, want Malik on your team, but probably can't build around Malik. Maybe he can be a pillar for what you do, but there's shortcomings with that, and there's shortcomings that you have to make up for.
Right.
You have a player that you like who's good, that you're going to use to get a player who's 22 years old, who you think can be a pillar of what you're going to build moving forward. And maybe it's not so much we want to move on from Malik Monk. We want to move on from Malik Monk. It's moving on from Malik Monk allows us to do something that could help build out our future a little stronger than having Malik Monk on this team.
Yeah, I think.
Wait, do you mean like in terms like it gives you flexibility, or it gets Jonathan Kuminga?
It gets Jonathan Kuminga.
I get that, but also weren't they just trying to move him to get Dennis Schroeder here too? Or is that kind of part of the same thing?
No,
parts now?
It's not. It's moving on. Like it seems like they're interested in moving on from Malik Monk.
From my understanding, I talked to a couple of people last week about this situation. And from my understanding,
the Malik Monk situation,
it's not personal. Like, we kind of wonder, like, what the hell happened in an interview to make them feel this way? They're like, it's not personal. They like Malik a lot. Talking about Scott Perry, Doug Cristiano, they like him a lot. The one hang up seems to be how they're trying to manipulate the roster or maneuver around the roster and some of the money issues they have. And looking at Malik at that 18, 20, 21 million is like, yeah, I think we can use that type of money elsewhere. And like I said, from what I hear and what I was told, that's essentially what it comes down to. They like the player, they like the production, but for where they're at as an organization and roster construction wise, financially, that's where they see they can make some changes and allocate that money a little different. And I get that. I understand that. Once again, I probably don't agree because I look at Malik a certain way, but to be honest with you, it feels like they're not alone in the league for feeling that way about that contract.
that contract even bad?
I don't. It sure as hell didn't feel like it.
When he got it, it was the going rate for 6 man of the year.
Well, man, times have changed, pal.
Yeah, it doesn't
Like,
feel
are we
like
going
it
backwards now? Like, I don't get that.
That's what it feels like. Feels like the whole league is going backwards.
I don't know what the issue is with that deal and with that contract. It seems good enough for me, especially for his production. This is a guy that's going to get you 15 to 18 points a night. And
Well, yeah, because like before it was like, oh yeah, they're gonna move off him so they can bring in Schroeder here, whatever the details were, whatever contract stuff and all that. But it's like that, I don't know, it just didn't make sense to me at all.
yeah, I don't get it. I would
Like, what else are you gonna do with that 18 million?
I don't know, maybe
That you can't maximize with Malik Monk there already.
I would be perfectly fine if the Kings were able to keep Malik Monk, have him be your backup guard. And there are going to be guys, and I think the odd man out in this situation would be Devin Carter. And if he's not in the rotation, that's fine. And you're not able to sign Russell Westbrook. It's unfortunate, but that's fine too.
I don't know if that's true.
You should have seen the text this dude sent me yesterday.
Who?
What'd you do?
Oh, don't do that. Don't do that.
What happened?
Someone in a separate
scene with this.
Oh no, it's something because your face got like you were just.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Put this on me. Put this on me.
Did you disagree?
No. No. Here, I'm gonna send it to Jesse right now. Hey, look, we'll just be honest. Devin Carter's not a good basketball player. We'll come back, man, because I didn't even get to ask the question that I was gonna ask. I'm gonna put that on me. Go take a look at that, Jesse. Get your boy over here. Steeler and KC on ESPN 1320. Hey, let's talk through something on the air, because I mean, no, on the commercial, because this doesn't have to be top secret. I was looking at holiday stuff, and you mentioned being off the week of Christmas. So here's what I'll think, Jesse. This you weigh in on this too. I'll work the 22nd and 23rd, Monday and Tuesday. You're off. You're off the whole week.
Okay.
Because obviously we'll all be off the 24, 25, 26. You work 29 and 30, Monday and Tuesday the following week.
Okay.
I'll be off that week, and then so Monday, Tuesday, and then everyone's off the rest of the week, including Friday the 2nd, because I don't see any point in coming back for one day.
Right.
So you take the week before, come back for 2 if you're okay with that. And then take the rest. We'll come back on January 5th.
Yeah, that's all good with me.
You good with that?
Yeah, that's
Jesse, what do you think of that?
Yeah, I'm here on
Christmas?
No.
Huh?
On Christmas, I mean, on Christmas, yeah, but 20. No, I think we'll be fine.
So it would basically be me and you on the 22nd and 23rd, you and KC on the 29th and 30th, and then we'll see what Kyle and James are doing.
Yeah, we can make that work.
Okay. All right.
Sorry.
And Dr. Davis says just do a Christmas show like the NBA. That's not just the NBA now. There's all sorts of sports to cover on Christmas.
Man. NFL triple header? I think it is triple header.
And so, is that Wednesday or Thursday? Oh, it's Thursday. All right, so it's not crazy. What are they going to do when Christmas is on Tuesday?
Play games.
Yeah, they are. They absolutely are.
If you could play on Wednesday during a pandemic, you could play on Christmas during
Oh, that's a good point. Good point. Pamela Love. Shout out Pamela Love. I'm pretty sure she's the only one here. So we were talking about Malik and kind of got lost in a Malik J.R. Smith combo comparison. But I've asked, as it pertains to the Golden State Warriors a couple of times, we all expect the locker room fallout to not be good if Jonathan Kuminga has to sign that qualifying offer and play with him, or if they get into training camp, and all signs are certainly pointing to training camp is going to start, because that's the end of September, or that's in September, before the August 1st deadline. That's there. It's going to start with this Jonathan Kuminga cloud hanging over them. Mm-hmm. And I've questioned, how does this work? Because we've seen this, we've read this, we've all read the book, we've all seen the TV show. They made it into a Lifetime movie. We saw that too. We know how Draymond Green is going to behave. We know what this team is going to do. We know how they're going to push this story out there. We've seen it. What about here, though? Malik's name out there a lot, as Jesse pointed out a second ago. Devin Carter's name out there a lot, which he already addressed at Summer League. But that's Summer League. Is it the same when training camp gets here? Is it just like, it's cool, it's business, and we're just back at it?
I think that's what you'd want, but I think it's not unreasonable, but also a little unfair to think that that's just the only thing that'll happen.
Yeah, I feel like I just have a feeling that Malik will look at it like it's just business, like it is what it is. Devin, and we take shots here and there. I'm not trying to take a shot right here. He doesn't have the cachet to feel any other way other than I need to be good in the NBA. It's his second year. His first year was up and down, to say the least. Even if he does feel some type of way, you're a second-year player. Buy into whatever's going on. Play good basketball. Start to establish yourself as an NBA player. That should be his focus, not they tried to trade me, so I'm pouting.
I don't think it's just a Malik and Devin Carter thing either. Like, this is a group coming into this season that's got a 2-year shelf life. It's looking like I'd figure if you're playing for something, you're playing not only for that season, but also a future. And it's I don't know, are guys thinking about what it could be beyond Sacramento?
Maybe, potentially. I mean, I think a lot of those guys could be looking at the right here and right now. Like
is DeMar DeRozan, I'm just throwing hypotheticals out there. Is DeMar DeRozan, oh yeah, I'm ready for the Kings, but also talking to his agent. Oh yeah, what's it looking like in February for us? Stuff like that.
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure he is.
And I wonder how much that affects a team.
Yeah, I'm sure that he is.
But the thing about it is, I think whatever anybody wants to do, they have to perform well. Even if you're in an audition for the rest of the league, like DeRozan, I don't know what's going on. Aaron Goodwin, make sure the calls are coming through or whatever. And Aaron would probably be like, all right, well, you got to hoop to be appealing to Denver or something like that. You got to show that you still got it, that you're still producing at a high level. Same with Zach LaVine, who might be looking at a contract in 2 years, not here or somewhere else. All right, you got to show that you can hoop. Everything is predicated for all of these guys, outside of maybe a Malik Monk, But outside of that, all of it's got to be predicated on their performance and performing at a high level. And that's where, it's almost like contract years, right? Like they may not be bought into their future with that team, but they're looking at it like, I'm playing for my next contract, so I'm hooping, or none of that matters. I need to be coming to camp in shape. I need to be ready for this whole year, because players aren't thinking about it as a future with that team. They're thinking about just their future in general.
Are they hooping? We're just talking right now. Are they hooping for themselves though? Or are they hooping for the Sacramento Kings that you're looking for next contract or that next team to look for you? Are you like, are we all bought in? This is the role they need from me. Like, I probably want to get more buckets and stuff like that, but this is the role Doug Christie has for me.
They might be thinking for themselves, but they're still one and the same to me. Malik Monk, his contract year was trying to get buckets, get paid.
But this is a team, though, maybe to Jesse's point a little bit, this is a team that desperately needs to establish chemistry. Like that was, I mean, even DeMar talked about that with the acquisition of Zach LaVine. He's like, hey, I know Zach, but this was a weird situation he was walking into. You know, we had lost De'Aaron, we had lost Mike. Like it was we were acclimating to the new version that we were, while trying to get him acclimated to something we weren't acclimated with yet. And, it was clear. Malik, hell, Scott Perry told Sean Cunningham asked, what does this team need? He said, this team needs time together. If the number one thing you need to establish is chemistry, things like what Jesse is talking about, looking ahead, wondering what the move is going to be, wondering what's next. Yeah, that could absolutely affect the chemistry.
I agree with you.
Like if you're with a girl that you're not bought into and you're thinking about, man, I wonder who I could find at the club this weekend, you ain't going to be able to establish a relationship with that woman.
For sure, but you're going to go to the club looking good because you're on the prowl. It's one and the same. To me, it's one and the same. You have to perform well. Now, does that mean?
But what's that do for your current relationship?
It's not really, in that situation, it's not really a concern.
Like, what if Doug is telling Zach LaVine, I need 15 shots from you. This is the way it's going to go. I need 15 or whatever. And it's like, no, Zach LaVine's like, no, I need to get more up for the sake of my next deal and all that stuff. Like kind of things like that, where Doug Christie has a certain role where it might kind of limit you, but it's better for the team.
I agree. Like that, it's important. It's imperative that they play well early on so they can buy into the idea of playing as a cohesive unit, for sure. But if Doug is like, I need you to shoot the ball 15 times, Zach is like, man, I'm gonna push that up to 18 because I need to get all NBA, so I'm eligible for this or that. I mean, if he's hitting, if he's producing, I think that's him playing well. That's him playing well. A lot of the times, not every time, but a lot of the times that will coincide with team success. So if Zach is like averaging 25 to start the season, super efficient, all this other stuff, I think the team will be well. I don't think it'll be a situation where if he's playing well, if all these guys are playing well individually, that there'll still be a losing team. I guess that's more so what I'm getting at.
I get what you're saying. I also think there's a difference between going and getting yours and playing well as a team, though. Because if you're going and getting your shots at the expense of others and things like that, or just at the expense of the game plan, like I said, throw out the 15 shots, make up whatever scenario you want. But like if you're going against the game plan, I feel like that hurts. And this is
For sure. Yeah. I also don't think they have that many players like that, though. I think the one person that you think might do something like that is DeMar. Like, I don't care what the offense is. I'm going to get my shots up. I don't know if maybe we saw just the unbelievably different version of Zach LaVine last year than has been the Zach LaVine for his whole career. But he's not a guy that seems like he's going to be like, I'm gonna make sure every night I get my 24 shots up. He seems like the guy where you've got to actually convince to shoot the ball more. Keegan's not that way. Sabonis isn't that way. I don't think Dennis Schroeder is that way. So the thought process is, we got a bunch of guys who, if it's going south, they're just going to take shots for themselves. I don't think they have those type of players when you look at the roster, when you actually look at the guys that are on there. But they do need to establish chemistry early on to salvage the season.
You can't have a slow start. And the tough part for Malik is I don't think these rumors are going to go away if this Jonathan Kuminga thing doesn't happen. Like if he starts the season in the Kings uniform, I don't think these rumors are going to go away. And it's the idea, just put it out of your head. Like, all right, man, like, cool. Like, it's not that easy. Like you're uprooting this man from where he lives and where he's been for the last handful of years and telling him like, nah, man, it's cool. It's just, it's part of the game. Get trades. You live in fear that you're going to have to move to a different city and live in a hotel until February. Yeah, like I'm not going to be shocked if he's shooting 30% to start the season if these rumors stay out there. But as you said, it's in everybody's best interest to play well, to get along, to try to establish chemistry, to try to go out there and be great. But man, I feel like this is a difficult dynamic, especially if you're not buying what the team's doing. And that I think is the toughest part. If you're not bought in on Scott Perry, if you're not bought in on Doug Christie, I think it creates some issues. We're breaking, right? We'll come back. Yeah, so we'll come back. We'll stay in basketball. We're gonna flip the script here a little bit and get to the NFL. Of course, we got Trysta Krick coming up at the top of the 2:00 hour. Jason Jones will be with us in the final hour of the show. We're thrilled that you're here with us now. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
John, you had me rushing to Twitter for a nothing burger, man.
George Niang.
Good riddance. He grabbed Jaylen Brown's knee that one time. This year's going to be real ugly in the East. I love the Celtics, but they're going to... I don't know. The MSK as the starting five is not too enticing.
Damn.
Pacers going to take a step back.
That's gonna be tough.
The Bucks are gross. Pat Riley's just better put together Jerry Jones at this point, but not far off from what he is now. If there was ever a year for them not to fall short like they have, I think, since 1973 every season, it'd be this one.
Wow. A lot of detail there, buddy. A lot of detail.
Just a producer producing stats. See if Mike Brown can get it done this time. John Krause is the team I'm watching out for this year. I think the Magic will do something.
Kyle says the Magic going to wind up being first in the East. Watch. Let me ask you, Kyle, like, even if they're first in the East, you think they could win? Because, like, Cleveland was first in the East last year. And
if they can put the ball in the hoop and shoot the three better than whatever that was last year, then yes.
Well,
yeah, they had one of the best defenses in the league last year. But they got to shoot.
Mark my words. All right. Good call back.
And unfortunately,
I mean, they can come out the East, so I don't know if they're winning the finals.
We don't ever talk about this.
Orlando.
Yeah, Orlando could win the East if they get their 3-point shooting fixed.
We don't ever talk about this with.
I got to do better
with Cleveland. I mean, they did lose like two.
Yeah,
that are starting lineup in the middle of that.
They did. Yeah,
they just beat the crap out of Miami for 2 games. Did what they were supposed to do, and
everyone was yelling at us for telling the truth about them after 2 games.
And they did what they were supposed to do when we asked, and then they got hurt. And
speaking of Sky River Casino, there's some things jumping off over there. By the way, 3 years of Sky River Casino this month.
There we go. Yeah.
Sky River Casino celebrating, I don't even call it its 3rd birthday. I don't know, but it's a 3-year celebration. There's you could go in there. You could get cupcakes this month.
There we go.
Let me see. What's the day? 3 years. Where are the cupcakes? I can't find the cupcake day.
I could just go in there and get some cupcakes.
No, August 15th.
August 15th.
August 15th. One of the first 300 guests to line up outside the market. You could go in there and get a 3rd anniversary cupcake. They got some great things jumping off, including a Japanese whiskey event going on at the Humidor on August 21st. That's big time. The whiskey, the cigars, not to mention they got ladies' night over there on August 27th. So the Humidor stays popping over at Sky River Casino. Get in on the action. Sky River Casino is the place to play. With 2,100 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games, sky is the limit at Sky River Casino.
That's interesting. You think guys can partake in ladies' night?
No, right?
Well, sometimes they say ladies' night like at a club, and that just means they're free or something like that. It doesn't mean that guys are barred from.
Okay, yeah, we need to know then. Is it? Yeah, that makes a lot more sense.
The line is the ladies are taking over the Humidor. Celebrate ladies' night with cigar specials, a custom drink menu, and live entertainment on Wednesday, August 27th, starting at 5 p.m. I'm going to guess, fellas,
stay home.
Stay your ass at home.
Yeah,
you can't get in that one. All right.
I'm familiar with the ladies free, guys $5 at the door rule.
That was a ploy. This sounds like a safe space. Come in here, have some cigars, have whiskey, chill out, relax.
Don't have to deal with no dingy men.
Yeah, don't have to do that. That is a lot different than ladies free before 10.
Well, that was a house party rule in Modesto too.
Oh, don't worry. I have run many ladies free before 10 p.m. promotions. I promise you that. Get the ladies out there, sir. Your busted ass costs $15. But your girl gets in free. It was all to get the club full at the right time.
And you don't have the right shoes.
You never do have the right shoes.
Well, poor Tasha. She says, Manny, I'm still waiting outside to get in.
Apologies to Tasha for that one. I want y'all to know, I never said this on the air. I took a hell of a bullet for that one. Oh, man. Whew, I thought after our last show, our first ever evening show, a handful of us were going to go over to the Humidor. You, I, some of our crew, we had a reservation. They had a warning. Like, hey, this is what we're going to do. Carrie was great. Got it. Understood. I didn't realize everyone was going to the Humidor when the live show was over. That's my bad. I should have called an audible, and we should have just hung out at 32 Brew Street when I saw the amount of people walk next door. Wasn't prepared for that. They weren't prepared for that. And it became a bit of a thing. Won't happen again. Sorry to Tasha. Sorry to Scooter. Scooter almost got in a fight because a guy who had clearly lost all of his money that day. Well, he said, I actually thought he was with us. I thought he was one of our guys. And then I recognized as he kept walking, he was still talking. And Scooter said something back. And it was like, oh, no, this dude does not want to do this.
Oh, man.
He does not know what is behind these two doors right here. You need to keep moving. So instead of, because I was ready to go with my man Scooter, hey, Scooter, man, it's cool. We kind of laugh. Tasha's laughing. It's good. It's like, nah, we're fine. Because I kept thinking, if this dude turns around, we have a huge problem. Because there's 15 of us behind these two doors.
Yeah.
He needs to keep going. And thankfully, Scooter laughed it off, and we were all good.
D'Lo said, let's jump him.
Well, I did realize, too, for him to be that upset, he lost a lot of money.
It was a rough night.
Like, his night was already bad enough. There was no need to make it worse.
Yeah, it was a rough night.
And let's be real, Scooter didn't need any of us. Scooter could have handled it by himself, but we didn't want anything like that. There was no need for that. But it was obvious my man was having a tough time.
So Tasha, Jess,
yep.
You guys try to go to ladies' night. Mm-hmm. I'm not promising nothing. I'm saying try to go to ladies' night.
Yeah, get out there.
Good time.
Yeah, I mean, make a reservation. Make a reservation right now.
Mm-hmm.
August 27th. Get out there. Ladies' night. There were 5 teams in the Western Conference. Trysta Krick going to be with us at the top of the 2:00 hour. So we'll have a lot of basketball, obviously, leading into TK, but we've got some football things to talk about. I just keep reading these reports on Matthew Stafford, man. I just keep reading them, and I just want to ask questions.
Okay.
I also got questions for you, Jesse, regarding your boy in Miami.
Oh, that's fine.
And I got questions for you,
for me,
KC, regarding Jesse's boy.
I've already tried trading him to the 49ers. KC didn't want to do the deal.
I think the value's changed, bro.
Yeah,
That's what I was gonna say.
Jesse talking about the 2 first.
Yeah, I think the
value.
value.
He's not talking 2 first.
I think the value has changed.
He's doing some Jimmy Butler stuff. It feels like.
Yeah, it's some interesting things going on out there in Miami. So,
so
we'll get to that.
Okay, yeah, because your boy. Oh man, I think his days are numbered.
Wait, who?
Poor boy.
Your coach, man. I ain't like his response.
Oh, hey,
I didn't like his.
Oh, you guys aren't
response.
telling me anything I don't know.
Your coach is wild.
This
hey,
guy, man.
That's my man, though.
Another day closer to death.
Yeah, another day.
It's the life of a Dolphins fan.
Another day. The Rockets, the Thunder, the Lakers, the Nuggets, the Clippers. They all won 50 games last year. The Timberwolves won 49, by the way. So that was the marker for last season's guaranteed playoff spots, 49 victories.
Mm-hmm.
How many of those teams that I just mentioned, and I guess we could throw Minnesota in there. How many of those teams win 50 games again this year? Again, it's OKC, the Rockets, the Lakers, the Nuggets, the Clippers, and the Timberwolves.
I think all of them except for the
all
Lakers.
6 of those teams, except the Lakers?
Except the Lakers and Timberwolves.
Oh, okay. So that's not okay.
Those are the 2
I
teams.
like Jesse. He got similar Minnesota shade. Like,
those are the 2 teams I'm looking at too.
Man, I'm not with y'all. I'm alone on the Lakers. Why do you hate Marcus Smart? I know why he does. Why do you hate Marcus Smart?
I don't hate Marcus Smart.
Yes, you do.
It's my guy.
Hey, I love Marcus Smart. Okay, don't do that.
All right.
That's my dog.
He don't make no difference at all.
Marcus
Smart. I wonder how much value Marcus Smart's skill set has to the rest of the league compared to what it did for the Celtics. Because he has just been tossed around since. Like Marcus Smart can be this culture guy and this rah-rah guy for the Celtics and be this leader. But did that work with Memphis? I think he helped out in Washington and all that, but he doesn't shoot necessarily well or anything like that. He's a great defender and all that, but I just wonder how much of his skill set fits outside of that time in Boston.
I don't want to deviate this because I haven't even allowed you guys to answer the question, but just because I don't know how much time we'll spend here. Memphis won 48 last year. is more or less than 48 wins?
Less.
I'm gonna say less. It's not.
Is it?
I don't think it's considerably less though.
Okay.
Maybe 4, 5, 6 games.
I feel like that's a lot. I feel like 6 games less.
Well,
is a lot.
when I say considerably less, like I don't think they'll go to a 32-win team.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm with you on that. But I think
they're still in the play-in.
I think that's a hovering around 500 basketball team.
Yeah,
unless
I
mean,
can see that for
unless
sure.
Super Ja emerges, like I don't understand that squad.
I think I could see that. I could absolutely see them being around a 500 team, being in the play-in.
Did you say you have your eyes on the Timberwolves to not win 50?
Mm-hmm.
Those are your boys. Wow.
I wouldn't say they're my boys.
Well, I'm not sure you're a Timberwolves supporter.
Only when they play teams I don't like. In this playoffs,
I think that's only Boston at this point.
They had the Lakers and the Warriors.
Yeah.
Don't like neither one of their asses.
How do we feel about Anthony Edwards at this point? We still all bought in and all that?
Good question.
Is he still the next up-and-coming guy?
Yeah.
ESPN was running a segment right now on NBA Today, I think it was. It's like, who players under 25 that you'd start your franchise with? It was like Wemby, Paolo, Ant was in there, Cade, I think Cooper Flag. I might have been missing one.
That's all fine.
I think I'm taking Paolo over him now at this point, I think. I wonder if
I don't think
not time's running out, but just more so if we're gonna see the Timberwolves take a step back and need a retool before we see Ant really stepping it up, I guess, taking teams deep into the playoffs again.
You know, I'm not sure Ant has the best supporting cast around him. I like McDaniels. Julius. I like Julius as a player. I don't know how much of a fit that is in Minnesota. They started to take off later in the year when he got healthy, so there's that. Rudy Gobert. I'm gonna be nice.
Say it. No, say it.
No,
say it. What? What are you going to say that hasn't been said already? Yeah.
Being nice to Rudy Gobert. That's pretty wild.
It's a waste. It's a waste.
That was kind of mean.
I mean, it's nothing. All right. Especially when you really need to win. So he's stuck with that guy. I like Naz Reid. They don't have a point
Celtics
guard.
are really busy today.
What else did they do?
Chris Boucher.
They added him?
That's a good look.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 1 year, 3.3. That's after the trade that they just
2004 numbers. That's crazy. League going backwards.
That's where we are, bro.
League going back.
Hey, it took a while, but that recession has finally hit everybody. Cost of eggs have gotten to the Boston Celtics.
Man,
why are I got bad ADHD today. Why are all these teams selling? Like Boston is selling.
Boston's selling. Well, their situation is clear. Like, we're not a championship team.
No, I mean selling. I mean changing owners.
Oh.
Like Portland's in the midst of a sale or got to start a sale. I don't know if it's public, so I'm not going to. There's another team that's going up for sale. And then we just had Boston. Mark Cuban went out on Dallas.
Right.
We had the Lakers situation jump off.
A lot of them are the Lakers situation. I don't know what happened, but Boston and Portland are circumstantial.
Jeannie Buss probably thought I'm tired of being poor.
Boston, it might have just been rich son running up the dad's credit card without them knowing for the luxury tax and all that.
Well, I don't even know if it goes that far. I think
Minnesota just sold. What am I talking about? That just happened.
He changed his mind, and
he
too late. Yeah, too late, buddy. Boston situation, from what I gathered, was the dad didn't want the team to stay in the family. He said, I'm gonna cash out. I don't need you guys fighting over control and all this other stuff. I'm selling. The son, well, I forgot his name. He didn't want to sell.
Wick Grousbeck?
Yeah, Wick. He didn't want to sell. Like, he was like, no, I want to keep the team. Give it to me or whatever. And the dad was like, no, this is what I'm doing. I'm not having this tear up the family or nothing like that. So that was that. Portland, Paul Allen made them sell.
Did he pass away?
He passed away.
And it was in his.
And they had to sell.
Yeah.
You think about Phoenix, obviously, he was kind of forced out.
Right. Yeah.
Minnesota, they were ready to sell, and then he's like,
they weren't.
No, I made a mistake.
Never mind.
The
cancel transaction.
the Dallas one, I don't know. I'm not sure.
The Dallas one was a lot closer to the Lakers deal in that Cuban's still involved. He didn't maintain the governor spot that Jeannie allegedly is going to maintain for a while.
Right.
But
and the Lakers one,
he's still a part of an ownership group.
I'm not sure why. I mean, it feels like the Lakers were bringing in money hand over fist. You're an owner in this league. You're about to get this TV money.
Correct me if I'm wrong, though. The Lakers don't own that arena.
No, that's AEG.
That's AEG, which means they pay rent.
True.
They pay rent on the Staples Center. Like, I think a lot of the Lakers money is like it's a mirage.
Yeah.
Like meaning they're obviously making that money, but there's money that goes to the league, money that goes to the players. Once it's all then you've got like rent, like you've got all of these different things.
Rents do.
Yeah, like you're like, I joke, Jeannie's not poor, but she's not I forgot the guy that bought it. He's not that.
No.
She's not Joe Tsai.
Right.
You know, Jeannie Buss, not anymore, because I think he's actually made some pretty savvy financial decisions for himself in recent years. But Jeannie is what Mark Davis was. Mark Davis did not have money that was not tied to the Oakland or Las Vegas Raiders. Jeannie's money was, I mean, I know she started, was it Glow? She had maybe, I don't know if she brought back Glow or didn't she have a women's wrestling league? Or did she have a rollers? She had something.
Yeah, she had something. And I remember seeing it on like K-Max on Sunday at 11:45.
Well, that sounds like Glow.
I think it was
Jeannie Buss had Woman of Wrestling.
Yeah,
wow.
I think it was
okay.
Wrestling.
Yeah, like, so that's, again, it's not the same as Steve Ballmer.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the same as, you know, even Paul Allen and all of these. It's not the same as James Dolan.
But
gross as that is.
So, and he's making money, and he owns the Garden, and he owns the Forum.
He owns the Sphere, doesn't he?
Yeah, that was actually struggling too. But they said they were going to build another Sphere.
I don't know. They had the Backstreet Boys in there, and that thing looked lit. Like that. You know what they're doing? And I was told we can't go. I really want to go. They're showing the Wizard of Oz inside the Sphere.
Oh, wow.
Like, yeah, I want to. Come on, man.
Why can't we go?
We?
Or you can't go?
I was told, well, because we're taking a Christmas trip to New York. I was told we don't need to take a fall trip to Las Vegas.
You. No, you can't go. Me and Casey catch us at Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, we there.
Sounds like a you problem.
It's definitely a me problem.
It was dope when they had the UFC event in there. That was really dope.
I don't think I saw much from that.
Yeah, I saw the last 2 matches of that night. That was cool.
Okay.
That was really cool.
I always thought a WWE event there would probably be pretty fire.
Yeah.
I mean, they did the Thunderdome for like a year. They could do the Sphere.
That'd be fire. So I'm looking at this situation, and look, she made, what was it, $10 billion off the Lakers sale?
I'm sure something like that. Like the sale price was insane.
And I would just ask, like, what does a team make on average per year in the NBA? They say the league's total revenue in 2024 surpassed 11.3 billion. This is AI, by the way, with an average of around 387 million per team. So you make $400 million per team. The Lakers have their own network, so they've got probably the best.
Is that their own network? What's it called? Sports
Time Warner Sports LA or something like that.
Okay,
that's the Lakers network. Lakers, and I'm trying to think. I can't remember if the Dodgers have their own or the Dodgers games play on the Lakers network. I think the Dodgers have their own, actually.
Okay.
So that's
Dodger Vision.
Oh gosh, they used to have Giants Vision. Did you order any games from Giants Vision?
Yeah, all of them. It was a season ticket holder.
Yeah, Lakers own corners, I guess, for Spectrum. It used to be Time Warner. Spectrum now.
Spectrum, that's right. Spectrum.
So when you say it's the Lakers network, they own it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's got to be. I say that to say that's probably the best TV deal
They own half of it.
Well, I was going to say, how could it be? They're not getting any money in from it. Well, I guess you're getting ad dollars in from it.
Yeah. That's what, isn't that what Silver is aspiring for all these teams to do? To have some form of their own network so they don't have to deal with the middleman, which is cable, which is
I think
NBC
Adam
Sports
Silver is aspiring to have anything but what they have right now. Yeah. Whether it's Spectrum, Time Warner, whatever, Brooklyn Nets Vision, or some sort of streaming platform.
Right.
I just don't think he wants Sacramento Kings on NBC Sports California.
Right.
That's what I think he doesn't want.
Right. So
he wants Pizza Guys commercials to die, is what Adam Silver wants.
So Jeannie and the Lakers before were bringing in about, let's just say about $500 million a year.
Okay. But what's it cost to run the Los Angeles Lakers? Like, what is the actual income into that? Because
salaries alone are what, 260 or something like that.
So there's 260. Yeah, so there's 260. Then again, there's rent for the Staples Center. You've got employees to pay. Yeah. Like, I mean, like even if it's that 500 million could quickly become 100 million or 80 million. They sold for $10 billion. You know, when you talk about owners, again, it's having an income or having having your income tied solely to the sports team.
Right.
Whereas, you know, as problematic as he might be, Jerry, there is no one in the Jerry Jones bloodline that will ever have to work outside of a Jerry Jones owned business ever. Ever. They don't even actually have to work.
No.
All of these different things that he has done between that stadium, the concessions, all of this, the ways that Jerry Jones is interwoven throughout the entire National Football League is going to keep his bloodline wealthy, rich, white, Texas oil man wealthy forever. Yeah. And he's a genius. He's brilliant for that. You know, Mark has been selling off pieces of the Los Angeles Lakers, or excuse me, pieces of the Las Vegas Raiders to have money now that's not tied to the Las Vegas Raiders. Now he's got the Aces. Now he's invested in other things to where now he's wealthy outside of that famous logo, which he absolutely never was before.
So maybe that answers that question with the Lakers. Like, it just weren't bringing in the money that we could by selling this off. Dallas is the one I don't have an answer for. I'm not sure. Well, the answer would be Mark Cuban sold with hopes of getting involved in casino money that's going into Dallas.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
maybe he saw that as an opportunity to build on this portfolio. So I guess they all got reasons, except for Minnesota when he just said, no. Actually, no, I don't want to.
Was it Glenn Taylor? Glenn Taylor said, this team sucks, I'm out. He was like, oh, wait a minute. No. Hey, Adam, it's me. I changed my mind.
And Adam goes, get ready to learn Chinese, buddy.
Can you imagine just, I messed up this business deal. Damn it. Only made $6 billion. Shoot.
Damn it.
Glenn Taylor's hella old too, isn't he?
I think so.
He's like in his 70s or 80s, isn't he? That might be an exaggeration, but he's pretty old.
I feel like he is. So
he's 84.
Hey,
really?
He's an OG. He's an OG. Cashed out.
That's older than an OG.
Cashed out.
I don't know what you classify someone who's 84, but it's something stronger than an OG.
Yeah. So
goodness gracious.
I wonder if we see any more coming up. I don't think so. I think everybody's locked in. TV deal.
Well, there's one I just sent to your phone.
Oh.
There's another one coming again. I don't know if that's public, so we'll just keep it to ourselves. But there is another NBA team that's going to be sold soon, or that process is going to start soon. And that's really what sparked is this happening? Like, why is everybody getting out of this game? And maybe it is just cashing out. I mean, again, Glenn Taylor, this process, I mean, 84 process probably started when he was 82. Like, man, I ain't got nothing else to do.
Right.
Like, I'm getting out of this.
And if you don't love it that much, if you don't love Team X and owning Team X, you just kind of look at it as a little bit of an asset. Yeah, you might think about getting out of this situation.
And that's, I think, for what some guys it is. One, it's a key card into an exclusive club, or it's an asset. And at this point, you're asset managing, and you're saying, well, if the Lakers sold, I'm not going to get 10. Dallas might be my floor. So if I'm looking, and I can't remember what Dallas was, so play along. If I'm looking at 4 to 10, and my investment was $450,000 or $450 million, excuse me. Yeah, I'm good.
Whatchamacallit just sold not too long ago too. We forgot to mention them. Milwaukee. Wasn't too long ago. It was probably in the last 4 or 5 years.
Didn't Milwaukee sell when Sacramento sold, or did they sell again?
I thought it was a little later. It might have been again because there was more threats about them leaving.
Damn. Like,
maybe
third of the league is sold.
Yeah, maybe they did sell when the Kings did, and that was.
I thought they sold around the same time, but I'm not sure. We'll come back. We didn't even get to the question I asked. Like, I got.
What was even your question again?
It doesn't matter. Steven and Casey on ESPN 1320.
That's what happened. They kind of sold a stake in the team for $3.5 billion in 2023. The Haslams. Wow.
Hey, right on, Pedro. Thanks, man. 23 years as a radio host. Damn right. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise either.
This helped yesterday. It's freezing.
I don't think OKC is up for sale. J2 Nice. I think they're building a stadium. I mean,
a whole district.
Yeah.
It looks fire too. San Antonio's building one too. They're building a whole district as well.
Yeah, Scooter, we're gonna have to hold on to their. We're gonna have to hold out on that other side of the fence until I'm employed again.
Did you see the star-studded event that was Rico Hines' wedding? Salute to Rico on his wedding. Big ups to him.
I didn't.
Former Kings.
One of the more popular guys, I think, in the entire NBA.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it was. I saw Fox and his wife was there. Marvin Bagley was there with his date. Harrison Barnes was in the building. Who else am I missing?
I love that you said it was star-studded and went to De'Aaron and his wife, and then went to Marvin Bagley, and then Harrison Barnes. Shout out HB, always a star.
HB. Oh, Tyrese Halliburton was there too.
Okay,
that's why
crutches in a boot.
I didn't see a full body situation, but I think he went from there to
smart move. The referee turned their back. Yeah. Just don't do the Paul Heyman version.
He went there instead of Saturday night of WrestleMania. That's what I noticed when he was
SummerSlam. Yeah,
that's what I noticed when he was there on Sunday. I was like, oh, he must have went straight from the wedding to.
He knew Saturday wasn't worth showing up to.
But yeah, man,
this sucks.
There was no story behind it. Just they were. Some of the old kings were in the building.
There you go.
Good for Rico too, man. Shout out Rico.
Shout out Love.
Shout out to my guy Sam Luan, man. That's where I saw the footage, man. He was in the building.
Shout out to Love, man. Love. Mm-hmm. Oh, Rico. It doesn't matter.
Rico's he's got to be around this. I think he's a little older, but he's around the same age as Baron Davis. I think they played together at UCLA.
Okay.
I think they were different years. Like Rico might be 2 or 3 years older than Baron, but he's around that age.
Okay. Well, shout out to my man.
Yeah, man.
Finding love late. Later. Not late, later. The original question. Trysta Krick's going to join us in a couple minutes. The original question I asked before getting completely sidetracked on teams selling and in the things happening in the NBA are OKC, Houston, Lakers, Nuggets, Clippers, and we'll throw the Timberwolves in there. They won 49 games. How many, and the others won 50 plus? How many of those teams, how many teams in the West win 50 games next year? I mean, I think it's safe to say OKC does.
Mm-hmm.
Probably safe to say Houston does.
Great.
Where do you go from there? Because the Lakers were 50. It's not like it was 55. Like they were 50. I think the Nuggets were 52. Clippers might have been 50. Yeah, all three of those teams were 50 exactly.
So 6 teams last year?
Minnesota was 49.
Okay.
So that's the six. That's the 6th team. They were 49 wins. You're a big fan of the T-Wolves and Alex Rodriguez, so I threw them into this conversation.
A-Rod. That is my boy.
I know.
My gut says, first thought says 4 of those teams.
4 of those teams. OKC for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Houston for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like you love the Los Angeles Clippers.
I got them at 50. And I got the Nuggets at 50.
The Nuggets.
The teams that I'm looking at is potentially not getting the 50 or the Lakers and the Timberwolves. I think you can convince me on the Lakers more than the Timberwolves. If you wanted to be like, nah, you bugging KC, Lakers are going to get there, I wouldn't fight you. The Timberwolves are the one that I'm not sure they're going to be able to get to 50. They might be around.
Why are you down on Minnesota? You've been ride or die with Minnesota for at least 2 seasons now. I mean, and maybe saying they don't win, maybe they could match last year's win total and not win 50 games. Like that's 49.
Right.
But are you okay? Let's frame this differently. Are you down on the Timberwolves?
A little bit. I just think
your hate for Rudy Gobert has finally taken over.
Rudy.
You said he was useless.
Just dragging him along.
You said the man was
carrying
useless.
This guy. I'm trying to be nice to him.
Would they be better if Rudy Gobert wasn't there?
Probably.
If Rudy Gobert, wishing nothing upon nobody, couldn't play this year, would the Minnesota Timberwolves be better?
He does.
They can't be. They couldn't.
It
be
depends
better.
on who like if they didn't
It'd
get
be
anybody
Nas
else on
Reed.
the street.
I mean, in terms of your main guys, you'd obviously have an empty spot that was occupied by Nas Reed, but like Nas Reed I'd assume would be the guy to fill in immediately.
Let me see who else is on that round. I'm right here by there. Yeah, Nas Reed. Yeah, they don't really have another big. I don't know. It's up in the air. It's up in the air.
It's hard to think you could remove a starter from that team and think, oh, they'll be just as good, if not better. But
that's fair.
with Rudy,
that's fair.
Rudy's the one that'll make you think.
Rudy is just, he was really, really good in that clinching win against the Lakers. He was so off on the Western Conference Finals. Like
one game.
That's what it comes down
one
to.
Game.
He was off on the Western Conference Finals. Just useless. Completely useless. So I look at it where maybe in the regular season he's got more value than he does in the postseason. And because of that, you'd be a worse team record-wise. But yeah, I don't have any faith in Rudy Gobert helping your team out.
Are you losing faith in Anthony Edwards?
No. Anthony Edwards is actually still pretty damn young.
He definitely is. Yeah. Here's the thing I think about Minnesota, though. Have we they're not going to be better.
I don't think so.
I think you talk about regular season win-loss total aside, you go into all right, let's for fun. They win 49-50 games. Or scratch that. They get the 60. They get a guaranteed playoff spot. You feel good about them in playoff series. You feel good about them taking that next step. Like, I don't know what that team does. Mike Conley's a year older. He's really important to what they do. Rudy Gobert, we talk about locker room things. Like, Rudy thought he was gone. Rudy said goodbye. They thought KD was coming. And I don't see how they need to take the smallest of steps forward. I don't see how they do it.
The one thing I'll say about Minnesota in defense of them is they dealt with some injuries early and in the middle of the season. Julius Randle was hurt. And when Julius Randle came back in the last month and a half of the season, they were cooking. And they rode that all the way to the conference finals. I know in the second round, there was no, Steph Curry for the Warriors, and the Warriors won, I think, game 1. So maybe that series goes different if Steph is around. But they beat the brakes off the Lakers. They ended up handling business against the Warriors. And this was a stretch of, like I said, this stretch about 2 months once they got healthy of playing top flight basketball. So I say that to say maybe next year, if they have health, as Julius Randle is there for the majority of the season, they can get that same win total, maybe a little bit more. I think their issue is at the point guard position. They don't have a point guard. Too many times, especially in that OKC series, they were asking Anthony Edwards to initiate the offense. And that's not utilizing him the best. And to be fair, I'll be fair in this situation. Maybe a true point guard, a better point guard, and this is no shade to Conley because he's really good. I just think he's at the end of his career.
I think he's really important.
Yeah, he's at the end of his career, though. Like, there's only so much he can do at this point. That might be able, if you had a point guard, that might be able to help with Rudy Gobert. That might be able to get the best out of him on the offensive end. So
you know who would be great?
Who's that?
For Rudy?
Devin Carter?
Devin Carter.
Need a PG.
You stepped on my joke.
PG.
No, you stepped all over my joke. It's fine. Go to hell.
You need a true PG.
Yeah, that's what you need.
Devin Carter.
Need Devin Carter out there, man. Throwing lobs to Rudy Gobert. Get Minnesota on the phone.
So
Tim Conley? Is that
sounds right?
Get Tim Conley on the phone.
Yeah,
Scott.
Tim Conley. I didn't even think about this. I didn't know he was
good mentor like Mike Conley to help him along the way.
Yeah. We'll take it.
Yeah, man.
Who do we want back in that situation?
Doesn't matter. Bonus hours. Bonus hours at the Mall of America. This is fine. Let us get to the Mall of America an hour early.
You ever been to the Mall of America?
I haven't. The only I would say I've been to Minnesota. I just stopped and at the airport. I just flown through Minnesota. It's a connecting spot. Great spot. Yeah. It's a great airport. Minnesota is a terrific. Minnesota St. Paul airport is fantastic.
Yeah.
That is my sole experience in Minnesota, or experiences. I've been through it many times, but never been to the Mall of America. Never been outside the airport.
I don't remember. Shout out to Jake Gaden's intern, who I saw when I was at Sac State football practice. She's shadowing Jake Gaden. She's from Minnesota.
That was a hell of a sentence. Shout out to Jake Gaden's intern.
Yeah,
it also sounds like shade. Like,
well,
it's like, oh, shout out Jake Gaden's intern.
I don't want to get her name wrong. I think it's Alyssa, but I'm not sure.
How important is that to the story?
She's from Minnesota.
Oh, very.
She asked.
Well, shout out to the Jake Gaden's intern from Minnesota.
We were having a conversation about Minnesota. She's like, you ever been? And I was like, yeah. Now that I think about it, it was like 20 years ago. She's like, oh yeah, it's even better now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay. I'll go in the summertime, springtime. We could go for SummerSlam.
Field trip to Minnesota. Is it in Minnesota?
Yeah.
Oh.
Next year in Minnesota.
Oh, two night.
That's the killer. That's the killer. Don't nobody want to do that.
You know where I'm flying into for the first time? I found a direct. Pro tip. I found a direct flight because that SMF to JFK on JetBlue, red eye, fire.
Yeah.
That's gone.
I know. I thought you were about to say
United has an SMF to Newark. That's a red eye.
No, people love Newark. The people out there love Newark.
Well, Newark. I was like, all right, man. Let me, and I knew it wasn't far because Newark, JFK, and LaGuardia are the airports that you can fly into. It was like equal distance, damn near, from Times Square to JFK, and Times Square in Newark.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, no big deal. We got a direct flight overnight. Yeah, give me that.
Newark is a good look. Newark is a real good look. I remember one time I was flying. My cousins were out here.
Not the best airport, but like if it could get me in there, like it's fine. Direct flight, get me in, get me out.
That's all that matters. My cousins were out here for a family reunion, George and them and everything, and I was gonna fly back, not with them, but basically at the same time, a little after them, so they would get home and pick me up from the airport, and I come, hang out with them. I was gonna hang out in New York for about a week, and their flight got canceled. My flight didn't. So I had to hop on the flight, and I ended up staying at some hotel next to the Newark airport overnight until they got home the next day.
Glad you made it.
Yeah, well, I didn't leave the premises.
Oh, still.
Didn't leave the premises. I think you're okay by the airport because it was nice. It was fine where I was at.
Nah, Newark.
It was like
fine.
a DoubleTree or something like that.
Newark is fine.
Just didn't.
I've never
didn't go to the gas station.
Flown out of LaGuardia and I've flown out of JFK, but I've never flown out of Newark.
It's a good look. It's a good look.
I don't know that it is, and it's not on my favorite airline either. But again, it was direct, and it was a red eye.
JetBlue, did they just go out of business? Basically, like what are we doing?
I just think they killed that flight. Like I can't believe they killed that flight.
What are we doing, guys?
Little TV screen and everything.
Yeah.
I've taken that flight probably. I've probably taken that flight 5 times.
Yeah,
RIP JetBlue each way.
Well, the move used to be Virgin.
Oh, I don't think I've ever flown Virgin.
Virgin was fire.
Really?
Was fire.
Okay. Yeah, I missed that.
It had a good look.
Trysta Krick going to join us here shortly. Trysta, I asked Trista's opinion on Newark and what she thinks about the airport there.
Ava, that was my girl's name, Ava.
Okay.
Shout out Ava.
Shout out Ava from Minnesota.
Shout
out Jake Gaden for having an intern in these times.
Man. Yeah, that's how he move.
Did you read the Joel Embiid stuff?
Yeah.
Bro. So I'm gonna ask everybody to rewind to the middle of last season, or whenever it was, when they shut Joel down and announced that he was going to have this knee procedure. And we said at the time, this is useless. You don't know what you're operating on. You're cutting this man's knee open for God knows how many times it's already happened in his life. You're cutting this man's knee open just because. You're cutting this. I don't know. We're going to go take a look. We'll see what we can find.
Jeez.
You have
crazy.
never been able to identify what Joel Embiid's problem is. And now you're flabbergasted at the fact, he might not be prepared to play basketball this season.
Somebody, I think it was.
You couldn't identify the problem, so you couldn't fix it.
I think it was Keith Pompey. I saw a clip from him about 2 weeks ago where he was kind of talking about the situation. T. Krick, what up? What up? What up?
What up, kids?
And he was like, Joel kind of knows the end is near.
You see these reports that Joel's knee is already like they're not confident that whatever they did last year worked.
I mean, yeah.
That's crazy.
Haven't I said this to you guys every summer? Every summer, I'm like, listen, you got to move off of Joel Embiid.
Well, one of us said that a while back, and they were laughed out of the studio.
Yeah, I tried to tell y'all for like 2 years.
Yeah, guys. I mean, I really think you're talking about a guy who's 7 feet tall and pretty thick. Multiple C's on the thick.
Yeah.
So, and you got lower leg, extremity injury history. Just not going to be right, most likely. He's not the bionic man. So, unless he's going to have a full-on knee replacement, which might want to do, actually.
That would be crazy, too.
I mean, you do that, your career is over.
Yeah.
Career is over with the knee replacement?
A knee replacement?
Yeah, it feels like it.
I would think so.
I think you can get back like Cook Crack in the seats of the Cadillac with the replacement.
You could just swap out knees and be good?
Yeah, I think they put like titanium knees and then you're back.
Well, that brother should have gotten some titanium knees about 8 years ago.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think Joel and has the contract started yet?
Ooh, that's a great question. Let's head over to good old Spoke Track.
I think it has. The good news is they have Paul George though. So,
do you know Paul George just got? We just saw a list of top 10 highest paid players in the course of their career that are still playing, and he's top 5. That is crazy. That is.
Did I just see that
he deserved it?
Like, did I just see that De'Aaron Fox has passed Chris Paul in guaranteed dollars?
Guys, that extension has me up at night.
Oh, it does. Okay. Okay.
That's a lot of money. I think De'Aaron's a damn good basketball player.
CK losing sleep over this De'Aaron Fox.
That's a lot of money right there.
Gave me the shivers. What? He's a fine player. But is he Victor Wembanyama's co-star? In reality?
Well, okay. So let's hit with a different reality. Is that 229 million, 223 million, whatever it was, is that tradable?
That's a great question.
Thank you.
I don't think it is.
You can always find a sucker, but you're going to probably have to attach something to it.
Oof.
So that's the question that I have about trading. And I still don't love what Sacramento got back. So we'll just put a pin in that. But as a whole, if you know you have to pay somebody 200 and something million in 12 months from now, you got to be pretty damn sure of that player to trade anything, any first round picks for that player. Because think about this, 12 months later, it's an untradeable contract. So you traded 3 first round picks for an untradeable player and you got to pay him $200 million. It's a tough world in this current CBA environment.
Yeah, that's I think the AAVs are what, like 52
Woo!
to 55 to 57 or something like that.
Can't
59
sleep.
maybe.
Trysta ain't gonna sleep for a month, man.
Can't sleep.
That is a
Can't
gang
sleep.
of money. That is a gang of money. And I don't think it's tradable. Like when you get down to it, like that's a lot of money to trade.
I just want to say really quickly, as an aside, are you on your Memphis Bleak stuff right now? Is that what's happening?
No, I had a really bad sinus headache this morning, and I took medicine. My eyes were all puffy.
The hat though is very bleak.
Oh, you know,
Memphis Bleak.
shout out Bleak. Shout out Bleak. You know, I just got to sitting on top real quick. You know what I'm saying? You know,
Can't put too much pressure on the sinus headache.
Yeah,
Gotta
yeah.
just have it sitting there.
Somebody in the chat earlier said Pimp C or Bum B. You know, that was the look it was going for.
That is disrespectful.
Yeah. Shout out RIP to the pimp.
Okay.
RIP to the pimp.
Anyways,
RIP to the San Antonio Spurs and their contract situation.
So real quick, I'm going to stay there. Do you feel at that price that's the type of guy, like you just asked the question, he's going to be Wemby's co-star, or is De'Aaron Fox part of a championship group, but they're going to be looking for a true number two still at some point?
Are we at a point where we can pay a non-number two $200 and something million?
It doesn't feel like it. They didn't want to pay a true number one $200 and some million in Dallas.
Oh, his was, well, to be fair, his was like 340. They didn't want to play a true number one, 340 million.
So yeah, to answer your question, it doesn't feel like it, but San Antonio did it.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna have a rookie right away be that number two guy in order for your cap sheet to be clean. And I don't think that's Dylan. I don't think that's Steph Castle.
So De'Aaron's not a number two.
I mean, you would imagine he's a very inconsistent two.
Well, in his defense, guess I'll come stalling him out. He's always had to be the one, and he was a really inconsistent number one.
True.
This is the position I thought he was much better suited for, is being on. And this isn't a situation where like you wonder. There is no question De'Aaron Fox's role on this San Antonio Spurs basketball team, and it is behind Victor Wembanyama. Like that will not be in question today. It won't be in question. Well, fair enough. It won't be in question 6 months from now or 6 years from now. This is Wemby's team. This is damn near Wemby's league. So this might be. I've always felt, TK, this was a better position.
Oh, definitely. Yes. I think if you're De'Aaron, you're not paying. First of all, number one, you go from paying California tax to Texas tax, which is not zero.
Not the
It's
same.
not the same. You're talking about one of the highest tax rate states in the land versus one of the best.
Very familiar.
You go from a perpetual state of what are we doing here? And I think we're all kind of like not sure about Vivek. I think we are sure about Vivek, but we're sure we don't really like what's happening with Vivek. To one of the best ownership front offices in NBA history, and still a small market. It's a great situation for De'Aaron Fox. Great.
I was looking at the Spurs yearly breakdown with the contracts, and a couple of things jumped out to me. First of all, Devin Vassell is signed to a lifetime contract. This guy didn't even reach unrestricted free agency for another 4 years. I thought he was
he's
like
literally there until 2029.
Yeah, the 29-30 season, he'll be an unrestricted free agent. That's crazy. And 27 pretty much across the board is what he's making yearly. But you've got Harrison.
Damn.
Yeah.
Yes.
You've got Harrison coming off the books. He's an expiring this year at $19 million.
Yes.
Keldon Johnson will be an expiring next year
Yep.
It's 17 million. So maybe, well, I was going to say maybe you can use that type of money to go get you a guy if you need one. But Wemby's extension is going to start kicking in soon. So
Yeah,
it kind of feels like this is their team.
Extension
Nah,
eligible after
I don't
this
think so.
season. You
But-
can trade Devin and Keldon for probably something good. Probably something really good.
Yeah,
Could have traded him to Sacramento. But
I would have took. I would
have taken Keldon in a heartbeat.
I would have took Keldon.
I would have took Keldon Johnson in a heartbeat.
For sure, but that, to be fair, that's not getting you nowhere either.
Gold
We
medalist.
didn't go anywhere.
True, but it's yeah.
Is he the worst gold medalist for Team USA you can remember?
Damn,
Modern memory.
Come on. First of all, I didn't know he won a gold medal, so you may be right, but we didn't have to bring it up.
I mean, are we going to pretend like Christian Laettner wasn't on the Dream Team?
That's why I said modern memory.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. When does modern start?
Like not when there's color TVs.
I mean, it's
the live.
Well, the
ball era.
'92 Olympics was in color. Like it was standard definition, but it was in color.
The
It's
live ball
HD. We're
era.
doing it on HD.
Okay,
Is
all
Keldon
right,
Johnson the worst Team USA player in HD?
It might be.
I can't think of somebody else. So.
He might be. I'm going 08, 12, 16. Was he on the 2020 team? The 2020 team that won the gold in 2021?
Yes.
Yeah.
He was on the COVID team.
Shout out to the COVID team.
Yeah.
Zach Levine, gold medal winner.
Yeah. COVID team.
Yeah.
COVID team. That COVID team was rough. That's when we were like, we can't do this anymore. We need it to be more than just KD. He can't just be our duct tape. We're going to need some real stars here next time.
Well, you know who was a big contributor to that team? Draymond Green.
Yeah.
Draymond Green.
Hall of Famer. Soon to be Hall of Famer.
It's a big reason that campaign went into full effect after those Olympics were over, like clockwork. Those articles were being posted all over The Athletic about how Draymond Green is a Hall of Fame candidate after that performance in Tokyo.
I was ready for that one. Oh, shout out to Dr. David. This is a good one. He says, Steve Kerr has checked in and says, no, Tatum is the worst.
Wait a minute. Is Michael right? Did JaVale McGee win a gold medal?
He did. Because
you know what? That is right.
Gold medal.
JaVale McGee. Was he on that COVID team?
He might have been on the COVID team.
I need to look up this damn COVID team. Because right now it's sounding legendary.
Dame was on there. I know Dame was on there.
And Dame was rough on there. But remember, Dame had that abdominal tear. That's how he knew he needed surgeries, because Drew was on that team with him. And he's like, brother, if you can't sit or lay down without pain.
Didn't they lose their first exhibition to Mike Brown and the Nigeria team?
They did. Yes. It was a whole thing. And then remember, Voldestool put something out about it. And it was like they don't even have food there.
Jeez.
And it was really bad. It was really
hold on, everybody. Hold on, everybody. I know we have blocked 2020 out. I guess in this case, 2021. But here it is. Bam. Book. KD. Jeremy Grant.
Oh.
Yikes.
Draymond Green. Drew Holiday. Keldon Johnson. Zach LaVine. Dame Lillard. JaVale McGee. Chris Middleton.
Oh.
And Jason Tatum.
Damn.
It's a rough one.
Hey, to be fair, I think Keldon is the answer.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think that's the
I've
answer.
seen JaVale McGee play in the Drew League, boy, and there is almost no one better.
Nigeria was the first African team to beat an American team ever.
Ever.
Shout out Mike Brown.
Ever. Didn't South Sudan give us a run, though, in 2024?
I remember the South Sudan game. Was it for a half?
Yeah, they were hanging around for a little bit. It
was
wasn't
a half,
too crazy,
though.
but
Yeah.
they were hanging around a little bit. Yeah. I don't know if we're going to win in 2028.
He seems like a Sacramento king, Keldon Johnson.
Yeah, I would have been more than happy with Keldon being here.
Yeah. I like his game.
I feel we have to continue to check in on Zach LaVine and how Kenny feels about him throughout time, just to make sure that like Kenny's still 10 toes down on that being the right asset to acquire for
Jesse.
the
Team USA barely beat South Sudan in the pre-Olympic exhibition game, 101-100.
Oh my God!
Yeah, they struggled in the exhibition joint. That's right.
They beat South Sudan 103-86.
Yeah, it's a good call.
KD averaged 20.7 in that Olympics, by the way. 20.7. Tatum 15.2. Pop like Tatum. Drew Holiday and Dame Lillard averaged the same amount. Shout out to Dame. Started 6 games, played 24 minutes per game with that issue he had.
We didn't know it was torn at that point, but he knew.
It's tough. Shout out to Dame. To answer your original question about Zach LaVine, was he the right guy to get? I don't know if he was the right guy. I won't make that argument, but I also don't think he's nearly as bad as people make him out to be. Like I just don't. Like the one thing that I will say, and I think you kind of said this, but the reputation that Zach has had, that he was just this ball stopping shooter who had no conscience and never passed. I think that's just a reputation that is from a lot of people that didn't watch. I watched them for the final 30 games of the season, and I actually don't think he shoots the ball enough. I think he does not shoot
the ball enough. I agree.
Yeah, I think he's too passive, and that's the most frustrating thing. It's like, bro, get him up. Like, what are you doing taking 12 shots tonight? So that's frustrating. He's not a number one type guy. I don't think so. I think in an ideal situation, he'd probably be like a 3, like
number
in a
3.
championship
Yeah.
situation.
He really should be paid like $27 million. If Zach LaVine was paid $30 million, 28 to 30 million, I'd have no problem with Zach LaVine. But the problem is we live in the salary cap era where once you pay someone 50, you're out of moves. They better be right.
I got a question for you in that same vein. We were talking about it earlier with the insiders. Everybody looks at Zach LaVine as just this untradeable albatross of a contract.
Yes.
I think Domantas Sabonis is in the same vein, and nobody looks at Domas that way. Domas is making what, 40?
No, not nobody.
Well, yeah. No, we look at this one. But Domas is like 43, 47, 49 over the next 3 years. I don't know who's taking Domas for $49 million a year.
You're right. It's 40, 2, 45, 42. No, wait, hold on. That's right. That's a lie. What is he doing? How come I can't get it? Yeah, so he's 42 on the cap for next year. Yeah, 42, 45, 48. Yikes. Unrestricted in 28. Yeah, I agree with that. Because he's not really, and I don't mean to disparage Domas's name. And I'm going to have to switch over from my laptop to my phone in just a second because laptop's dying. But he's not really a center. Does a lot of things that a center can do. He's hub of the offense kind of a thing. Gets great rebounds. Double-double, triple-double machine. That just does not turn into anything that is meaningful for real winning.
What would you call him then? A 4?
Yes. He's kind of in the a non-shooting 4.
Right.
He's kind of like Anthony Davis-esque. Where you're like, except for he's like not as big. It's like, it's just like not a great
defender either.
Yeah, definitely not that.
This comp is falling apart by the second.
Not as athletic,
well,
not
I mean,
as
in terms of like,
imagine a really bad version of Anthony Davis.
Yeah, where you're like, you just don't really fit as a 4, but you don't really fit as a 5, and like there's some weaknesses with our team with you in either one of those positions, but you're really good. Just not really good for us. And I think that's like probably what Rob Pelinka said.
It feels like the Kings have a lot of those guys.
Yes.
You guys are good. Like, these guys are good. Just maybe not good for us. Maybe the collective of them isn't good. Zach LaVine is not a bad Domantas Sabonis is not a bad basketball player.
Not at all.
At all. But when you talk about a guy who will not take a step forward, it doesn't mean he's not good. It means, hey man, can you do a little more? No.
And he's tough. We like him.
Oh, he's tough as hell.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Tougher than a $2 steak.
Will not get the 3-pointer in check. I know.
Well, he just won't shoot it very much.
Just will. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
In Indiana, he shot that mug all the time. That's what he came in to do.
And also when we have these conversations, I think Zach LaVine falls in this category as well. Domantas Sabonis falls in this category. We're talking about the price tag. It's not the player. Like the player themselves would help in any situation. Is she taking a picture of us?
No, we're making a switch.
Okay.
Hang on, we're making a switch. Boom, there she is.
Oh, look at that.
Exactly. So you might have to get the volume on that though. We're a little too hot on the phone.
Well, I had to delete the app.
Oh, okay.
Turn the laptop part up. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay,
But
we're back
back.
in business.
We're
back in business.
We're cooking. But you know, it's got a lot more to do, almost everything to do probably with the price tag, not the player.
Yes.
Right?
Again, Sabonis at $22 million. Sabonis at like Miles Turner like price. Maybe a little less. Yeah, you can build a roster with that. I don't know where he is best served. A really good defensive team that has another good rim protector that can come off ball and just do that. It's tough. Like the Dallas Mavericks. He'd be good on like the Dallas Mavericks.
To play with Anthony Davis?
No.
Oh.
Actually, that might work.
Play him at Anthony Davis would be 5, Domas would be 4.
Because AD likes to shoot the jump shot. He likes to be the guy a little bit on the perimeter and let Domas go to work around the basket.
Yeah, or even like with a Daniel Gafford, if Daniel Gafford had a jump shot. But yeah, you're right. A little AD wouldn't hurt nobody. That would be fine. That'd actually be kind of fun
Flag,
team.
we can make it happen.
What'd you say?
Say, give us Cooper Flag, we can make it happen.
Well, Nico's been known to
make some
interesting. He's been known to make some interesting decisions.
The problem is that his moniker is that defense wins championships, and that is the one element of Domas that we can say he does not have. Who's the best Kings defender? Is it Keon?
Yeah.
See, I don't like that.
Keegan, probably.
I don't like that. I mean, I like Keon, as you know, but he can't be your best defensive piece.
Keegan's probably close.
Yeah.
If Keegan didn't have to do anything offensively,
and the list probably ends there. Yeah, the list probably ends there. There's
Devin Carter. God, no.
Black Air Force One. I saw him in another pair of those Air Force Ones at Summer League, and I'm like, he just will not let it go.
This past Summer League?
Yes.
Oh, man. Damn.
Just like the most boiled chicken style.
Oh, boiled chicken.
Trysta, I'm gonna send you something when we get off the air, man. I was floored by when I saw this. I said, this is, oh man.
He had an awesome Summer League though. I hope he pans out.
No, he didn't. No, he did not. Don't do that. He did not. He had like one good game. Does Jonathan Kuminga matter for this team, for the Kings?
I mean, sure. I mean,
are you in or out on him? Do you buy him at all?
What does matter mean? You know, what does
Could
matter?
Would he change your perception of Sacramento over the next handful of years if they're able to acquire him?
No, he wouldn't. No. But
I really don't like your tone of voice when you say that. I'm gonna be honest with you. A little too harsh.
What's his ceiling in your eyes? Like, what's the who do you think he could be in the league?
Well, let me start with this. Do you think
He's got a list? I'm gonna start with this because I got a long list of things here.
Because the question question that I have is this. Is Sacramento the place that you believe is the best to develop young players?
No.
Is it top 10?
No.
Let me ask you a question.
Top 20.
Let me ask you a question. What does that mean, though?
Meaning,
what does that mean?
Like when you ask me ceiling, do I think that the ceiling can be achieved with the staff on this team? Because I think the ceiling for Jonathan Kuminga.
That's my point, though. These people haven't been around. Like all the staff, the front office, these people haven't been around. So, I mean, I understand going on history for sure. I get that. But that's unfair to this group.
Maybe. That's probably true. But the history of this organization is that they haven't been able to develop players. And then when you land a diamond, in the rough, so to speak, you send them to Phoenix like you did with Isaiah, right? When you land a player, like, not to open an old wound, like Tyrese, all right, we're gonna move off him. Now you didn't have an opportunity to really develop him. You moved him in the second year, so there's no sense. You can't say that they failed in that regard. But I think the Kings' two best players weren't developed in Sacramento. They developed in Sacramento. DeMarcus was a amazing basketball player. He was going to be an amazing basketball player.
Yes, regardless of situation. There's not that many players like that.
Right. Exactly. De'Aaron, I can't figure out. I don't know what De'Aaron would have been on a different team, if he would have been exactly the same, if he would have been a little bit different.
I would love to know his answer. I would love to know his answer. Who do you think you would have been or turned into if you wouldn't have had the mental anguish of consistent losing and the hopelessness? Yes.
Losing and change.
Yeah, like instability and the constant hopelessness of knowing that the only thing you can rely on is relying on nothing. I think that matters. I think that changes you. I think that's there's a PTSD in that. And that's why I think you want to go to a place that's one of the most stable organizations in the NBA. So I don't know, but I think there are fringe players that really matters a lot where they go. And I think Jonathan Kuminga is one of them. I think his absolute ceiling, if he was to go somewhere and be developed and want to do the things that he's supposed to do, and I think there's part of it that's on him, where he is not taking accountability. But he's got inconsistencies and instability with his role as well.
Sure.
And so it's really hard to buy in as someone who's been in these types of organizations where it's like, I don't trust anything that's happening. Why am I going to give my all when I know it doesn't really matter? So part of me wonders if that's Kuminga a little bit. But I think his absolute ceiling, not in Sacramento, is like a wish version of Kawhi, like wish version. Not the same, because you're talking about like a finals MVP, and I don't think that's his ceiling. But like that comp, like an hyper explosive player who can develop a jump shot, who can eventually use his athleticism to develop a defensive game, which he doesn't currently possess consistently. But he can jump out of the
Who
damn
turns
gym.
him into that?
I don't know. Himself
Ty
and
Lue.
somebody.
Ty Lue and Kawhi? Like, maybe they could do it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe San Antonio, maybe Miami. There's not a lot of places. You have to want it too, right? And so, but it's like, okay, how much does he want it and how much is the team helping him? So that's why I say I don't think it matters that much. I think he's so fun, though. He's super fun. And that's what I think Sacramento needs, is just to compete. And there's not a lot. It's a lot of staleness on this team. A lot of,
I feel like in that situation, in those type of scenarios, you got to be in a good situation for sure.
Yes.
I think that matters, but I also think it's the individual.
Definitely.
It's like 75% the individual. I think the team, they give you opportunities, they give you maybe playing time and stuff like that, but for the most part, it's on these guys
His
too.
playing time's been all over the place, though.
Yeah, it has. He didn't play in the last game of the
because his
season.
coach hates him. Like, you talk about developing a player, you on a team where your coach hates you, like that's going to be a problem.
Mm-hmm.
And I have to imagine Steve isn't the only one who dislikes him.
Yeah, and so you can't really. Kelly Oubre was more liked on that team than Jonathan Kuminga.
And I don't know if everyone can comprehend how wild of a sentence that is.
Yeah.
Kelly Oubre is a very unique dude.
Yeah.
Tsunami Poppy is what they call him.
And
Was Kelly Oubre hit like on his bike or something? Was that Kelly Oubre?
Yes, he did. He got hit by a car on his bike and then just went right home.
Yeah, it got a little murky once.
It did get murky.
Yeah.
And then they just left it alone.
And then
like
it's like, oh, forget it. It's Kelly Oubre. Like, who cares?
And then you Googled Kelly Oubre bicycle, and you're like, oh, Kelly Oubre, shockingly, has a YouTube channel of him on his dirt bike, like his mountain bike in the middle of the forest of Pennsylvania, and he's like doing jumps and stuff, which I'm sure is a contract violation, but it still stays up.
Isn't there a Ring camera video of Kelly Oubre?
Yeah.
All right, it's all coming back to me.
See, I love it. This is why you have to be up. This is why we're all so invested in the NBA as much as we are. It's because the callbacks. The callbacks are legendary.
What about the W though? Obviously, you got the Daily W jumping off over on Instagram. You got Let Her Shoot wherever podcasts are available. And we have this interesting situation that is developing or has developed between the Connecticut Sun and that Spags group, who wants to purchase the Sun from the Tribe and move them to Boston. That was not a surprise to anybody, but how this deal went down has seemed to ruffle a lot of feathers.
Yeah, it's really weird. And it's weird because Spags is a minority owner of the Celtics and wanted to buy the Celtics from Wyc Grousbeck. And apparently, from what I've heard from people close to the situation, is that there's kind of always been a little, how do we call it, like a sort of measuring contest between Wyc and Spags. Because Wyc had the control, but Spags had more money. And so he was kind of like always jockeying for position. They both were. And then Wyc sold the team not to Spags. He sold it to Bill Chisholm, who I forget what Bill Chisholm does, but doesn't have really any background in basketball. And so I think Spags, his attempt to he's going to sell his minority shares because I think he's a little bitter about how things went down. So I think from what I can gather, just reading and talking to people, is that was kind of a way to stay involved in the Boston sports situation. But the weird thing, so that's all weird to begin with. But the weird thing is that they took it to Kathy Engelbert, the commissioner, and that she didn't go to the board of governors with the deal at all. And so the 30-day exclusive window had lapsed without anyone taking a look at this deal. And I think all WNBA fans kind of, maybe I'm wrong. I think we all want to see the Connecticut Sun go to Boston. They're selling out at TD Garden every year that they do this event. It's a natural fit. I don't think you should have a Boston team and a Connecticut team, to me.
Right.
And the Mohegan Sun, the Tribe is not really wanting to invest a lot of money into the practice facility. It's really low budget out there, and it's hard to get to. So teams don't like to go there. The franchise itself is super cheap. So why not give it to one of the richest men in sports who really wants to turn this Connecticut Sun into the Boston Celtics of the WNBA? And they'd play at TD Garden. It would be awesome. But no, now the WNBA is like, we have other plans for Boston, and we would if we want to move a team to Boston, we would have an expansion team there, and that'll be in 2033 at the very earliest. So it feels kind of like a power struggle, in my opinion.
I think, and I do think the WNBA has a commissioner problem. That's a whole nother conversation. But I do think that is the best way to go about it. Take the Sun from Connecticut and put them in Boston. I don't think you need to have the Connecticut Sun and an expansion Boston team.
Yeah. We already have that lineage in Connecticut. There's young players that you can be excited about, like J.C. Sheldon and Marina Mabrey and her new wife, Sanaya Rivers, which is also wild going on behind the scenes. They're like, I don't know if you've seen that, but it went from them being best friends. Well, it went from them hating each other to being best friends to them trolling us that they're together. And now Marina's on social saying that's her wife.
Love Island WNBA edition would be so fire. Just absolute fire.
It would. By the way, before we end this WNBA part of things, or you guys end me from this chat, we have to talk really quickly about the WNBA fan base. And I just posted literally right before I went on, so I'm sure I'm already getting flamed. Am I wrong, or are there like a group of WNBA fans that are absolutely insane and have nothing to do with their time except for accuse you of ruining the sport and disparaging the players that you speak about? It's crazy to me.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. That's a
Damien
lot of
knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Damian was living in it.
for sure. You're 100% right. And one, I love these new videos of you walking and being filmed at the same time. This is just
I feel like it's a new thing. It's like
This
a
is
new
very
gotta
good.
happen.
I love it. It's just like a lady on a walk, right? This is the new the new format. Then we get to see like the full fit. It gives us like a little bit more look into your style. I like this. You also appear to be shooting on some sort of Martin Scorsese 4K camera.
That's an iPhone. It looks so good, doesn't it?
It looks incredible. It looks absolutely incredible. You are not getting flamed as of yet. The WNBA fan base has not found
it.
This video yet. They will.
I said because we did a episode that dropped today. Find, letters, shoot, wherever you get your podcast. Please subscribe and like and review.
Very good.
About Satu, and let's be honest, it's a really hard name to pronounce.
It is.
A lot of people in the broadcast call her Satu. Some people call her Satu. Some people call her Sabali. Some people call her Sabali. And they're so like nuanced and there's so many permutations, really 4 of them. And you're like, did I get the first name wrong? Did I get the last name wrong? Did I get both wrong? So I try to say them both ways. And people are like, this is the most disrespect for Satu. You never try to get her name right. How could you bring her down? And you want to be a journalist? And I'm like, first of all, I don't want to be a journalist. I don't. One guy was running for mayor, and he had taken receipts of all the takes that he hated of mine, and how I was just like trying to bring the league down with my Haley Van Lith take and my Satu take. And there was something else that he mentioned as well. And it's like, brother, you're running for mayor. I think you need to get up with your campaign manager and not get into my comment section.
TK and I talked about this privately. Like, that league does not want to be covered like every other league. That fan base has for so long wanted that league coddled. It's why Let Her Shoot is such a terrific podcast, because it's not a coddling the league podcast. And there are older fans who have watched Gino and watched Pat and have migrated from college basketball over to the WNBA. They're the ones that hate Angel Reese. They're the ones that hate this new flair and style. They hate league fits. They hate all of that stuff. They're the ones who will tell you that women's basketball is more fundamental. They want to gatekeep this, and they don't want the Trysta Kricks. They don't want you to cover these players like you would LeBron James. Say all of the nice things, but don't say any of the bad things. Don't say any of the mean things.
I said this on the video when I was doing my walk and talk, but Brian Windhorst is still getting Isaiah Hartenstein's name wrong. And guess what? Nobody cares. You know why? Because he's German. And is it Steen or is it Stein? And it's a different German. They pronounce it different ways. And guess what? That doesn't take away from Brian Windhorst's credibility because he's pronouncing Isaiah Hartenstein's name wrong. Relax, guys. Just because Satu, which is a very small nuance than Satu, which is harder to say, get out of here. It's just, to me, a little cuckoo. That's like the NBA doesn't do that.
Fans are crazy. Yeah. WNBA fans in particular, I think, can be a little crazy.
Yeah,
for sure.
One of the things that
you dove into the deep end with this podcast.
Well, one of the things, to go back to the walk and talk, that I always wonder whether it's Trysta with the walk and talk or it's some young lady taking a picture in front of Nobu or at the pool or something. Who is taking these pictures?
No.
It varies.
I always want to know.
It varies.
Hmm.
It's not always the same. Gotta keep people on their toes.
You are the queen of social media.
I try.
Yeah.
I try.
You can. All right. It looks like you're. Yeah, it looks like you're at the content place. Oh, okay. All right, we'll get inside.
I love
inside. Y'all. All right, love you back.
All right, bye.
Trysta Krick wearing a Motorhead t-shirt. We'll come back. Let's turn to football, man. I'm not sure if Jason Jones is going to be with us or not. He's got to pick up one of his kids who's like 7'8" and can probably beat him up at this point.
Yeah,
so, hey,
careful.
Man, do what you got to do,
careful.
Jason. Do what you got to do.
Do what he says.
Yes, do. Jason, just come back to us next Tuesday, man. That's all. I think there's a lot of football things that we haven't had the opportunity to talk about that I'd like to as well. Of course, keep the phone lines open for you, 916-909-1320.
Yeah, I think I got to take that. I think you'll disagree with. It's a football take. It's a Jerry Jones take. I think you'll disagree with it, but we'll see.
We might have to come back with that because I'm curious to see what it is. It's D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
He sided with Jerry Jones when you were gone too.
That's what I heard.
That's not true. That did not happen. I did not side with Jerry Jones.
Jerry and Kenny.
Gerald
Wayne.
I know this is random, but Costco's got the belt as far as like stores, huh?
Why does this thing have me calling Mark Jones? I didn't call him.
I'm heading to Costco later. I'm like, damn, I'm about to grab hella stuff from Costco today. Just hyped.
No, Costco's fire. You got to be careful in Costco.
That's what I'm saying.
Mess around and be charging $250 out of nowhere. But
Like
Costco,
you end your little shopping day with a little pizza or something, maybe a little drink. It's like it's perfect.
Yeah. Costco fire. Shout out Sam's Club too.
Never been.
I don't want to disparage them, man. Sam's Club. You know, I think they're in cahoots a lot of the times because they have certain things that are only at Sam's Club and vice versa, only at Costco. So for instance, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but like I shave my head, right? And the razors that I get are only at Sam's Club, but the shaving cream that I get is only at Costco.
Yeah, nah.
So they do little stuff like that.
Oh yeah, Chat House is big on Costco, I see.
Costco
I can't believe Damian went 2 decades without going there.
Yeah, he tripping. Costco dope.
He really came on the show. Was like, you guys ever heard of this place called Costco?
I haven't been. I went to Costco last week. That was the first time I've been there in a while, probably a few months. Usually the wife just goes and handles that because she says whenever we go with her, she ends up spending more money. So, and that's understandable because we'll be there and be like, oh, I like those. Can we get? So she's like,
I used to hate going to the store.
Yeah. Costco was always good though because they always had the samples. That was a good look. Always been a fan of Costco. Like I said, the only issue is the pizza's not the same. Now you still get your $1.50 hot dog and a soda, which is as clutch as it gets in the entire world.
Chicken bake is fire.
I haven't had it.
Never?
I haven't had it. No. I'm trying to think if I did or not.
Also, not a complaint because, like I said, we love Costco out here. Can we get like some gas by the Natomas one? I was kind of hyped. It's like we didn't get that.
Tough break for you guys. Tough break. You know what pisses me off?
Gas and stuff.
You know what really pisses me off about the Costco gas? This really pisses me off. Is when people are not in the lane that is closest to their gas tank, and they do the stupid thing that just because Costco gives you the opportunity, they pull it all the way to the other side of the car when they're on the wrong side.
That's bad etiquette.
It pisses me off. Why would you do that? Why not just get in the lane that you're supposed to be in? If your gas tank is on the driver's side, get in the lane where your gas tank will be right there next to the pump.
Hey, pumping gas is really hard for some people. Oh, if you catch the gas station at the right moment, you'll see some things.
Oh no, it gets tough. It gets tough. But it pisses me off. It absolutely. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Just get in the correct lane.
Dr. David says, why do you care? I think Dr. David did it recently.
Yeah, Dr. David is notorious for doing it, seems like. Number one, if you're right here in front of me, I would have been at the gas pump if you would have been in the lane that you were supposed to be in. Don't take advantage of what Costco brings to the table for your selfish benefit. Do what you're supposed to do. Do your job, as Bill Belichick would say.
That's like abusing self-checkout.
Thank you.
Going out there with like 25, 30 items. Like, can you please go to the regular line so I can get out of here with my 5 things?
Dr. David, you get cursed out routinely by me in that situation.
I could tell Dr. David by that answer.
Yeah. So why do you care? He's probably a serial abuser of this situation.
Chris never been to Sam's Club, but Casey seems to be a fan.
Sam's Club, cool. It's cool. It's Costco. It's the same thing. Sam's Club, all good. Lance, get out the way. The hell out the way.
You want to say something?
I don't know what I walked into. I never know if the guy's going to talk or not.
No, yeah, I'm not ever sure either.
What did I walk into?
We were just, well, I guess it started by me saying that Costco had the belt as far as like stores and things like that. And then we were just talking about our love for Costco, and Kenny had an issue with.
Well, the people at the gas station for Costco, because Jesse was saying that they didn't give him a gas station at the Costco in Natomas. Unfortunate.
Yeah, sad.
But it pisses me off when I'm at Costco gas, or I think they even do this at Sam's Club.
Well, when are you getting gas?
The wife's car has gas.
Okay.
Yeah, wife's car takes gas. No hybrid, nothing, just straight gas. And they got people who are in the lane, or excuse me, how do I put this? They got people that are in a lane to get gas where their gas tank is not on that side of the gas pump. So for instance, if your gas tank is on the driver's side, they got people in the lane that puts the gas pump on the passenger side, and they pull the cord all the way over their car and pump the gas that way. Why don't you get in the lane you're supposed to be in?
Yeah.
How about that? You're not supposed to be in this lane. I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. I'm following the rules. And you up here, just because Costco allows you to have the cord that drags all the way across your car, doesn't mean that you need to be here. Do your job, as Bill Belichick would say, and get the hell out of this lane.
Any thoughts, D'Lo? You're a new Costco man.
One, I am not a Costco man.
What do you mean? You were talking about Costco like 2 weeks ago. About how's the greatest place on earth.
I don't think I said that.
I thought,
I don't think I said that.
Your words said one thing, your emotions showed another.
I think.
Damn, Dame's already out on Costco.
Yeah, so it's not that one. Okay, one. I'm not out on Costco. I might be.
I even cut a short about it.
We made a whole video about it.
Yeah.
No, I cut a short. Yeah, about your love for Costco.
That was an expensive video.
Well, you made a video, but we also made a short about it.
No, I understand that. What I'm saying is I'll go there. Like, I need more specific intent next time. Like, hey, we're having some people over. Let's grab, the main course from Costco. Hey, the girls need such and such. Let's go to Costco. Like, it can't be like, hey, it's Saturday morning. Let's go to Costco. I can't do that again.
Oh, yeah.
Also, you gotta go shop.
I don't go to Costco to get gas. It's not something that I have to do anymore. Praise God.
See, no,
I wish you would open the door and cuss at me for.
Get the hell out the way.
You can come see me.
Get the hell out the way.
No
and they talking about Kerr. No, I ain't calling nobody. I'm going straight to the source. Get the hell out of this lane.
Kerr.
Well, no, Karen called. No, Karen doesn't always call the manager.
That's what Karen does. Karen be on the phone. Yeah, manager. No, I'm talking to you. Get the hell out of the way so I can get gas the way I'm supposed to. How about that? I don't need to call the guy in the neon vest. I don't need to call him. I'm telling you to move the hell out the way.
So your issue is that someone.
Is it because it looks weird? Because I got your back.
Yeah, well, number one, it does.
No, wait, stop. Hold on.
It's fine.
Why do you have his back?
Because I'm right.
Ride or die, whatever.
Yeah, that's my guy. But it does look weird. But also, I'm next, right? I'm next in my lane.
Okay.
If people were doing their job, I'd be getting gas right now. But no, you came into this lane that you're not supposed to be in, and now I got to wait for you.
But if it can reach the tank, what's the issue?
Because I think they even tell you too.
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Don't they tell you not to do that?
Well, why would you create?
Why
would you create a hose that long?
Well,
play on. We're trying to solve something here. Play on. We're being serious. This is serious. Play on.
Why would you?
Well, Costco's got to bear responsibility in this as well. Yes. But the whole point is I would be getting gas right now if you were where you're supposed to be. But now I got to wait because you wanted to be a jackass and be on the wrong side. That's why I'm upset. You're impeding my opportunity to move on with my day.
You sound ridiculous.
Yeah, look, I got your back. If we want to go yell, we can yell, but I think we're wrong on this one.
You sound ridiculous.
I think we're wrong, Kenny.
like if you can't make it reach and they're just wasting your time, hell yeah. But if it clearly seems to be built to do that,
get in the correct lane.
It doesn't matter.
Get in the correct lane so I can get my gas and get the hell out of here.
How about you get to Costco earlier?
Yeah, there's no such thing. Like, it doesn't matter when you get there.
Do we have this correct too? Do you have a Costco membership and a Sam's Club membership?
Yes.
Huh.
Hey,
yeah,
that's your guy right there.
Nah,
that's your boy right there.
That's not even
take a step over to this side.
That's your boy right there.
That's not even anything.
That's pretty crazy. Wait, you know what are you even pumping gas out of Costco for when you got a Tesla, man?
I'm the only person that has an electric vehicle. My mom still has a gas car. My wife still has a gas car. We still got one of the cars that we still have.
No, I think
How many cars do you have?
Yeah, let's talk about that.
3.
There are 2 adults in your house, and you have 3 cars.
Yeah, well, we got a new car. We didn't just get rid of the other one.
Let's talk about how
you say anything to me.
Yeah, let's talk
about my pocketbook.
Abusing Costco gas, by the way, with all your cars.
Hey,
one of them doesn't.
You know what the guy behind you is saying? Hey, jackass! How about just one car?
Yeah, this is the 4th time I've seen him today.
Oh, there is Rich, and then there is Costco and Sam's Club.
First of all, one of the cars isn't even. It's already paid off. There is no car note. So what do you mean, Rich?
Wow, guy paid off his car. That's crazy.
But it needs gas, so you drive it.
Yeah. Every now and then, yes.
This
Gotta keep it
again, I
going.
just want to recap. For those just tuning in,
Gotta keep it
again, I
going.
just want to recap. For those just tuning in, 2 adults in the house, 3 cars.
That's nothing. You're deflecting. That's nothing.
Deflecting on who?
How rich you are.
No, that's not what this is about. He doesn't have 2 memberships to these massive warehouses.
I don't even have one.
And
I'm married into one.
And
Katie's
one of them,
got it.
One of them
I got
is
nothing.
Sam's Club is a family situation. Costco is the one that we work with. When I say family, I mean Cheryl and El Grove is involved. All this other stuff. I think Auntie Wanda might also be involved. It's a family situation. You're on the family plan here. The only one that we take care of is Costco.
I bet you have cable, satellite, streaming.
Yeah, he's sharing Sam's Club like it's Netflix.
That's the only thing I share. Everything
This is
else is just
ridiculous.
within the family. That's it. That's it.
No
Did you-
wonder you're such a big Jerry Jones fan.
Well, I'm not a big Jerry Jones
I don't
fan.
know.
It's not true. See, people believe. You guys got to understand the power in your guys' words. People believe the things that you say when they're 100% false. I'm not a big Jerry Jones fan. Although
You just can't understand him.
Hang on one second.
I love Jerry Jones.
That's crazy.
Come on. And that one's cold.
Wait, what did he say?
Come on. I love Jerry Jones.
What are we talking about?
That one is so stupid. That one is hella dumb.
Look, I understand the okay one.
That
with the
one is
Lakers
stupid.
team, but why? How the hell did that happen?
I love Jerry Jones. No, that one is dumb. That one really needs to get off the board. That is just stupid.
Well, Lotus Prime is right. He's just a Jerry Jones supporter. That's what it is.
I'm not a
This is
Jerry,
Jerry Jones supporter.
at all.
Well,
Not
Collins
one
is
iota.
right. He could spell Gerald, but not Daquan.
That is far from the truth. However,
Oh boy,
I will say this.
that
It's not
however
even in
holding a lot of weight.
it's not even in support, I don't think, of Jerry. But did you hear? Of course you did. The whole situation with Jerry answering why he doesn't deal with agents. Turns out he tells a story about negotiating a contract with Dez Bryant. Jay-Z got involved because Dez is with Rock Nation. He got involved.
Which, for those who weren't with us, is the birth of his war now with Nicki Minaj.
Yeah.
Yes, you heard that right. Des Bryant is at war with Nicki Minaj, or perhaps Nicki Minaj is at war with Des Bryant.
Either or.
And the
What's
rest
a
of them.
weirder feud? Nicki Minaj versus Dez Bryant or Carl Crawford versus
Whatever. Man, Carl Crawford's wild. This dude, who knew he would turn into Jay Prince?
Yeah, I just thought he was going to be the raised left fielder his whole life.
Yeah. What the hell's going on there? So they asked Jerry about, like, why don't you want to deal with Michael Parsons' agent? And he tells this story about how when he was negotiating with Dez, Jay-Z called him and said, hey, this is a good deal for him. I know about hard work and, I know about getting up early. I'm going to take responsibility for Dez. Just sign him to the contract. Like, we'll make sure it's all good. You call me if you need anything. And then Jerry said they've made the deal. And then he says, Jay-Z stopped taking his calls after the deal was already signed. So that's his reasoning for not dealing with agents. Number one, I think you're going to disagree. I believe Jerry. But I love Jerry Jones. I believe that happened. It's so descriptive. How do you make up? Yeah, I used to get up early every day on the street corner. How do you make that up? Now, here's where I do go away from Jerry's account. I don't know if Jay-Z was, I'm pretty sure he wasn't Dez Bryant's agent, right?
Jay-Z is not an agent.
Right. So when he's talking about, I tried to call him, Jay-Z was probably like, call his agent. Don't call me. So him talking about, well, the agent Jay-Z stopped picking up my calls. Yeah, because you don't negotiate with Jay-Z. Like you're negotiating with his agent.
So okay, maybe
so you don't have to pick up the phone.
Maybe I misunderstood something you said. Jay-Z talked to Jerry Jones about Dez's contract. And that wasn't the final thing that got the deal. The deal wasn't done.
The deal wasn't done at the time. Jay-Z was trying to bring it across the finish line.
Okay.
And he talked to Jerry. And then, if you want to have a real conversation, I mean, I guess if Jay-Z did say all this stuff, I could understand Jerry being like, bro, why aren't you picking up my calls? You told me to call you if things were going bad. But the quote is somewhere, but it's the reason why I do believe that this conversation happened and it happened the way it did is, number one, the callback. Jerry went, 15 years ago. He must have been scarred from this situation.
Right.
Like the callback to be like, no, this was the moment when I said, I'm done with agents. And it was very descriptive. He said, Jay-Z told me, he said, my office used to be the street corner and I was never late. So I'll make sure this is how we do business here. All right. I don't need to go to Morton's. My office was the street corner. And then we had some problems and I tried to call Jay-Z and it wouldn't pick up my phone calls. Now, that's where I think it gets lost in translation. Although I can understand him saying, you told me to call you if anything went wrong. Jay might be like, I'm not his agent. So call his agent. You don't have to call me. But everything outside of that, I believe that happened. I believe it's too descriptive and it's too much of a callback for it to just be a random, like he was scarred by this. This was a turning point in the way he goes about those things. Do you believe, Jerry?
Here's the exact quote, because when we have a problem with the player, the agent is nowhere to be found. Jay-Z said that Dez would make all meetings. Jay-Z and I negotiated the contract, spent hours. That's the end of the sentence. He said, anybody in my organization is on time. Do you think this man's not senile? I'm reading this verbatim, by the way.
So you don't believe that happened?
He said, my office used to be on the street corner and I've always been early, so they will be on time. And what did I say? I said, I'm going to call you when I have a problem. He quit taking my calls.
Bro, Jerry's losing it.
He quit taking my calls.
I think it's pretty clear. Like, Jerry's just gotten a little old here.
So
Rock Nation has responded, by the way. Rock Nation said, in 2015, at the 21 Club, on a napkin, Jerry Jones, Juan Perez, Sean Jay-Z Carter, and Stephen Jones negotiated a 5-year, $70 million deal, which included a $45 million guarantee and a $20 million signing bonus for Dez Bryant. At the time, it was the second largest contract for a wide receiver in NFL history. The claim that Mr. Carter or Rock Nation representation did not return a call from Jerry Jones is not only a false statement, but it's also a comical one.
Well, did you hear what you read right there? That's what they're disputing. And that's what I'm disputing. I don't think they just stopped taking his calls. I don't believe that. But that conversation, everything that he talked about, the negotiation, what Jay-Z told him, I think that absolutely happened. Rock Nation only says the fact that we didn't take the calls is not true. They don't dispute the conversation.
And forgive me, as everyone is fully aware, we don't plan this show. What are we talking about then?
No, it was just funny that Jerry, to me, it was humorous that Jerry, but people are like, yo, this is crazy or whatever. I think that all that negotiation stuff happened. I don't believe that they just stopped taking his calls.
He did go back 10 years. Well, no, he may have. Jay-Z, why is he calling me again?
That's what I'm saying.
Like, what?
That's what I'm saying.
Want?
That's what I'm saying. But a lot of people are like, yo, Jerry's lost it, like having it. No, I don't. I think that actually happened. All the negotiation stuff and what Jay told him about Dez and all this other stuff, it's too descriptive. And it's too far back that Jerry feels some type of way about it. So I think that happened. I think the non-answering of the phone calls, I don't believe that.
I think Jay-Z deserves more heat for we're past kneeling.
I had a conversation last night about Jay-Z. And that whole situation looks funny. It looks very, very funny from Jay-Z.
Yeah.
We're past kneeling. Multiple different people talking about not Jay-Z. You can't say it was him, but Rock Nation then putting out propaganda against Colin Kaepernick after that. And I'm like, why would they do that? Like, why?
Wait, what did Rock Nation do?
So when Nikki was doing what she was doing initially, I think she had mentioned something about Cap and about just the situation about how
she mentioned something about the NFL.
Yeah, how Jay-Z went to go work with the NFL.
And then Nessa said something.
Yeah, Nessa said, yeah, they absolutely Rock Nation. Nobody's saying Jay-Z specifically, but it's his company. It's saying Rock Nation would go around to different news outlets putting out what they deem as false information, kind of disparaging Cap, saying, he doesn't even want to play football anyway. He's just doing this for attention, all this other stuff. Then Van Lathan came out like later in the week and was like, yeah, that absolutely happened while we were at TMZ. And Harvey came to me about it and was like, what do you think we should do? We decided not to run the stories that Rock Nation was trying to put out there.
Yeah, I'm reading an awful announcing article about Van Lathan says he knows for a fact that Rock Nation put the articles out there and stuff like that, but he doesn't know how involved Jay-Z was with that. Right. But he knows for a fact that that's what was going on.
I mean, Rock Nation is Jay-Z's company.
Well, yeah, he just doesn't know how. And how calling the shots he was.
It would seem pretty wild to think. Once again, I'm not saying Jay-Z was calling the shots, but it would be pretty wild to think that Jay-Z was completely on the side of Cap and allow these things to happen at his company. Which makes me think I'm putting two and two together.
Well, we're past kneeling in that whole not press conference, but that whole media availability that he did with Roger Goodell in his office in New York. That told you right there he wasn't on the side of Colin Kaepernick.
So I've just always wondered why that was his stance. Like, what was his issue? And then even if that is your stance and your issue, why is your company trying to further damage this guy's reputation? So, and I don't know the answer to that.
Well, I don't have an answer to that, but I don't like the term further damage his reputation, because Colin Kaepernick's reputation was never damaged.
Well, attempt to is what I mean.
I mean, the NFL did everything they could, and the thing is, it's tough because it's impossible for me. I'm like, it's cool. TMZ backs this story, like whatever. The amount of almost purposeful misinformation that was going on around Colin Kaepernick at that time is crazy. Like, everyone spoke with such authority, and it's like, y'all, every single one of you are full of crap. Like, you're all just regurgitating the same thing, claiming you have sources, claiming you have this, claiming you have that. Not a single person spoke to Colin Kaepernick. Not a single person spoke to someone close to Colin Kaepernick. One guy did, and didn't even tell people. It was Howard Bryant. Didn't tell people for years. Of course he wanted to play football. He always wanted to play football. That's all he ever wanted to do. The idea that he didn't is insane. But it's no different than Tommy Smith and John Carlos. That's where this whitewashing of history is so damaging to where we're at today. You would have fully understood what was happening with Colin Kaepernick in 2017 if you paid closer attention to what actually happened with Tommy Smith and John Carlos back in, was 68? Yeah. Everyone remembers the image. I remember the image. I celebrate that image. I look at that image every single day. I got it on T-shirts. I got it on canvas prints. But then what? You didn't see Tommy Smith and John Carlos again. Those were the two biggest American track stars. No ifs, ands, buts, whatabouts. They were the ones gone after 68. Gone. That's what Cap was. Yeah. And it boils down to this. Jerry wanted him gone. So he was gone. I'm not saying Jerry was the only one, but Jerry's the most powerful one. Yeah. He was gone.
Yeah. So
shame on Jay-Z if Rock Nation was a part of this, if he was a part of it. And it's hard for me to believe that he wasn't. I mean, again, It's pass kneeling. It's more than that. Man, it's not your job to determine when we're done protesting. It's not your job to determine when he's done protesting. That happened in 2017. That Colin Kaepernick stuff. When did the Rock Nation deal sign? Anyone know off the top of their head?
The
Rock Nation in NFL?
That Brown
2019?
Yeah.
2019.
Yeah, 19.
Really?
I think the first one was that Miami Super Bowl.
Oh, no. Work with me here. 2019? What happened the next year?
2020.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay. We're past kneeling, though. And
here's the thing that I said at the time, because I was having conversations with my cousin at the time, where I thought it was foul. I thought it was, for Jay-Z to be who he portrays himself to be a lot of the time, for him to undercut what Colin Kaepernick had going on, and then say what he said in that meeting, for $1. I thought that was foul. That was his decision. That was his right to do it, but I thought it was foul. And I said, I'm going to be looking closely. And I don't care about the halftime show, bro. At that time, like what we were talking about, what Colin Kaepernick was fighting for and trying to get across, I don't care about who you bring for a halftime show. If you're going to go do this and you're going to go be with the NFL, I expect like some real stuff. They ain't give us nothing but a halftime show. And that's cool. Like I enjoy the halftime show like everybody else. But.
Sir, I'm sorry. Are you forgetting the end racism era in the end zone?
My bad. My mistake.
And look around. It's worked. We'll come back.
It's worked.
We'll get into a discussion about the actual NFL and some things going on in the league right now. Probably a further discussion needs to be had on the Dallas Cowboys and Micah Parsons. I don't know if that's going to happen today because I want to shift my attention to the San Francisco 49ers, particularly to the NFC West. That's ahead here. Jason Jones might jump in. I don't think so, but like if he does, he does. If not, we're here. Steelo and Casey on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. That's the wrong YouTube. I need to figure out a way to get back into. I always get kicked out of our Instagram account. I need to post all these shorts that you make. I didn't even see the Costco short. Yeah. Well, the fact that yeah. Yeah. Is he asking you to put something together? Like go up there and talk about it? Oh. Oh, okay, great. Oh, yeah, no doubt. Yeah, no doubt. No doubt, no doubt. Oh, secure. It was like Katie made it look good. We had fun. I had fun with the stuff on my story. That was like an 8-minute video that she cut down into that. There are some good ones though. She's really good with that stuff. She knows like what the cool trends are. So we had fun. Actually, man, believe it or not, like maybe once. One, remember, it wasn't super hot that week, but two, like I was like, it was chores, bro. Like we were working. Monday, Tuesday, we were just trying to get everything done that we had put off. And then, so that I think got us to Thursday. We were still working pretty hard on Thursday. And then Friday we left for Anaheim.
You got a pool, and we ended up having like the coolest July in like 20 years, I think.
Right? Yeah. Thankfully, my mom and her friend put this like a solar blanket on it. It's like a cover, and it actually keeps the pool pretty warm. It's cool. It's helpful. That was funny. Like that was legit funny. We're gonna make a lot more stuff like this though. That's where like Katie's so good with social media, securing like stuff like that. How well do you know? Blah blah blah. We'll do a lot more stuff like that. I never really enjoyed social media stuff until doing it with her. It's a lot of fun. Everything was always like show related. You know, like show clips of the show. Which is valuable, of course, but we have an account for that. The amount of Becky's and Maddie's and Brianna's and Carly's that follow me after we post the video is always funny.
Shout out James. Fortress of Snackitude is back.
Oh, right on, James. Poor Kenny had to order food yesterday. Man was starving. It's the anniversary of the was it the Alabama?
Oh yeah. This date in American history.
I think yesterday or today was Tim Anderson getting knocked out.
Hey, this picture is funny for a million reasons. Shout out to Abs One for that. That is funny. I mean, it's terrible, but it's funny. All right, 916-909-1320. We are commercial free until the top of the 4 o'clock hour. If you want to hang out with us, I was reading some remarks from Sean McVay actually yesterday morning, and it's this Matt Stafford thing, man. He was talking about, you know, they hope to have him back playing soon. Like no timeline, no idea. Like, and I don't know if it's because he's older. Maybe they're not sweating this. But I feel like we went through this a couple of years ago, and it wasn't a good thing for the Los Angeles Rams. And I understand I'm alone on this, but I'm not buying this isn't a big deal thing. I know the Rams have loaded up their roster, but I feel like it centers on their quarterback. It centers on Matthew Stafford. Now, maybe your boy wrote the playbook on you could throw Jimmy Garoppolo out there with a talented head coach, a talented offensive-minded head coach, and a talented roster, and not only survive, but thrive. You can win football games with Jimmy Garoppolo as your quarterback. but it feels like this roster is built to win football games with Matt Stafford as your quarterback. And I get it's August 5th, and we've got time before that first game is played. But like I said 2 years ago, this feels like a far bigger deal than they're making it out to be. We're talking for those who aren't aware, like we're talking about Matt Stafford's back. You know, 2 years ago his arm was falling off. This time it's his back.
I broke my back.
Okay, give me a second here. I'll give everybody an opportunity to think. Who's the last athlete that came back from a back injury at the age of what, 36, 35, 36? Who's the last guy who we started talking about having back problems and it was fine? It was Steve Nash, right? It was fine for him.
Excellent.
Yeah. Dwight Howard.
Perfect.
Larry Bird. Somebody give me one. Give me an older athlete who had back issues who just got back to being fine after that.
I'm look, everything you're saying is correct.
Damn right it is.
And I'm leaning more towards that school of thought where it's like, yeah, Matthew Stafford has always had this type of stuff circulating around.
I don't feel like it's always.
He's always hurt. Like, it may not be training camp, but some point during the season.
Oh, well, yeah,
he always hurt.
up. Yeah,
and he plays.
He plays through it. Yeah.
At some point, that
didn't he throw a touchdown pass with like a broken rib one time? Did it like in an overtime game? I feel like he got like
the Lions or whatever.
Yeah, when he was with the Lions.
I think it was like a pass interference. He got hit.
Yeah,
he still ran the next play.
Yeah, and I think he threw the touchdown, and he's like sobbing.
Yeah, he's running to the sideline, just bent over, holding his ribs.
Man.
Yeah. But at some point, that stuff catches up with you. Like, you're not going to always be able to use a wrestling term, be able to kick out of it, you know. And obviously, the older you get, the less you have the capacity to be able to deal with those type of injuries, and those injuries linger a little bit longer. So while I know we talked about this a little bit last week, and myself and Kyle were like, man, we've seen it too much to like take it, you know, to believe that it's going to keep them out for any amount of time. You're right. I mean, this is a serious situation with no definitive end. Like, it's not like, oh yeah, just 2 weeks and then, you know, he'll be back at it. It's every time it's brought up to Sean McVay or anybody else, well, you know, we're monitoring it. We're not sure, but, you know, we're monitoring it. I mean, is he going to be ready week one? And I know they like to say like, hey, the veterans, they can just jump back in there, but I don't know. Maybe he needs preseason. Maybe he needs training camp at this age to ramp up and be ready for week one. And while I think Jimmy Garoppolo will be serviceable, I do think after a little while, the book was out on Jimmy. There was a game plan against him, even in Kyle Shanahan's system. The game plan was out about how to stop this guy. And it was really just load up, you know, put 8 in the box, safeties, don't drop back.
Yeah.
He's not going to throw deep. We're just going to have every defender in this 15-yard radius.
Yeah.
And that's how they played about
15 yards from the line of scrimmage.
Jimmy Garoppolo plays football for an extended period of time for the Rams this season. They are cooked.
I just saw on the TV and wonder what you guys think about this. They've got the over under 9.5 wins for the Rams.
Healthy Stafford, I'll take the over.
But that's part of it, though, right? Are you?
I have questions. Because
I agree with you. If he's healthy, I do too.
I want to see if he's out there week one. If he's not playing week
9.5, is that a Vegas number? Because that feels low for this team.
Vegas, ESPN bet, wherever that comes from. So
okay. God, that feels low for them.
It does. That's why.
There are teams who thought they could knock out. There are people who thought they could knock out Philadelphia.
But maybe people are thinking more like you and like, I'm not trusting this staff.
Yeah,
or Vegas is looking at it that way.
Yeah, something's wrong. He's making the run, and here it's Seth Rollins. Here comes Seth Rollins is with us.
Man, this man gonna wear this shirt, this hat today, man.
What? It was a good game last night.
Bandwagon front.
What? I'm not even a supporter. I just thought it was a good game.
Front runner.
Just thought it was a good game.
Front runner. Why don't you wear that third place team's hat? I ain't seen that hat.
I wore it yesterday. What you talking about? I had the hat on yesterday. I'm Giants. I'm always gonna beat Giants.
Whatever. Whatever.
I don't even like the Cardinals like that.
Jason Jones with us. We weren't sure if Jason was going to make it, but he's here. He's actually has a Jalen Brunson WWE T-shirt on.
That one is fire. That is fire. If I was a Knicks fan, I'd get that.
Did you see Ty's? Ty's wasn't very good.
But
I just saw the Halliburton 317. You got another?
No,
one?
he got another one.
He has this one too.
But you remember how exaggerated his face was? They exaggerated it a little bit more, and it looks really weird on the T-shirt. It looks really weird on the T-shirt. What'd you think before we get to sports business? And you wrote about Gilbert Arenas recently. I'd like to talk about that. What did you think of SummerSlam?
I thought it was kind of like a roller coaster. There were times where I was like, what are we doing here? There were some real good points. Like, I don't understand the fascination with Tiffany Stratton at all. I just don't get it. You know, I think I saw Matt Morgan basically say she hasn't had like a good pro. I just don't get it. Maybe they like blondes. I don't know. I just don't get it. And not that she's not a talented athlete. I just don't get the kind of the fascination. I don't get what they're doing with Karrion Kross, but maybe he won't be. I don't, you know, that doesn't make it. They have some stuff they're doing where it's not a story. It's just like stuff just randomly happening. Like the whole John Cena thing on Friday. Like, okay, so we're just never going to understand why The Rock was there. We're never going to understand why Travis Scott was randomly part of the show for 2 years, like your biggest show of the year, and never heard from again. And now, like, John is back to being John. Like, okay, they pulled the swerve of the century. That was a hell of a swerve with Seth. You know, they got everybody with that one. You know, but but then then you bring back the guy from who's in the lawsuit. You know, I mean, it's never like that pro wrestling was ever a bastion of morality to begin with. But I mean, they had a hell of a run of like, let's just, let's see how many people we can irk in a weekend last week. They had a nice little, 3-4 day run of like, okay, we're gonna make sure the publicly pro LGBTQ ally, loses his title in 5 minutes. We're going to make sure that Logan Paul, gets a pinfall win at SummerSlam. We're going to make sure Triple H gets his photo op with the president. We're going to do like 5 Hulk Hogan tributes. And then, oh, by the way, Brock is back. And then they don't do the press conferences.
That was interesting.
Not that they're not that the press like I've said on here before, those press conferences are so weird anyway. It's like half legit media, half fan. People interviewing the actual people, then people interviewing the character. Like the most annoying thing in those press conferences, someone says, "Well, who's next for you?" Like, what do you mean who's next? Like, whoever they tell them is next. So they made sure they had a very interesting weekend.
Yeah. Does that, real quick, does that bother you? Like you're a fan, you're a lifelong fan. All of those things that you just named, particularly Brock, the Hogan stuff, in the Triple H stuff, does that bother you?
I don't know if bother is the word. I don't have very high moral expectations for them.
I got you. Okay.
So it's like, but I don't have very high expectations. I mean, Vince showed for decades that they're going to do what sells tickets, even though Vince may not be running it, but for God's sake, they're under TKO, and we know how they have Dana White. We know how Dana White rolls.
Yep.
So I mean, it's not like it's a shock. I mean, I think that it may be even worse now under that umbrella. I mean, just the whole idea. They're like, well, the legal team cleared Brock Lesnar. I'm like, cleared him how? Because just a year ago, you removed him from the video game. Like, so what's changed in the last year other than, hey, let's sell some tickets? I mean, I'm like, just be upfront about it. Just say, hey, we sent him home, but he's back. Don't be like,
I told KC if I was a woman in that locker room, I'd be furious.
Yeah, and I think Lance Storm made that point. He said people are making this about Brock Lesnar. It's really about the women there. Like, how is the stuff that Brock was accused of accused of doing in that lawsuit okay? And you know, he may not be the one being sued, but how is that okay? And how do you not address that? Well, then again, like I said, you know, under that TKO umbrella, when's the last time UFC addressed something like that before? Like seriously addressed it? I can't recall. So I mean, it's almost like that's the world they live in, you know. And so, you know, you kind of roll with it. If you're gonna, you know, most people aren't going to stop watching because of it, you know. And you figure maybe Brock's going to be around for a month or two, so he can have a little program. That was the funny thing where they're like, well, John wanted to bring him back. Like, come on, don't throw this on John.
And even if he did, he's not the decision maker.
Yeah, that's like, what if John said he wanted to wrestle me part of the farewell tour? You gonna let me wrestle? John really likes
that. I'd be front row for that.
Yeah, my kids would love that. Like, look, Daddy get beat up by John Cena. But I mean, and what I hate about it too was that there was some really good stuff that wasn't like, I mean, that might have been the best match John has done during this farewell. That was the first time where he was like Super John from back in the day.
Yeah.
Like that spot where he carries Cody from up out of the I mean, that was the vintage John Cena we hadn't really seen. And you know, he ends up getting squashed by Brock. Even though Brock is a big part of his story, I'm just like, yeah, it is what it is, you know. I was more mad that CM Punk only had the belt for 5 minutes. But that was great cinema, though. That was great cinema. I thought the TLC match was great. I thought that was, you know, them letting the women get thrown off of ladders in the middle of the match.
Dangerous.
Yeah, they had some really cool stuff that week, you know, that over the weekend, you know. So all in all, I'll be watching NXT tonight anyway, like the mark I am for pro wrestling.
All right.
I was about to ask you something or form a question a certain way, but as my partner always says, don't want to lead the witness. How do you feel about these 2-night PLEs?
I like them, but I also feel like there's not enough matches. I'm like, if you're going to do 2 nights, we should have like more than 10 and 11 matches. I think there's no reason why both tag team titles aren't. If you're going to have 2 nights, every belt should be on the line. That's just me. Like, if you're going to do 2 nights of stuff, like, who was the U.S. champion again?
Who is the U.S. champion? Is it Solo?
Yeah, he was there. Yeah, but Intercontinental champion, you know, but what the women's U.S. title, was that defended?
Do the women have a U.S. title too? God damn, they got it.
Yeah, it's who is it?
The girl we talked about who broke her arm twice. Isn't she the U.S. champion?
I thought that was the Intercontinental title.
No, it's not Chelsea anymore. It's not Chelsea. Who beat Chelsea? Whoever beat Chelsea.
Did Becky beat Chelsea? Is that what happened?
Becky's the Intercontinental champion. So yeah, so I mean, you know, I'm like, you know, every belt should be defended in my opinion if you're going to do a 2-night show, and that would be my like they had a night of champions with like 1 or 2 title matches. It was like the night of a champion or 2. So, but I mean, I think, you know, having been to Mania on back-to-back nights, that was dope.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think it's a cool experience. But yeah, I just think, you know, the way they pace the shows now, it's like 5, 6 matches a night. I mean, that's a long time to be there to get 5, 6, 7 matches.
They said their TKO is going to make more 2 nights.
Oh, I'm sure they are.
Oh yeah,
I'm sure Rumble's going to be 2 nights. Yeah, I'm sure. And I'm sure every city in the country, in other countries, are going to want those 2-night events.
Would they have like 120,000 people come?
Yeah, and I'm sure it brings in. I mean, wrestling fans will spend money.
Like I was out there watching people just buy those like $600 belts like it was
Yeah.
nothing.
Yeah.
And I was like, are you like going to wear that around? Like, what do you do with the $600? Like what do you do with it besides look at it? I'm like, but I mean, if I paid like $1,000 for one of those replica belts, the last thing I'm doing is wearing it to a WWE event. Like I've got a couple replicas, but I got mine like on sale, and they were not. I got like I paid like 100 something for my replicas. There's no way I'm going to buy that, and they look beautiful in person, but to wear that and they'll show up with like 2 or 3 of them. They're like,
oh yeah, that's wild.
They'll have winged eagle over here, a spinner belt here. Then like
they got the one around their waist.
And I'm like, man, where I'm from, you should just get robbed on GP.
Right.
Like, why you have $4,000 worth of fake belts on?
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, wrestling fans are a special group, man.
Yeah.
They're a special group, and Gilbert Arenas is a special individual. You wrote about him most recently in The Athletic. I don't know if this. I think this was a real video. He ran skipping out of jail. Like,
yeah, that's Gilbert. And it's crazy. I've been working on this Gilbert Arenas story for a couple of months, and just last month, I was down there at his house. And they record the show and talking to Nick Young and Brandon Jennings and checking out the game room where he streams, where he does his video game streams and all that. So
what was the original angle for the Gilbert Arenas? Story.
The original angle, and it's crazy. That version of the story is not dead. It's more so like we're not going to run this story while this is hanging out. But basically, it was a look at how he's created this media empire he's creating. And essentially, is he going to be like the next Pat McAfee? Does he build this thing he has so big to where, Amazon comes to him and says, we don't want to touch the show. We just want to have the right to air it. Kind of like what ESPN did with McAfee. And because his stuff is NBA focused and the new NBA media rights deal, it was going to look at all that, kind of his creative mind. His people were telling me that his biggest demographic is actually a demographic that never saw him play. Like he connects with like the 18 to 25s more than he does, an older audience. And he has a real knack for understanding what will get picked up, what will go viral, which type of clips works better in different formats. And we had talked about, like he said he's not a journalist. He said he's a content creator. But he does a lot of the work that journalists do. I mean, I got some background on how the number of phone calls he makes before a show to research, to talk to people around the league, to get information. And everything you see him do on his show, it's not off the cuff. He's done a lot of work beforehand. I mean, dude is smart as hell. You're around, he's smart as hell, but he's also admittedly a goofball. And maybe that's why I relate to him, because I can be a goofball too, not at his level, but it was fascinating just because you talked to him about we talked about his marriage. He talked about, how crazy it is to go to marriage counseling before you have a marriage problem and why he was doing. I mean, we hit everything. Talked about being a father and, why he's against high school super teams and I hit a bunch of different stuff, but right now the New York Times /Athletic doesn't really want to run that heartfelt, heartwarming, let's look at Gilbert Arenas' story while this whole this indictment is over his head.
Yeah. I rarely ever agree with Gilbert Arenas. I'm not a big fan of the way that he moves, the way that he talks, the way he goes about things. Just not really my style. He's really good at this though. Like he is really good. Gil's Arena that's really good. It's some good stuff. And I gotta salute him on that, man. Even if I don't always agree with him, the way he's built that and put that together, that's some really good stuff.
Yeah, and then you look at the people he puts on the show with him. Josiah is kind of like the point man, the straight man. But to have his show where you have Nick Young and Rashad McCants at the same time. It's like, and even Gil was like, sometimes we look at Rashad like, what are you talking about? And Rashad was there the day I was there. And I was like, hey, you probably don't remember me, but I was around like at the very end of your Sacramento tenure. He was like, oh, yeah. And there's a look that players give you when you remind them that they were in Sacramento. And he was like, yeah, oh, yeah, Sacramento. Yeah. And it's like an unspoken thing where they don't have to say it, but they all kind of make this similar, like, oh, yeah, I did do that, right? Sacramento. Yeah, I did that. So yeah, I talked to Brandon Jennings. Remember Brandon's like viral pre-draft workout where he like went off on Ricky Rubio was in Sacramento.
Brandon, wow, bro.
Yeah, Brandon's like a golfer now. He's all about golf. So I mean, I got all this stuff for this story. Then it was like, I'm chilling and making some more calls on the story. Then I see that the tweet or whatever that he's got arrested. So I had talked to some editors. I'm like, I was just hanging out with Gilbert, and I said I kind of had a hunch that no matter what the outcome was that day, Gilbert would not be serious. And sure enough, who else has a hashtag Gil snitching? My man was live streaming college football 26 less than 24 hours later, commenting on the case. Like, he's incapable of taking things seriously. And the thing is, like what I did get from him about that though was that's how he deals with stress. He deals with it with laughter. So it's like that's what he does. And I think if you're talking about say about mental health or whatever, how he's dealing with it, if he weren't joking, I would be like, oh yeah, he's really, really shaking right now. But yeah, Gil is going to be Gil, and I'm just curious to see how this whole thing unfolds. Because it seems like they're going to move forward. I think the new season of the show starts in a week or two. And the plan was to drop this whole story on his empire when the new season started. And I've been told that won't be happening right now. So I still have all the stuff I've done. And I'm pretty sure that if he's cleared, I may be back down in the Woodland Hills, the Valley area, catching up with Gilbert where he can have his kind of like victory lap.
Gilbert Arenas is Brock Lesnar all of a sudden, just waiting to get cleared so Jason Jones can drop the story.
I'm like his Jim Gray now. It's like I'm just there to convey whatever's on Gilbert's mind.
Between Gilbert and Club 520, man, I think both of those two podcasts hit a pocket that, like you mentioned earlier, is, I don't want to say underserved, but they get in that lane of players who talk unfiltered about the game, and people like that. You know what I mean? People like that. I think I like 520 a lot more than Gil's Arena, but they both were kind of in that same lane, and I think they both do a really good job of it.
Yeah, it's I call it's the new journalism. I mean, they may not be journalists in the traditional sense, but people are going to go to them. And what Gilbert has a really good understanding of, he was like, no one cares what I think about what happened in the game because no one cares about that. They want my opinion on something that related to. He understands that. He's like, I'm not here to give you a recap of the game. I'm here to point out that because I talked to him after he got into it back and forth with Cat about how Cat plays, and he says Cat plays like a WNBA player. And he explained to me what he meant about from the footwork. And I mean, I think he made a point that he said Cat has a small torso, long arms, long legs, and big feet like a WNBA player. I was like, what the hell? But he broke it all down, like how in terms of like the pivot foot and the jab step, how. Because he has a daughter who's playing, his daughter who plays college ball, another daughter in high school. He said there's certain movements that the girls do a certain way, and Kat does the moves the exact same way. So he said, I know it sounded crazy and Cat don't like me, but he said, I actually studied all this before I said all that. And it's, like I said, a look into Gilbert's mind is real. It was a fascinating. I probably have about almost 2 hours of audio talking to Gilbert Arenas, and I haven't done a deep dive like that in a while on like a single topic.
Is there a part of him like when he does that podcast, like that's playing a character?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Definitely. Yeah, he definitely understands the character. I don't know who this is. I'm sorry.
It's Gilbert. It's like, hey, when's that feel good story dropping, bro?
That ain't Gilbert. But but there is a part of him that's playing. He understands that part too. Like when he does the little things about when he goes up how the Lakers have done nothing all offseason. He calls that like crash out Gil. Like he's just being the stereotypical over emotional fan in that one. So he definitely he'll even know that. For example, someone like, I think his joke is that Nick will defend any guy whose role on the team was to stand in the corner and shoot open threes. So he knows how to tee it up to get Nick going. Because I don't know if you remember, he had a whole thing about, remember Noah Lyles talking about why he deserved a shoe? He's like, I knew that Nick Young would get up there and say that Noah Lyles deserves a shoe. And he was like, no, he doesn't. He's a sprinter. He doesn't know. You don't go to the store and buy a Noah Lyles shoe. And then, and even with that story, Gilbert's an Adidas guy. He talked to Adidas and asked them, "What are the chances of y'all ever doing a sprinter shoe?" And he broke down. Actually, he explained all this stuff, and he did the history of. He even researched how many sprinters have ever had their own shoe. And they tried it with Michael Johnson, and it doesn't really compute because, it's not the same. But he think Nick Young was like, oh, yeah, but they did it with this guy. And he was like, no, that guy got a Van or a Dunk. That's not a signature shoe. That's a Dunk. And so, like I said, he knows he's definitely playing a role at times. He knows, like he even said, he'll even change his voice octaves, knowing that might get Rashad going or that might get Kmart going, or he knows when to stand back and let Kmart and Nick go back and forth. So yeah, I mean, I said then you realize that his dad was a bodyguard and actor in Hollywood. So a lot of stuff he learned from seeing actual actors and his dad play characters. So he's a big fan of like the living color sketch comedy type stuff. So like I said, when this story actually does come out, if it ever, I'm assuming it will. A lot of fascinating things about, he talked about how his wife got him to lose weight because she said, you look kind of fat on TV. How are you going to be like an analyst and you keep gaining weight? She said, none of your suits fit. They're all big and baggy. She like made him go get like tailored suits. And like he gets up at 4:30 in the morning every day for the show. And the show airs like at 11:30. He gets up at 4:30, works out and spends 3-4 hours researching. Because the joke with me was like, man, I can't. I know Nick and them ain't gonna read the rundown, so I gotta have all that stuff down. Like I said, I mean, if this story ever runs, I think it's gonna be a fun one.
It was you know what it was? It was that locker room Netflix joint that made me, when I was watching Gilbert in that, it made me think I think he's working, like not on that show because I feel like he was honest, sincere. I didn't feel like he was putting on a performance in that documentary. And then when I watch these clips of him, and because I don't watch that show, but when I see these clips of him, it's like, oh, I think he's working. You talk about professional wrestling, he's playing a character.
Yeah, my editor said that he's really in character, isn't he? My editor was like, yeah, he like knows how to be a face and a heel. I'm like, he does. And then because what got me interested in the story in part was not just the show, was I watched the documentary, and there were parts where he comes across very, I was like, that's a very mature version of Gilbert Arenas that I had never heard before. And even talking to him about how that all came about and how he worked with Javaris, and he was going to make sure that, hey, I don't need to make all the money off of this. Javaris is he said in the show, Javaris got in way more trouble because of him, because he just wouldn't take it seriously. And he was, so he's very aware. Like I said, he's one of the probably just in terms of just talking to one of the smartest guys I've talked to in terms of just basketball and everything around it, the business and understanding that. And we talked about, like players, not their personal lives, not like a particular player, but just how jacked up your life is as a basketball player in the season versus the off season, and how it's really two different lives. And there's a reason why guys get out of shape during the season versus, it's not, he was just like, you live a different life. He said, think about it in the off season. You just can't show up in Miami and fly 3 chicks out. But guess what? You can do that on a 5-game road trip. He said that's why these guys be depressed. Because they come home and he's like, the wife ain't used to them being. Like I said, there's a lot of good stuff in there. He talked about athletes who wanted to get into podcasting. He said, he said for the first month or two, it's good therapy if you're just like kind of struggling with what to do. But he said, you got to remember, there's people who went to college who studied this for a living. They're not trying to give up their job so that they can let some basketball player talk about nothing. So you better learn how to prepare. You better learn how to, how to do a rundown, how to write a script, how to put a show together. If not, as he puts it, the actual real journalist will run you out quick because you won't have anything to say. So like I said, these are,
He said, this real quick in that documentary, I thought it was just interesting and telling. And Jason, you mentioned it as well about him, his trauma response is always to make fun. Like when he's nervous or uncomfortable, that's where he finds that's where he calms down as he makes jokes and stuff. I just thought that was interesting. That tells a lot about how he goes about things.
Yeah, I mean, I can kind of relate to that, except that I've never had federal charges.
Well, please don't either. Please don't ever have
that is not on the plan that's not on the plan. Like I don't want to relate to Gilbert like that, or I've got Fed charges, but that kind of is his thing. Like, when things get tough. I mean, for God's sake, his son, tears his, messes up his knee. The video he makes is like, this boy won't stop working. I told him not to do that. I think some of the more interesting stuff is his stuff about being a father, how he approaches that, why he would never put his kids on a super team. What he's like, all you're gonna do is create an elite role player if my son never has to do anything except be one of 5 5-star players. Like he's good with that stuff.
Hopefully one day we'll see this story from him.
Yeah. Right.
Trust me, man. Because I'm like, man, don't have me do all this work to be like, well, Gilbert's in prison.
Oh man. Oh.
Then it's like, well, shoot, knowing Gil might talk from prison.
Huh?
He might. I mean, this man had so many jokes about being arrested. I mean, I don't know.
Out of jail.
He was.
I mean, I probably can't repeat everything he said, but yeah, he got jokes about this situation.
That's crazy.
Good stuff, Jay. Thanks for joining us, man. We weren't sure we were going to see you today.
Yeah, man, no problem, man. Blame these kids. They trying to go back to school and learn, and I'm just like, man, play Xbox with your dad.
They're bigger than you, so just.
Well, the little one ain't bigger than me yet. Now I can still take him.
Okay. All right. Well, enjoy it while you can.
Yeah, exactly. He's 11, so in about 2 years he'll be towering over me.
All right. All right. Appreciate you, Jay. Thank you, brother. That's our man Jason Jones right there of The Athletic. We got to take Jason Jones over to Baker Family Wines, man. West Sacramento. He can join Dusty's Clubhouse right now. All they got to do is head over to bakerfamilywines.com. I know that Jason Jones is a big fan of Dusty Baker, even though he spent some time managing the San Francisco Giants. He certainly spent some time managing the Los Angeles Dodgers as well. And now he's spending his time making some incredible small lot wines crafted right here in West Sacramento. Again, you could join Dusty's Clubhouse, find out about exclusive releases, tasting room specials. They do have a tasting room that we strongly encourage you to go to. Again, it's in West Sacramento. Head over to bakerfamilywines.com. I'm holding this Pinot Noir Rosé right here, baby. We're going to step out. We're going to head over to 102.5 if you want to join us there. If not, we'll see you here tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Malik Monk.
All right, y'all.
I don't know how many words I got in me today, so thank you. Thank you.
Case fam. I didn't flip over here one time. I don't know what's going on over here. Man. All right, y'all. We got to figure out this next block of music. We'll see y'all tomorrow. Appreciate you as always. Thumbs up, subscribe, all of that good stuff.